Oh, hey, look, they showed up again. Fantastic. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. Hello, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading program stream you'll find. And of course, we've got that all-star cast each and every day. And this week, we got lots of good stuff coming up here. We got real traders, real educators who give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show like ours that has everything in one: education, support, good looks, cool swag, and of course, tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Robert, and I'm ready for a great week of trading. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, a newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, however difficult life may seem, there's always something you can do to succeed at. So never give up. Never give up. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. And Robert, you got your checklist ready. Oh, is it the journal or the checklist?
It's both.
Okay. All right. Game plan, checklist, journal, ready to go. All right. Thank you,
ready to go.
Well, we'd like to say good morning to Robert. Robert, how are you, my brother of another mother? How are you today?
I'm doing very well. Just a quick jump in here for Hoag, and gonna kick things off for the week.
All right. Well, welcome to February 12th. A dozen days so far. Yeah, we just turned February like half an hour ago, and we're 12 days in already. You know, I tell you, folks, when you get old, time passes a lot quicker. So enjoy life. All right, so let's get to the news here. We got lots going on here today, a lot of big feds and everything. Markets taking some caution here ahead of a week of economic data. The benchmark 500 closes above the 5,000 line for the first time to end the prior trading week, thanks in part to the surge in the mega cap groups, Microsoft, Amazon, and the artificial intelligence maker, chip maker, NVIDIA. Now, it also jumped to a record high following a Reuters report that it was building a new division that will aim to provide chips for cloud computing businesses and others. All right, way to go. On Friday, the tech-heavy NASDAQ added 1.3%. Blue chip Dow dipped 0.1%, and all the main indices on Wall Street posted their fifth consecutive winning week. Congratulations. Good job. Inflation earnings slew ahead. We do have the lots. Robert's going to touch base on those. Feds, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got lots of feds this week, and they're going to be talking. Of course, the talking heads will be talking. Markets may receive a fresh interest rate commentary. Well, I don't know. We'll see. From at least 8. Yes, 8. Count them. Fed speakers this week. We've got Michelle Bowman, Tommy Barker, Neil Kashkari, and that's Neil spelled with 2 E's. A little weird. Later in the week, we've got Chris Waller, Mary Daly, and Michael Barr. So there you have it. Now, Robert, what do you got for us today?
Well, we don't have a lot as far as speaking on just for today for the economic numbers. We do have the Treasury statement coming out at 1 o'clock. It has a little bit of an impact on there, but it's later on in the day. Not too much. Couple of bill auctions this morning around 10:30 Central Time, 3 and 6 month bill auctions. The rest of the week we have the usual bill auctions coming out and the bill announcements coming out on Tuesday. CPI, that's always a big one. CPI is on Tuesday. Heavy hitter, 7:30 a.m. Central Time, right before we get on the air here. Yeah, we're definitely going to keep an eye on there. And of course, we have the NFIB Small Business Index as well. Wednesday, the EIA Petroleum Status Report. That's always fun as well when you're looking at oil. And I was checking on the weekly dailies, which we'll go over. It hasn't really moved too much, and maybe Deeyana can chime in on that coming up here in Fast Markets. But we get that report coming out Wednesday at 9:30 Central Time. And then Thursday is the big one this week. Thursday is I have to scroll off the report. There is so much going on Wednesday. The jobless claims or jobless clams, as Hoag likes to say, retail sales, the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index, the Empire State Manufacturing Index, the import prices, industrial production. That's always a nice one too. Business inventories at 9 o'clock, housing market, EIA natural gas again. And then later on that day, we have the Treasury International Capital, and then the Fed balance sheet at 3:30 that day. Friday is not too much, but we do have the housing and the PPI on Friday. PPI always makes a spark also. It's not too much at the beginning of the week, but it's packed at the end of the week. We're looking forward to a wild one.
Wild one. All right.
Wow.
I'm ready for a while. I got a question. Why is your head bigger than mine? What'd you do
My
over the
camera's
weekend?
right here. My camera's right here.
I'm
Trying to sit
shrinking.
back.
I got this little head, and then he's got this big head. Sort of reminding me of the all-powerful Oz. The all-powerful Oz. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Scarecrow. Okay. Anyway, oil prices. Dude, where's my crude? Well, I'm going to tell you, we did have some oil prices falling. European trade today as investors locked in on some of the big gains over the prior week. Big. Brent oil futures expiring in April has fallen 0.7, and the WTI dropped 0.6. Now, both contracts surged about 5 to 6%. That was last week. Supported in part by Israel rejecting the ceasefire proposal. There you have it. Now, last night was the Super Bowl. Yes, it was the Super Bowl. And it did a double overtime, which is really unbelievable. Right. It was the San Francisco 49ers beating or losing to, the Chiefs beating the 49ers. The Chiefs beating the 49ers. The Chiefs beating the 49ers last night.
When?
Sunday night, Super Bowl Sunday. The 49ers beating at Super Bowl 58, 25-22. What a game. The Chiefs thus become the first team to win back-to-back championships since the Patriots did it 2 decades ago. And if you missed the game, it was a nail-biter. But anyway, it was a very good game. Congratulations, Chiefs fans and 49er fans. Gosh, when their quarterback was the last quarterback drafted, I think it was the last guy drafted, leading them to a Super Bowl, that's incredible. So don't harp on it. You had a great season. Real quick here. If you got kids and they want a dog, there's a new study published by the Journal of Behavioral Nutrition and Physical Activity found that children with pet dogs were more active than their pup-free peers. So this is a study saying that if you want your kid active, get him a dog, and this is proven. But back to this Super Bowl. Robert, you wanted to comment there. I'm sorry that I sort of jumped the shark here.
My.
Oh, shush. Robert, you had something to say. What did you have something to say?
Oh, just really quick. It was quite the game. I love those games, the nail biters. If the Super Bowl is 3-0, it's not that great, but 25-22. It was quite the game. And Patrick Mahomes, hats off for that kid. He's going to go far. He's doing wonderful things. And those who know me know him in Massachusetts, know him a Patriots fan, know him a Brady fan. And this kid, Patrick Mahomes, is definitely a ghost somewhere. He's broken some of those records already. But the one thing I had to say, it's his third ring, right? We have Patrick Mahomes, a third ring in 4 years. That's unbelievable. Brady has 7. That's the de facto standard going on there. And the one thing I had is teams for winning the Super Bowl. The Patriots are at 11. Behind them is the Steelers at 8. And there was one point as a kind of a joke, on Wikipedia, you can change the titles and stuff on Wikipedia. One of the times, I think it was after the time you said 04-05 when Patriots won back-to-back Super Bowls,
Right.
Somebody changed a Wikipedia page that said what is the Super Bowl, and it was it's the game that's played every year where some other team in the NFL plays the Patriots, and we thought that was great up here in Mass.
Yeah. All right. So let's get to our charts there, Mr. East Coast Patriots fan. And what do we
All
got there
right.
in the charts?
Yeah, we got a lot going on. When we start on Mondays, we always take a look at the weekly first. So let's start right off with that. We don't have much time. We're going to run right through these. Here's a weekly chart for the
Oh,
ES.
good.
Look at this thing. I'm going to make it a little bigger for us here. We're taking the sound effects in. Look at this mess. This is unbelievable. This is all the way back. This big green candle here is from November. We are up and up and up and up and up. And this is weekly now. Every candle is a week long. And look at this thing. We had one down week since October 30th. A down week. Can you believe that? That's incredible. Unreal. I don't know what this thing is going on here. What did I write down from my notes over here? Actually, it's the next one on the daily. I got some notes on here. Look at this channel. Look at that. Look at that channel right there. Now this here, I didn't want to just draw a trend line on this to guess at it. I actually took the tool and had the channel so it's an actual parallel line. And talk about bouncing off the top and bouncing off the bottom and bouncing off the top. This thing is going crazy. The ES along with the NQ, here's my notes here. This is no longer a Santa rally. We are way beyond. This is a Superman rally. Unreal, just up and up and up. And what's pushing it up? All these AI stocks, all the tech stocks and AI are just exploding. It's just like the dot-com boom all over again, if we can kind of see this over here. I'm going to mark this down to the 30-minute chart because I have some notes on here. The 30-minute chart, we have all-time high still on February 9th. So last Friday, right there, all-time high again, 50.48.50. And where's my last piece of it on the 15-minute chart so we can really get granular? There's our MAs. On Friday, we had that opening range at the bottom. It's a drive up all day long. I forget what Hoag called that, but once the opening range is the bottom of the day and it just breaks it and doesn't go anything below there, there's a name for it. I don't recall. Maybe the chat can educate me on what that is actually called. But just, again, up and up and up. However, nothing, not too much on the overnight inventory. Not going along. It's hanging out right at that point of control from Friday. So there's a lot of real estate to go down below. I'm not sure if we're going to push off up through these all-time highs again. It's anybody's guess. It's anybody's speculation. We can see those moving averages pushing up and to the right as always, but we are curling down. We had 26K on the positive side of open interest for the ES. Weekly kickoff levels. We have a high up here. The 50.90 is the weekly kickoff high, and the weekly kickoff low is 49.60. That's a pretty wide range we're talking over there, I think, anyway. What are we going to do? It's anybody's guess. Are we going to make that 50.90? Are we going to drop back down to 49.60? My guess, my assumption, my speculation is going to be going down a little bit from here. We're just so far up and over extended. It is just not funny. Moving along to the weekly chart for the NASDAQ. And there it is. Again, up, and away. Going back to October 30th, we have one red week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have 17 weeks worth. All-time high again on last Friday, February 9th. Zooming into the daily chart, get a little bit closer. I did draw a trend line on this one. I'm not huge on trend lines, but you can't argue with that, can you? Look at this. There's your break. I'm going to move this over a little bit more. We have our break of the trend line that was coming down from way back of July 20th, 2023. So way back in the summer, we were dipping off, bouncing off, dipping off, bouncing off. And then once we finally broke through there, it was just nothing but up, and away at that point. And this is where we are today. Zoom in a little bit more here onto the 30-minute chart. Same thing. We dipped down below that opening range. Now remember, this is a 1-minute open range that Hoag likes to use, so I'm using the same one. And once we pushed up, we never looked back at that opening range. It just stayed up there. Overnight inventory, nothing going over there. The overnight inventory actually, as open interest, is plus 9K on the NQ. But there's not a lot of room here either to go back to the upside. It just kind of stayed level across the top. Again, right along that point of control. Point of control being the level where the most contracts were traded. This is the level on Friday, eyeballing it around 18,040, and it's hovering around there at this point. Which direction is it going to go? Again, it's anybody's guess. I'm thinking, feeling, speculating. We're not going to break through that high. Correct me if I'm wrong later on. As Hoag says, the market loves to make a liar out of him. Exactly the same way as me. I'm guessing we're going dipping down to the downside. I don't think we'll be making an overnight high. Your weekly kickoff numbers for the NQ, weekly kickoff high, 18,350. Weekly kickoff low, 17,630. You can find those on TopstepTV. A lot of work goes into those. I pull the numbers off of there myself. I don't know what the secret component is with all those tea leaves and chicken bones, but they are there for your pickings. Okay, Eddie, you want to do oil next, right? Take a look at oil and we'll bounce and leave it off with gold.
Yeah.
Crude we got. See if Deeyana can make sense of this when she comes on a little bit on fast markets, because I certainly can't. This is the weekly. It looks a little convoluted, but I really wanted to highlight a couple things. We had a recent high of March 7th, 2022. That's the recent high, that big spike up. Let me make it a little bigger so we can see it over here. Again, this is a weekly chart. So March 7th, 2022. But if we scroll all the way back, the all-time high is way the heck back here. One thing I wanted to note on this weekly is if we go back even further, what did we do? The level, and I'm going to read that level off to you in a minute, from July 6th, 2006. Okay? Remember this number, 76. 76.00 on oil. I don't know why that, I don't know why that seems like a really strong number, just visually and just technically looking at it. But once we broke that number way back here in July of 2006, July of 2006, anytime we came close to that, the market has had a drastic and dramatic reaction. Now, whether it just hits it and blows through it, up or down, or whether it just kind of bounces. When it finally goes under it, comes back up, bounces. I don't know what that number is. I'm going to pick Deanna's brain. Hopefully she has she knows this stuff. She's been doing it for decade now, so more than that. So maybe she knows. It is, again, the number is 76. I'm going to zoom a little bit more, but look at that number. Look at how this is it's right here. Move my mouse over it. 76. Right there, all the way across the screen. I don't know why. Maybe somebody can educate me on that one as well. I'm going to leave it on the chart. We're going to zoom in a little bit further because I do have it there. This is the daily chart. Unlike the ES and NQ and the equities, we're not going up and up and up and up and up. It is messy. On the daily chart, we do have, about 5 days hanging out here, but look where we're at. I'm going to zoom in on this. Look at where we are. We are hovering right around that 76 number again. It is uncanny. And then the one below that is the 66. So we have that $10 range, 66 to 76, right in there. That's our next really strong support level, in my opinion. But I'm really curious what that 76 means. Weekly kickoff high, $77.85. Weekly kickoff low, $71.60, or 71.60, as Rips likes to say. Let's zoom in a little bit more to the 30-minute chart. Take a bit of a granular look here. Look at that. Hanging around that number. We have a little bit of push up. I just happened to notice that this morning. Just happened to break through over there. There's not a lot going on the overnight on this one either. The market is open, and on CL, we have a minus 38K for the open interest on the overnight. Lots of room down below, and I hope it goes down below. Nobody wants to see oil go through the roof like that. 15-minute chart. MAs, twisty, bandy, mixed up. We have that last little bit over here, that big push up over here. I'm looking for rejection. Settlement was some up around here, 76.84-ish. I don't see this driving up any higher, even though we do have this push up right here. In my opinion, I think it's going to do a little bit more chop. It's going to stick around this. We have yesterday's low is right in this area around, I say yesterday's meeting, Friday's, 75.93. And guess what that is? Right around that 76. It's just hovering around this area. Somebody, please tell me what is going on with this oil. Please. All right. Enough of that. Finally, gold. Eddie's favorite gold. Gold. Eddie, did you take? Are you getting close to passing a combine again? Are you taking gold to the roof here? What's going on?
You know what? Excuse me. Opportunity was here this morning. I told myself I'm not trading on Monday. I tell you, I'm working on my patience, discipline, management. I didn't touch the mouse. I'm not freaking about missing a trade, but I'm trading 150K combine, and I'm about $2,400 away from passing it. So I'm hands off. I know the opportunity was there today, but I'm not going to bitch about it. I'm not going to sweat it out. It was a decision I made, and it's a decision I'm keeping. So anyway, is
That's
that it?
it's
Was
Nope, gonna
was
run
that
through
it?
the gold. I just wanted to see how you were
Okay.
doing on it. We get the weekly chart up. We're gonna
Yes.
drill this one down. Weekly kickoff low. I want to make sure we know this number 2034. That is another popular number. It goes back quite a ways. That's Hoag's number. How he comes up with that is beyond me, but it is spot on, man. That's your weekly chart right there. Weekly kickoff high 2077. Quick look down at the daily chart. Look at that stability. We are right at the weekly kickoff low already. It's hanging out right there. It really is. Did I get the right number on that? Let me just click on this. I just want to be absolutely sure I do have the right number. Weekly kickoff low on gold. I do. It is 2034. We are already there. Holy smokes. Look at that. Volume is
Yeah.
dropping off on gold, and that rollover is coming up pretty soon as well. There's our weekly kickoff on the go to 30-minute charts. We have our indicators on here. We had a very small open on this as well, right at the top. It dropped below the opening range, starting to populate and formulate there a little more. Volume is slowing down a little bit after that 45 minutes there for opening up. So we're going to see what happens, see what goes on down here. We do have a support area down there. I am looking for this to stick down. Equities are going up and up and up. Gold is going to just drop, drop, drop. And I don't know if you have any physical gold, but I did that a little bit, Eddie. I bought a little gold, a little physical gold, but I actually was more interested in physical silver. I was buying and selling along the line, and wouldn't you know, every time I bought physical silver, I was always buying high and selling low. So I sold it all, I stuck away from it, and I stuck with the
Oh.
equities on futures trading. But I am not a good silver nor gold investor by any stretch of the imagination. Open interest on gold to wrap it up is minus 4,700, and let's see. Yep, that's it. Minus 4,700 on gold. MAs are pointing down. We're going to wait and see what happens. Maybe you should have taken that short. It would have closed up that combine already.
Oh, shush. Don't make me feel
Ah,
bad.
hey, sitting on your hands. Patience and discipline and management. You got it right there, man.
The thing
Um,
the thing is, when I was looking at it, we started to rally off the break, off the high.
yep.
We're coming back down, and if you I got a 15-minute candlesticks, and all of a sudden the wick starts going, we're turning green again. I'm like, okay, it's going to go back. It's going to recover because that's where we were on the overnight. I thought this was just temporary, but obviously, we're seeing gold taking a dive. So it was probably best that I
It
didn't.
sure
But
is.
go
It
ahead,
sure
Robert.
is.
I'm sorry.
No, that's it. I wanted to kick it back over to you, Eddie. We ran through those charts pretty quickly. Yeah, people
Okay.
chatting in the comments here. Yep, Hoag's around. Just has the timeout today. I'm
All
just
right.
filling in this morning for him. He'll be back.
Thank you,
So
Robert.
Eddie, stay humble, focus, centered, and take that deep breath, and you can control there.
Okay.
I'm gonna see you all day today. Wrap it up, buddy.
Yes. Okay. Well, you know what? We forgot to do our top step trader tip of the week. And James, do you got that? You can sort of put that up here, please. There it is. Stay informed. All right. Being informed allows you to make better decisions in all aspects of life, whether personal, health, or career. Stay updated with market news and developments. Be aware of economic indicators and earning reports. Monitor changes in market sentiment. And Robert, you got anything to add to that?
Uh, well, yeah. The only thing, stay informed. Top Step TV, bell to bell, baby. That's all I got to say there.
All right, bell to bell. And I'd like to thank also, the reminder here, um, China is closed all week today. So if you're at the airport and you're listening to this broadcast and you're going to China, it's going to be closed. They're going to send you back. So no trading. I'm sure that they would welcome you with open arms and a tilted head. What are you doing here? But anyway, all right, we're going to take a break here. We've got Fast Markets coming up here. Lots of good stuff there, as I mentioned, an all-star crew. We got Jack, Andre, Dobie, and Deeyana. So don't go away. We'll be right back. I promise.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. It is Monday, February 12th, the day after the Super Bowl. So with this cast, you can see who are the layabouts who took the day off after the Super Bowl. I'm not calling anybody out, but I'm not MP. I'm Jack. Andre, how are you doing this morning?
Hello. Good morning. I like that, Jack.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
All right.
Exactly. So we got about a minute until the opening bell. Dee, thanks for joining us. Where did you watch the Super Bowl?
I didn't. What is Super Bowl? No, I'm kidding. I know what it is, but no, I didn't watch it. No.
All right.
Lovely.
So, ES, narrow range here to start. I think a lot of traders were also watching the Super Bowl, it looks like. Dolby, you see anything starting off?
I got my NASDAQ open, 30 minutes in a really nice range. I got that between about 58 and 16 evens. Honestly, if I felt a little bit more awake, I probably would have placed a trade at least like 16 evens just to see if this would bounce on a longer term time frame. And then for crude is not doing anything super exciting today either, but I'm sure D has some thoughts as well. It looks like 76.60 is acting as resistance today with a little 5-minute range starting to develop at the very top. Not indicative of a ton of strength. And crude oil is 71% on the long side in the tilt. So we'll see what ends up happening today. But I'm probably going to look more at NASDAQ today. Sorry, crude. D, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I see ES is opening above value inside range from Friday, which can be a bullish signal because it spells a mild imbalance on the day. I'm not sure whether NASDAQ is opening inside value, so that actually looks worse for directional moves for now, at the very least. But yeah, so anytime the market opens slightly above the previous distribution curve, there is a chance that it just runs in the same direction. If we get that special situation of value acceptance, so we go down, and then one of the 30-minute candles closes back inside the value from yesterday, so from Friday, then we may have a chance for a pullback. But so far, that's looking pretty bullish. Crude oil has an early value acceptance, which I'm always a little bit skeptical of, so I actually stayed out of that. I am short biased on crude oil. The reason being is that we have been losing open interest for a number of days now, and even though it kind of looks like it's shooting, there is there is a indication that the supply on the daily chart is being resistant. It's resistant to further upside for now. So this is another reason why technically I want to look for some shorts, and that's why I'm not in a value acceptance, because I'm like not sure that it's matching the overall narrative for me. So I'm going to be patient there. However, I did run a little gold trade. I got $600 there. So I am up on the day already a little bit.
Nice.
I ran short from 2031.5. Reason being is that we had a very strong confident value area rejection. So we opened inside value from Friday. Then we went below there, and also somewhere around there we had the overnight low, London low, which was at 2033.6. Now, with that single move that took the price out of the value area, it also meant that the price closed below the overnight low. So both of those are very bearish signals. So this is why I jumped in, and it was not meant to be some big, massive trade. So for now, I just want to see whether there is a continuation or not. If there is, obviously, I might jump in again. But right now, we are nearing some average daily ranges in about 30 ticks on gold at 2024.6. That's the average daily range low. If that gets ignored, there's some space to go even lower, down to average session low, which is currently located at 2019.3. So overall, for me, gold actually looks pretty interesting today. Crude oil, like I said, if I get a short setup at some point, I will be jumping on that as well. So that's my view on those three.
Right on. Thank you.
Very good.
I got short one ES there, 50.45 right here.
Okay.
Okay.
This
Get
is
in there,
a-
Jack. Let's go.
Guys, this is a heat check.
Perma-bear.
I'm not a perma bear. I own stocks, right? I'm not MP living on, gold bars in the ground or whatever he's doing out there in Aspen. But I am waiting for that day that's just going to be a dump day. It's been so
Fair enough.
long. So this is just a heat check. I'm not covering this for
Okay.
a little bit. This is going to be a lot if it works.
Dipping your toe
I like
to
it.
see what's up.
I like
Yes.
it, Jack. Wait for that. Here come the sellers. Just taking a look at tilt right now, 50-50. So it's okay. NASDAQ a little long, but It's hard to be a perma bear in these markets right now, Jack. I know that I feel you. I want to see the markets kind of fall out a little bit too. At least some sort of pullback to get long, but we haven't seen much of that. So it's hard to stay short in this market, but let's do it.
Well,
Absolutely.
like I said, open above value and inside range is kind of like a perfect condition for a long. So this would be my, my take on today. Unless we go lower to actually confirm the shorts, I would just be going long on ES if I was trading it at this time of day, which I don't. So take it with a pinch of salt. Not financial advice, just my opinion.
Here comes the disclaimer. It's also a Monday. It's going to be a slow start. We'll build up into the week. I think we have inflation numbers later this week, so we're going to build up into it. First 5 minutes of the week. So I'm not going to go crazy, sit on my hands or sit on my butt. Hands on my butt, as John Hoagland would say. And we are going to wait this market out for opportunities. At least last week, we did see the markets pick up some action, some volatility in the afternoon. So we'll see if we can recreate that today.
I mean, the Super Bowl effect is definitely real. Like sitting down and looking at this, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's, I probably put that ES on 3-4 minutes ago, and it's moved like one tick. So, hot stuff coming in.
So we'll rev it up.
Speaking of which, Dolby, I knew you had a few Super Bowl thoughts, but first, I'm still trying to comprehend in my mind this Slack that was sent about the Super Bowl streaker last night.
Oh my! I saw that.
They didn't show him. Dolby, what happened? Yeah.
Well, there was a streaker, and then they show the picture, right, Jack? They show the picture. They take a picture of the guy. Isn't like the whole point is to not take a picture of the guy?
I guess. Did you see who he was, though? Am I allowed to read this out loud?
I don't know. I mean, we shouldn't. Let's say it's related to a business, sort of, in our field, kind of. It's embarrassing. That's what I want to say. It's embarrassing, Jack. I'm glad that we trade futures and not that backwater junk market known as Forex.
Somebody was watching a Topstep in Slack. Can you Slack me and let me know if I can say who this person is? Yes.
Okay.
Casey,
Chat knows.
The chief visionary officer just said, "Go ahead." The streaker at last night's Super Bowl was the founder of FX prop firm Rocket 21. I don't know what that is, but he was new to the Super Bowl. Guys, did he have pants off too? If he has no shirt on, that's not really streaking.
No, it's not.
That's a weak attempt.
No, he was a partial streaker. He never took his pants off. I looked this up.
He's smiling in the photo.
Baggy pants. I mean, I would wear shorts, athletic shorts, so you can cut faster on the field.
Yeah, you can be on the move.
Yeah, I feel like there's painter pants. That's not the most athletic, pant wear.
There's a picture. He's loving it though. Look at that face.
That's just classic Forex stuff, half measures, right?
Half measures.
He wouldn't go full Monty, baby.
No, he would not.
Yeah, Forex has been dead for years because of the low interest rates since European austerity measures. It's how I got into futures, actually. Everything went dead, and I was like, well, now what?
Yeah,
so I ran to crude oil, and here we are.
Just doing something to feel alive.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't even read what's on his
yourself
body.
in the eye, Forex traders.
I mean, I guess it's cheaper than the $7 million for 30 seconds.
That's true. Yep.
That it costs for the. Actually, we got a poll in chat. How do we feel about the Super Bowl commercials? Because I got thoughts on that.
Not my favorite.
I gotta be honest, guys.
Yeah.
If I don't know if anyone's developed an indicator that relates how good commercials are and the halftime show is to the state of the economy, but if there is one, we are in a full-blown recession right now.
No.
That was the most trash set of commercials and halftime show I've ever seen in the Super Bowl in probably a long time.
Yep.
I mean, I feel like Usher, Usher 3/4 of the way through, even knew that his performance was not hitting. It was not landing at all. He was it was bad. It was so bad.
Agree.
let's not badmouth Usher on this show. Thank you.
For sure.
Oh, what, you have a soft spot for Usher?
Yeah, man, I Ush.
God, if you did 2 truths and a lie and that was one of your truths, Jack, I for sure would have lost that you have a soft spot for Usher.
Some people like it. He's 45. Yeah, he was good for 45.
Dude, that was the best part when he took his shirt off and he has like a slightly above average build and he's like trying to flex in front of
don't be.
people.
Colby.
It's like, oh, come on, man.
Oh, they say he killed it.
on,
Some people
nobody
say he
wants
killed
to
it.
see that.
I
Nobody
agree.
wants to see that. It's all right. I'll get off my soapbox. Props to him.
S&P
Dude, chats
still
with me,
at
though.
50.45.
Moving sideways.
Crude oil broke out to the upside really strongly. And crude is like 80% long. Yeah, it's running up to 77s now. We're only about 30 cents away from overnight highs, or yesterday's highs, which was Friday. So it's running.
Yeah.
Yesterday's highs, it is running to the upside.
Yeah, the
Good
daily
luck
supply
trying
is
to catch
right
him
at
on
this
there.
level. I have a daily supply at 77, where the previous sellers came from, and that's kind of where we stopped last time. Well, about 30 ticks higher, but it's pretty much the level where it turned around on Friday. There's an average daily high at 77.22, and also an average session high at 77.50. Got a nice round number there. I want to do a first hypo where I might want to look for a failed auction short. So the failure of the upside auction is what I would like to see. But in order for that to happen, I need to wait until the initial balance is done in 20 minutes and see what we do in the next 30 minutes. So for now, I'm just pause off the mouse.
Okay, I do see we have a couple speakers later today, 11 o'clock at Barkin, and noon we got Kashkari. So maybe the opportunity will come then, at least for equities. But right now we're trading sideways. Tilt is 50-50. Look, crude. Dolby and Deeyana, crude is 77% long as we continue to rally here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, we're running hard. I had a really nice 5-minute range. I just didn't want to take it because I was already pressed up against what I felt like to be a longer term level. So typically that's a setup for, a short. But I have not been in tune with crude in a while. I actually been focusing more on NASDAQ. So I know. So I'm gonna avoid it for a little bit and see if it consolidates again. It's not consolidating, so I'll probably check back at like around 8 o'clock and see if the 5 minute starts tightening up again. Otherwise, I'm gonna look at NASDAQ. I think the range is a lot more interesting. There's probably going to be a lot more opportunities for safer entries rather than just chasing crude oil today.
Fair enough. You've abandoned us. Okay.
I'm not leaving, I swear.
NASDAQ takes another one.
Yeah, right.
Until you come back. Until you come back one day.
Tell them.
I'll be back. This wasn't a good setup, unless what was like a good.
It wasn't. No, I agree. No, absolutely, I agree.
75,
Crude oil is
60.
really weird recently. We've had very pathetic ranges and just constant chop in crude oil for about a couple of weeks now. So this is another reason why I'm being extra careful here and why I've been trading a little bit more gold for the early part of the session, because I just want more information in crude to see what the hell's going on. And then once I have a better idea of what they're trying to do for the day, then we can talk. Having said that, today initial balance is actually a pretty decent size. We are already knocking at 122 ticks, which is very good. So that means we might have a pretty decent day.
Actually, I have a question for you. What is we've traded some ES, some NASI, some crude oil, and some gold. How would you describe gold's personality as a futures market compared to, say, CL or NASDAQ?
I would say that it's the responsible big brother, because it moves and it does a lot of things, but it's always orderly. Like, it's very predictable to me.
Yeah. So similar to crude then in that regard?
Crude can be a bit wild. Crude can be a little bit strange at times. So I wouldn't call crude responsible.
Is it like the RTY of the indices?
And yeah, it's like an opportunistic, the dude that's constantly looking for a new business idea. That's how I see crude oil. You go somewhere, they're like full on, like, they chase, and then sometimes it doesn't work out. And they're like, oh, okay, back down we go. Oh, let's pipe down.
Like
So
that.
that's how I see crude oil. I like to assign personalities to all of my
like that.
my tradable instruments.
As you should. Crude is one of the naughtiest of all the
yeah.
personalities.
Oh, yeah.
Crude is rude.
Yeah.
Crude is rude.
Crude is rude. Yeah. Go on, crude. Don't be rude to us.
Wow.
It wasn't naughty enough for Dolby though. Like Dolby,
Wow.
what's your breakdown now between the crude and the Nazi Daddy as far as trading?
Oh, I mean, NASDAQ is for sure the most insane out of all of them. For sure. It's not even close.
Uh-huh.
I probably can't use like the superlatives that I really want to use to describe crude on TV because it's pretty insane. I think CL's great. I just feel bad for recommending it when it did so many insane geopolitical things last week with like the tweets coming out saying like there's going to be a peace deal or if there's not. I don't know if NASDAQ gets hit as hard by that as CL does. But yeah, it is. I don't know. It's just each personality, right? Like I like how CL has really tight 5-minute ranges. So if you have the patience to wait for those, I think there's a lot of opportunity just in those patterns alone. That's kind of where I even got the whole system for finding a 5-minute range because it gives you good odds. Right, you just have to pick the direction, but your risk is relatively easy to define. You just put it on the outside of the 5-minute range, or you could do a half-hour range or a 15-minute range. It doesn't matter.
Nice. I just noticed you've been trading it more.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's just hard. I feel like you need like a lot wider stops. So for like crude oil, I could do like 15 or 20 ticks, but then like for NASDAQ, I feel like it needs to be like at least 25 or 30% more just to take into account for like that extra bit of room it runs, which I find to be quite difficult and hard to predict, really. But I think I'm getting a little bit better at it. It just takes a lot of patience, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else here in a position?
Flat. Watching crude. Watching
trades yet?
no trades. Watching S&P's trade sideways for the most part right now. We are trading just above VWAP, and I guess that's settled now. But yeah, we're gonna wait this market out. Like I said, might be opportunity at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock with the two speakers. But for now, it's sit on the hands and wait.
Classic
did get a
Monday.
rejection off for crude, 77 rejected in crude, down about 20 cents from there. But if it consolidates, what would you do, D? We just popped up and sail up to 77. Would you be looking for a level to get short still, or maybe longs if you get back down to 76, 70?
Not long. I don't like longs here. For longs to be a possibility, I would need to see the price ignore 77.24, which is the average daily range high, and then to kind of just keep shooting higher. But until that happens, I'm still looking for a failed auction, which means we need to go above 77.06 in the next 30 minutes, so after 11 minutes, and then to see whether we get that failed auction. But yeah, I don't feel like longs are. We're going into overhead supplies, so I don't like doing that, because even if we start pushing without any kind of news to really push to some of the presumably stops that we might have around these levels, it's just going to add a lot of time for an intraday trade. And as you guys know, we don't really have time on our side as intraday traders. So if something cannot happen quickly, I would rather just stay out of it.
Right.
I mean, anytime you have resistance, that's not a good thing. Like from a trade location point of view, it's not a cheap trade. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, the 4-hour is still relatively range bound as well, between 75.50 and 77. So like $1.50 is not a huge range. Are you even like a little bit surprised that crude is as bullish as it is, considering like all the reports of economic weakness coming out of China?
Yeah. And yet it keeps losing open interest as well. Like for about 3-4 days now, we kept losing open interest. And yet, we go higher. That can be a sign of short covering as well. I know that in profile trading, the P-shaped profile, was like short covering, but it doesn't always have to be a P-shaped profile to be short covering. And actually Friday kind of looked like they were going to turn away from that supply. And then we just failed the auction. And that was it. It just stopped moving. So it's like, oh, great, thanks, crude oil. I actually sat in a trade, I think, for about 3 hours waiting for it to do something. And I managed to make a little bit of cash towards the end of the session, but Jesus Christ, it was like
3 hours.
I actually went in 3 hours. I went and cooked, fed the dogs. It was just like, did a whole bunch of stuff around the house, came back, and I'm like, right, still not doing anything. Okay, no problem. We're not friends anymore then.
I'm going to try some limit longs in Nazi, and the Nazi Dad.
Nazi Daddy, baby.
Nazi Daddy.
Yeah, we're gonna try to work some.
Okay.
I want to see if we can get a stop run on the 4 hour below 1800, and see if we can find some liquidity down there, and then maybe get back up to the upside. So we'll flare out 3 single lots.
Yeah, I'm still short. Just to give an idea of what I'm doing here is that I have my stop loss kind of above the high of the day. The idea being that I'll risk like $150 here for a shot at the big one. If this were to go in my favor, it was a little bit in my favor a few minutes ago. I would love to get it. Like if I could get 5 points on this, I would love to then trail the stop to break even and then just have that lotto ticket. Only it's not gambling. It's just that's
big
just
one.
how I manage risk. Looking for the big one.
I love that, Jack.
Well, if we get a value acceptance, then you'll have your big one.
Well, like my 401k is too damn strong right now. I refuse to believe I live in a world in which this is going to continue. It'd be sick. It would be happy. I would love to get stopped out 100 times on this trade to the upside, but I don't know.
You're hedging your 401k with your sim trading combine.
That's what it sounds like.
100%.
I like where this is going.
This is a big one.
That's funny. Let's see. Richard Harris has a question. Okay, we got some questions in chat here. This is cool. Richard Harris. This is for me though. I can't. I ask myself my own question. Sure. What is your favorite setup and entry? 5-minute consolidation is my favorite. So if you want to swap to my charts, run my charts. Great. Let me switch to crude oil real quick. But it's pretty straightforward as long as this loads out. So 5-minute consolidation is just what you see kind of like right here in this little range. That's like not the right symbols, but right here. At like 820 is a little 5-minute range. So basically you just get it's called bar coding. So you want to take like a bunch of 5-minute bars and they should all be like roughly like equivalent height. And the idea is that you want to place longs below and then shorts on top. And then you're kind of setting yourself for theoretically like a 50-50 trade. And then you just want to put your stop down here. If your entry is to say at like 76.42 in this 5-minute consolidation, your entry would be down here at say like 76.30. And so you have a good like risk reward window, and then you're just hoping for the 5-minute range to either break out to the upside or to the downside, depending on like your position. And then as far as like getting into trades, I look at like large time frames, and I just want to see where like the most fear is. So I like looking for stop runs and just kind of trying to follow whoever like the smartest traders are, in my opinion. So for example, 76 evens in crude, like buyers came in really consistently. So it's like, let me just buy with them. They're probably the happiest longs of the day right now. And then everyone below them is the weakest short and the weakest long. So if you're trying to short below that, you're probably full of fear because you have like no risk tolerance. And then if you're long, you're probably not very confident in your long. So I think there's typically a lot of liquidity below the smartest buyers. And so I think that's where you try to get stop runs, and that's where I want to place my entry. I hope that answered your question.
Nice.
Yeah. Very nice. I see in the position tracker there is a pending long NQ, so you will have to know us. This is like Inception level trades right here. It's like
pending.
It's not just a trading combine trade; it's also a pending trading combine. So it is a pending sim trade.
Yeah, I'm in the trading combine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually kind of figured all that stuff out from doing the whole like reversal thing. But that was a fun exercise. I want to explore that a little bit more and do a little write-up about it. But it was a fun little exercise I did like a month ago. Just smash that reverse button and try to figure things out. Learn a lot about the market that way.
Yes, yes, yes.
Jack, what price are you short from again?
Right here, 50.45.
Is that the same price? Okay, that's what I thought. Seen a little liquidity beneath here at 50.44, 400 lot sitting on that bid with 200 on 42s, 300 just beneath that. So we'll see if that liquidity will get filled, as the ES loves to do. But we are literally trading sideways right now.
It is Monday.
It is. It is. Not rushing into anything.
Like you guys said, Super Bowl, many people will be hungover.
CPI tomorrow, yeah.
I'm looking at crude oil now. I got my orders in for NASDAQ, so we'll let those play out. But I'm going to see if we can get something in CL at the same time. Oh, it's also an Asian holiday. That's actually a really good point.
Yeah.
Chat, how long does that last? Unless someone on panel knows.
15 days. I don't know how long
true?
they're
Oh, boy.
off. Yeah. You didn't watch the quiz
Yeah.
on Friday? Bonnie was on. We talked about Lunar New Year.
I watched the quiz.
Guilty.
Thank you, Deeyana. Yeah, it's the year of the dragon.
Ooh,
It
fun.
is, yeah.
Very cool.
So do the markets typically slower then for 2 weeks?
I
Is that something that's like trackable?
Well, I'm guessing the Asian session might slow down even more.
And it's Carnival. A lot of holidays. Okay.
Putting some levels in for
So do
CL for the
something.
peoples.
Nothing showing a tilt. NASDAQ a little heavy long.
yeah.
I'm
a lot
going
of
to wait
chop
for a
there.
consolidation in CL. Yeah, I think there's some good stuff today, I think. I'm still optimistic.
Apple's down, Meta's up, Google's down, Nvidia is up. Nvidia is always up, by the way.
Sure is.
Yeah.
What's
I
it
know.
trading at now?
725.
Jesus.
What's its all-time
friend-
high?
Every day it's all-time high, man. It's
Every
just
day?
the way it
Oh,
moves.
It's like the S&Ps.
Okay.
So my friend wanted to bet a share of Nvidia on the Super Bowl last night. I didn't do that much, but had a good bet. I took the Chiefs,
Nice.
and in overtime, well, especially because the guy I was betting against, he's my dear friend, but he's also kind of an a-hole, so it was like the perfect bet to win.
Win-win.
He's from Chicago. Like, he lived in San Francisco for like 5 years, and you'd think he's like Mr. Rah-Rah Rice-A-Roni, right? I mean, like,
Yep.
it's sickening.
Yeah.
He talks so much about the Niners.
He's like all on board with Alcatraz and everything, and riding the trains and all that.
Yeah, he's just like, yo, man, Alcatraz, streetcars,
Street
Full House, Rice-A-Roni. And that's it. Those are the four things I know about San
I was gonna say we ran out of San Francisco stuff.
That was it. Very slanty hills and terrible streets.
San Francisco is nice. I'm just saying.
Oh, earthquakes? Forgot about earthquakes. Yeah, that was a good one. Oh, your buddy is probably like, oh man, I felt the biggest earthquake. It was like a 3.0. Chicagoans would never know. We would never know how severe that is. We'll bounce in CL at 76.66. Is resistance becoming support? Currently looks like it, but we'll see what happens. Deeyana, I have a question for you. On the 5-minute chart in CL, so yesterday on Friday, it had a little 5-minute range at around 77.20, and that's exactly where we reversed. Have you ever seen this pattern before? 'Cause I feel like I've seen it. Where you kind of get like this little nub of like time and price, and then that whatever that break is ends up becoming like resistance at some point in the future. And I've seen it kind of work out pretty good for reversals on the long and short side. What do you think like the psychology is there for those traders? Are they excited to get out because maybe they don't want to take the heat anymore?
Well, usually what tends to happen is that you hit something on a larger time frame, and like I said on the daily chart, we do have a supply exactly at that point. So whenever the price starts to consolidate around the areas of previous supply and demands, it means that it's having trouble going further. So when it turns around, obviously there's a break of the structure and market shift to the other side. So it does make sense that if you do get a pullback into the range, you can use that to run the trade in the opposite direction. And I like to do it actually with a very small structure. Let me just make sure that my screen is showing on the... Yeah, okay. So so this is the 5-minute chart. And if you can see here, that's the consolidation. And then you have this like little bearish engulfing, kind of like a break of the low that we established previously. And then a test, like on a very small level, a test of the previous area where they sort of stuttered. And then this big break to the downside.
Right.
And then again, a little bit of a consolidation, but ultimately it keeps falling. So that's the kind of stuff that we look at in supply and demand rules. Something to break the structure to the downside or the upside, obviously, if you're going longs. But here I was looking for the breakdown of the price around the daily supply. And obviously, on a 5-minute chart, you have to be very careful with the type of signals that you're taking, because you can have a structure break, but it doesn't actually break the previous area of a demand. Instead, it just kind of starts to hang. And then it bounces up from there, which is something you see in equities quite a lot. But if you can find those structures, that is actually a very good objective way to enter into opposing moves pretty early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of which, we're right back up to 77s again. 67%.
I am expecting the initial balance high. I am expecting the initial balance high to be broken first, because it would be very unusual to have a reversal without breaking the actual top of the initial balance, especially when we have a nice level of average daily range high, which is something that the algorithms also use. So that's the red line. Because, how are you going to measure where you're going to take profits and, how the day is going? Well, you need some kind of an average range measure. And that's why these levels that I'm looking at, they work. Because it's something that is very logical, and it's something that hedge funds also use to kind of determine whether we have, a pretty good liquidity area. And whenever you see those, you will always have a stack of orders on the ladder around those levels. So whichever way you get to them, to me, it's just much easier to have a way to look at those average ranges just by measuring them and then dynamically tracking them rather than losing my eyes constantly on the ladder, even though I do have bookmap on one of my screens. But it's still much easier, much cleaner in a way to just have that one area on the chart that's showing me whether the price is exhausting the range or we still have space. And that also plays into my decision of how much profit margin I have on the trade. So, for example, if I were to go long right now, I only have about 36 ticks before we hit the next average daily range high, right? That's not a very good profit margin for me, because I want to see 70 to 100 ticks of space for my targets. So a lot of the days will be very selective. Right? They're 35 ticks, because again, I want to make sure that I have enough time to decide what I'm going to do with my trade. I don't trail my stops, so that means I basically rely on my own decision process of whether the trade is valid or not. And I hate cutting trades in half, because then if you want to get a 2R, suddenly you need yet another move, and then you still end up getting overall 2R, but you're suddenly looking for like 90 and 100 ticks movement, which is quite a lot intraday. So I would prefer to catch it on one side, 60 to 70 ticks, and then crude oil usually turns around, as you know, and then to catch it on the other side for maybe another 30. So that's the way I like to trade it.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna work some shorts actually in crude, and we're gonna stack three limit cells. right above and see if we can get a stop right into that space, and then maybe we can get it to reverse back down again. So let's leave that up there and see. Short 1 at 76.99, and the other one is going to be at 77 and 77.13. So that was short 2, 77.03, and we have a third sell at 77.13.
Dolby, bad boy. Get in there.
Yeah, try to do something. I mean, it's a little bit more risk than I want to take, but it's okay. Let's put something on and see what happens.
Yeah, we have a 7.5 point range in the ES today. So exciting things happening here.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, I have like 1.5 risk. Okay. We're in a good spot. I got it figured out. So yeah, we're short to 77.03 in CL. Maybe even short 3 if we get up to 77.13.
3 minis?
2 minis right now, but it could be up to 3.
Okay.
We're just looking for this structure to reject here. But let's see what happens. I don't know. Maybe crude's really bullish today. But we'll let it play.
We have a pretty big initial balance though. So that means it's going to take a hell of a lot of energy to take it further, especially because we're at a supply. Not impossible, obviously, as we know, anything is possible. But just from a risk perspective, like I said, I'm not into longs in these areas. Maybe if we have a neutral day type, I might want to catch a long from somewhere like 75.40, 75.50. It's a nice round number.
Yeah.
So my area for longs would be from 75.55 and then all the way down to about 75.30. This little
for longs, you want to get that makes me feel good. Yeah, and crude can be something I feel like I still struggle to deal with in crude is just how easily it can go from like low to the day, the high of the day, and back down to the middle again.
Yeah,
like you can think
quick.
like there's no way it's going to get all the way to the upside, and like it totally does easily, and then comes right back down again.
It screams, it screams both sides, but I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I can be aggressively range bound, which is why I'm kind of okay with taking this short because we don't have a ton of news going on. The markets are kind of slow. And so this, to me, is kind of setting up to be one of those days in CL where it's just violently range bound and it's really just trying to do everything it can to make traders as miserable as possible.
Violently range bound?
Violently,
I know what it means, though. It's because, like, for example, look at Friday. Like, if you look at Friday, this is what it means by violently range bound. So we did have about 130 tick range on a Friday, but it kind of went up pretty aggressively and then equally aggressively came down 100 ticks, then tried to go lower and then went screaming back up to the middle of the range for like another 60 ticks, and that was it. But it's like so quick the way it just swings around, and if you don't know how to analyze the tops and bottoms and ranges, you get yourself into a lot of trouble, because by the time that you notice it's turned around, most people would be kind of shorting here in the middle, right? It's not a good trade, that. And then again, they're like, oh my God, this is going up, so let's long from here. And then again, it smashes your stop loss, keeps going up, but doesn't quite continue. And this is the problem with averaging into trades in crude oil on any kind of breaks, because it does this a lot. And when people are like, oh, D, why don't you average in? This is why, because even when we have a good trending day, it still whips around 100 ticks up and down like there's no tomorrow, right?
Right.
So I dislike entering in that respect, like just to kind of average in once the market has moved in my direction by about 30, 40 ticks. I would rather just take profits and then try again if I see another setup. Whereas, equity markets, they're a lot more single directional. So, you get a structure break and it keeps going. And it might be a little bit of, pull back and forth like tug of war, but ultimately it goes in the same direction. Crude oil doesn't do that. It just goes from one side to the other in a blink of an eye.
Aggressively, violently range bound.
Violently range bound.
I like that. Highway up, highway down. So D, I'm short 77.03s right now too. What would be your downside targets for some profits here?
Okay, let me just glance a little bit to the 30-minute chart. Right, so we do have some demand created from the earlier upside at 76.10. So that would be my first target. And then if it doesn't bounce from there, 75.83, so all the way back to where it came from, and maybe even further for a neutral day. If we stay below 77 for another 5 minutes, I might join you on the short.
Okay, well then if that's the case, then I want to add more. So
a little early, don't you think?
Nope.
No, I think this is the right time. This is the right time. For crude oil,
why?
this is when
it's cheap.
Around. It is cheap.
Yeah, honestly, they're really cheap shorts. It's like I'm already risking what $150 on 2. I'm already up $250 unrealized.
Nice.
We have a 1 minute uptrend, so we're making higher lows, which isn't like the greatest news. But if my first entry was really good, why not just add some more? The total risk I'm adding is probably what, a couple $100 for it to be 4 lots and what already is an insane entry. It's like, the risk was really good.
Oh, really, I totally agree. I just like was worried, we're kind of babysitting this show while MP and Hoag are out, that we'd go, full nutso butso in the first hour. But I'm for it. Sounds like a good trade.
We got some comments out of Bowman real quick. The present Fed policy rate is in the right place. It's too soon to project how much the Fed will cut rates. I don't see cuts as appropriate in the immediate future. So a little bit of movement there, but not saying too much. We'll keep you posted.
I've moved my stop to break even, so I got the free trade on.
Waiting for the big one.
Nice. Well done. I always want to accept a little bit of risk. I hate going break even.
Oh, yeah.
I would say it's a counter trend trade. Yeah, for sure. I think this 1 minute uptrend has to break, but I'm still going to keep it because the risk reward I think is still really good. And I agree with you. Like, why not go back to my VWAP or whatever, which is about 76.20, 76.35, and see.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, nutso butso. What does nutso butso mean, Jack?
Break it down. The first word is nutso. The second word is butso.
It just means you can use a word to define the word you're trying to describe.
It's like things are nuts, crazy, cray cray.
Oh, cray cray. Now you're speaking my language, so we're good. We're good now.
I think I mostly hear it in relation to if a movie is off the rails. I think I got it from some podcast. If something's really crazy, if you guys have seen Saltburn or something, it's like that movie is nutso butso.
It's a San Francisco word, Michael.
Isn't it San Francisco?
Pretty good.
That's funny. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, so we're getting in the 5 minute range still, and so once you hop off the 1 minute chart, steel still looks slightly uptrendish, but not as bad as on the 1 minute. So we hold. D, when you hopping in, the water's warm.
I'm still waiting for a 15-minute chart to close.
So 2 minutes?
1 minute. 1 minute, 11 seconds to be exact.
Oh, let me
I don't like going in off. I don't like going in off candles that I haven't closed. I have had bad experiences with expecting the market to stay where it is, and then it kind of goes back up, and then we're sitting in a little bullish engulfing speed bump that can basically bring another move higher. So I just want to make sure that we're still inside this initial balance. Ideally, I should be waiting for another 15 minutes after this, but I've got 600 of buffer, so I can take a little bit of heat.
Yeah, and so wait, that's interesting. That's the first time I ever heard that. So are your entries mostly within the first 5 or 10 seconds of a new candlestick being formed?
I was wondering that too.
Yep.
Did not know that. Okay.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right, cool.
For example, what's going on 5 minutes is that it is going into a bit of a bullish engulfing now, or at least another consolidation. So I'm going to wait a little longer. I want to see commitment of shorts failing the auction. Right now, we poked our head above, and we're sort of teasing below it, but I still want to see some commitment before I get in. Because again, it is Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The RTY is where the action seems to be at, Dolby. If you want to take a look at that.
Hold on, I have to check in my NASDAQ trades.
I'll do it for you. It just looks like more of a jump. I mean, obviously, small caps have been getting battered for a long time, a very long time, but showing some life here.
All right, I still like this
I've never traded that in my life.
Same.
RTY, it's decent. I traded it for a little bit because like the micros were pretty cheap, and like you got really good ranges. Like you got good value. I feel like on your contracts. I kind of wonder now if like NASDAQ is rolling over because CL is going up. If that's the case, I am all sorts of backwards. All sorts of backwards.
Mm-hmm. I heard a pretty convincing argument that like the Russell is going to be dead forever, in that like small caps no longer make sense anymore.
What's the argument? Or what? Yeah, what's the reasoning for that?
The reasoning being that it's a weird index because, you know, the S&P 500, you just get kicked out of it if you're doing badly, but the Russell is an index that you leave for doing well.
Oh,
right. So like
interesting.
all the successful companies move up, and all the kind of mediocre ones stay around. And plus, now with like the efficiencies of the internet and to search like that, is the talented executives or like tiny companies that do things efficiently are immediately capitalized by like private equity companies, and then they're not small anymore. So you're just buying sort of a bunch of companies in the Russell.
Some mediocre.
It makes sense.
Mediocre stuff.
Yeah, like Chuck E. Cheese in the Russell. I have not looked that up at all. Somebody tell me I'm wrong, but I bet like Chuck E. Cheese is in the Russell.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'm still keeping both of these trades on. We're still going to work a NASDAQ long and see if we can get a stop run. And so I'm just trying to see if we can get a stop run of this 30-minute bar right here that printed at, the low of the overnight. So I'm going to see if we can get a stop run down to that and then push back up again. That's the thesis I'm going with for Nazi.
Do you often trade two products in one, Stolby?
No. No, this is all brand new.
Today is the day.
Yes, it is.
I trade two products pretty frequently.
I guess
GC and CL. Yeah.
I mean, it's the same setup. I still like the idea of the trade, so why not just keep it on?
It's not a good idea if you're a new trader. I will give you that, because your focus is already not that great on one product when you're a new trader. There's like so many things to remember. But Dolby has been trading for a long time. I think he can handle just about two products.
I'm also totally on a trading combine right now, so I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Limited risk.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I used to trade a whole lot of products at the same time, but they were all the same thing. They were all interest rate products, like just basically trading spreads across the whole yield curve.
Yeah.
I mean, what's kind of interesting though about, and this is just speaking personally, like by trading like on TopstepTV and taking like a slightly bolder approach to some of my trades, I actually kind of am creating like the default personality that I do want to have if I'm trading on a personal account or if I was going to trade professionally, which is, care less but not be careless. So, I want to be confident and take these trades, experiment a little bit and, kind of like believe in myself, because that's how I want to be. So maybe this for me, this is like a little bit bold for trading, but I think that's kind of the personality that you need to have if you're really going to try to make some money. So for me, it's been fun because I'm kind of role playing who I want to be, but it's actually kind of proving to be valuable.
I like that.
So it's been interesting.
Yeah, because you're experimenting in a safe environment, effectively. But does it help you to talk through the trades and stuff? Like, because I found when I started live streaming, I was absolutely nervous as hell the first time. And then eventually it actually helps me make better trading decisions because you have to explain yourself, right? Right, I'm going to do 1 CL here. And then I'm just going to wait to see whether I'm going to go into the second contract. Because we are spending some time below this 77 area. So I'm short 1 for now from 76. 76.91.
Yeah.
All right.
I would say yes, though. Yeah, to be honest, there are some chat will definitely get to me. And it's like, hey, put on the 15, put on the 15. It's like, all right, sure, but like it ruins like my risk reward, my account, like everything.
Yeah.
If I was actually trading in a trading combine, it's like, if I was streaming, I would probably have like 3 or 4 different accounts and then like rotate through them so I could like maintain risk between each account. So like, the reason why I've blown up accounts is way more to do with, trying to do stuff for chat than it is for actually managing risk. But yeah, I mean, being able to experiment with, kind of feathering out single lots, experimenting with like maybe taking on a little bit more size or, taking advantage of having a larger daily loss limit than I'm used to. Yeah, I think it's been really, really good. Really, really good. I think the hardest thing though is having patience in front of people while you're trading. So it's like, 20 minutes of waiting for a position to set up. It's like, how do you fill that dead time?
Right.
Like that's hard to do.
I chat on. I mean, you've been on my live streams. I just chat about a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Many things that don't have anything to do with trading. And then, obviously you have chat, so they ask questions, and then we just have like discussions about everything.
Right. Yeah, and that's like how you get, conversations about like the Super Bowl and other stuff like that. It's like the markets aren't going to be doing stuff, 24/7.
Exactly.
So I'm still not getting filled on this Nazi. But you guys can kind of see what I'm looking for as far as like feathering down, single lot buys. But we're seeing support come up a little bit too soon, unfortunately.
That's what I was talking about, demand levels that get broken. So until a demand level gets broken, especially on an equity index, you just buy from it. That's what it is. And then when it breaks, then you go with the break. If the price actually sustains below the area that you were looking for a break.
Right. Right, exactly. Yeah, and hopefully what we get up here in CL is like a, come failed moves, come fast moves type of situation where bulls try to push highs again.
Yeah. A failed auction is a momentum trade. But sometimes it takes a while to set up. And then once it's set up, once you have that 30-minute failure, you can try to run a full position trade. So right now I'm in with half my position. And then if we stay below the 77 and I don't have any problematic price action, I can add on to it. So that will be, I'm not doubling the position. I'm actually trading 2 lots as my default position size at the moment in my live account. But I'm just being a little bit careful with the type of signal that I'm going to take for my full position. So I'm just effectively limiting risk and looking for my zone of interest to hold on a relevant time frame while I'm testing the waters with 1 lot.
Right.
And as people have pointed out in chat, is the combination of it being, the day after Super Bowl and then CPI tomorrow is just kind of the perfect storm for not a ton to happen today. I mean, I wouldn't take a huge directional trade the day before CPI just because that is like the number now. It used to be like when I was trading, it used to be employment, right? 7:30 first Friday of the month. That was like the rock star of numbers. CPI hardly moved things, and now it's the show. So.
Okay, now I'm short 3 in CL. So I added a third. So we're still in at 77.03. And then we'll add a fourth at 77.09. So I think our total risk on this, if we do end up getting filled on everything and stopped out, is only going to be about $500, maybe $600.
Okay.
Which is like not that bad. Might be a little bit much for what I was doing on like a 50K account, but this is part of like the experimenting portion of being at a trading combine and trying to feather out trades. I've had some success with it. You just got to get the direction right, like everything with trading.
Yep.
Dolby, what? Oh, no, we got you on the chart there. I was going to ask what your position is, but so 77.03.
There you go.
Yeah, I can switch it back. Yeah. It sounds like my charts are blurry. I don't know how to fix that, to be honest, but we'll see.
You got to click on the resolution, I think. Are you in 1080?
Yeah, I am 1080 when I do it, but I think mine are a bit blurry as well. I don't know why.
I think we all got to make our numbers a little bigger, even with like the top resolution stuff, like streaming live to YouTube. We can't have these teeny, tiny numbers. Like, and I'm as guilty as the next person, but that's like a future state thing.
Mm.
I'm curious to see. So Mark M doesn't like my entry. I'm kind of curious to see why you don't like my entry. Because so far my entry has taken almost zero risk on any of my fills. So I'm kind of interested to see what your thought process is, Mark, if you want to put that in chat. Because I can explain why I like because like the shorts are so cheap up here because the amount of energy it takes to push higher at this point it takes a lot of money, right, D? Right? Because like the higher, like the more important levels, you need more and more volume and more money to push through. And so I think it looks scariest, but the value is cheapest. And that's why I was talking about like, if other people are getting short up here, like these are the happiest shorts. Anyone who got short 77 is probably really smart and really happy. And anyone who has a short stop above it, who wants to, a buy stop above it, or has their long, stop positions above it are the weakest people. And so the difference between the smartest and strongest and the weakest and frailest is literally one tick. And that one tick is the difference between like 77.02 and 77.05.
Yeah.
And so it's cheap. These are cheap shorts.
Yep.
Order filled.
Oh shit, is that my NASDAQ?
Is that you, Dolby?
No, I think that was me actually.
Oh,
I
nice.
must have the.
Oh, someone.
I was up $9.60. I just put it back on because I was thinking, just to feel something here, guys, because the market's not moving, so I don't feel too bad about having one contract on.
Yeah, that's fine. I thought it was me and my Nazi trade, and I was like, uh oh.
No, I looked at it and it was nowhere near your position.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna close my fourth contract, my fourth buy, my fourth short order, and then I'm actually comfortable going down to break even on this trade now. I do have a rule. Oh, this is okay. There we go. Where I like having my my entry get tested once before I go to break even, just because probably just from like PTSD, to be honest. Because like how many times have we moved a stop too early and then it hits us and runs the other way? So we've gotten my first test.
Yeah.
So we got the first test. So it shouldn't go back there, and if it does, I'm probably wrong.
When I was first trading many years ago, I used to put my stops to break even because, that's what you read that you should be doing. And then every single time it would retest my entry, knock me out, and then proceed to go my way. So at some point, after having that happen to me for like 10 times, I was like, you know what? I've got a stop loss. Like, I don't care. Because I'm sick and tired of not making money and being right. So I stopped moving my stop to break even completely, actually, because these days, if I feel that the trade is breaking down, I would just take it all off. I'm not even going to wait for it to come back to my entry. But I just don't move my stops. Unless, like, I'm maybe in a drawdown for the day, and I don't want to deepen the drawdown, but I still want to try another trade, and it happens to move in my direction. I will remove the risk in that case, but again, it's a different sort of situation.
Yeah. For me, it's like I'm tipping the market gods. That's how I see it. It's like I always want to accept a little bit of risk, just as like a tip, right? Just like be nice to me, don't hit my stop. Here's an extra couple ticks, instead of trying to get that greed and be like, I'm not taking a losing trade. And the market's like, no such thing, buddy. You know what I mean? Like you just have to accept a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I'm not super pumped. You see, it keeps on bouncing, which is pretty annoying.
Always is. Bottom of the hour here.
Jack.
I have a few announcements that I got to throw out there, but first, did anyone see the alternate streams of the Super Bowl. Like, I guess Nickelodeon had their own feed in which at some point, I'm just reading this headline that Leo DiCaprio got roasted by SpongeBob about the women he dates.
Wow.
This is prime culture at this point here.
I'm in with 2 now.
Nice.
That just seems like such an easy joke. I'm kind of over the DiCaprio dates young ladies joke. It's been going on for like a decade.
Yeah, that's like this. Yeah.
Well, he keeps on doing it, so.
Well,
Sure does.
like,
and real quick, just an announcement again about the Topstep X program Tuesday. All right. If you were part of the Topstep X early access, you'll get an email with a code on Tuesday to lock in up to 5 Topstep X 50K trading combines for 4 smackaroos and 50 cents. You will pay what we pay the CME, basically $4.50 every month until you earn funding or for the lifetime of the trading combine. Everybody who has traded or was invited to trade on Topstep X gets this offer. Also, remember, Wednesday is Valentine's Day, but we're also doing a little fire drill. We're going to give away 1,000 trading combine accounts for $4.50 each. You have to be watching. We'll drop a form, get on the list, and then we will send it out. So definitely stick around for that on Friday. Yeah, before you go and get flowers and a bottle of wine and all those other things Eagle Eye Cherry talked about. Be sure to stop by here.
Why?
Wow. We got some. Wow. New highs in S&Ps.
And that is the announcement. A lot of bullets there, but I got through.
I'm pulling my Nazi.
70% long Nasdaq.
It looks like we're just not getting a deep enough pullback in Nasdaq for me to pull off that trade. We might even be back to break even on CL. I mean, it doesn't really want to go down either.
Mm-hmm. But that's a good thing because it means it's spending time. It's spending time still inside the initial balance after trying to go higher. So now we have a whole 30-minute candle that did close back inside it. Now, frequently they do like to retest the initial balance high, which at the moment is at 77.04. So for now, this is still looking okay. It's just slow. Now, depending on how slow this is, this will decide whether this is just a responsive activity day, in which case you might look for some selling back to value, but not full rotation back through the initial balance. Or if it's a true failed auction, we should see a pretty decisive move down. So velocity of the price plays into the type of the setup that I'm doing. And then depending on what's happening, I will modify my targets. So if we have a true failed auction, I'm aiming for my 2R multiples, which is at 76.20. If we don't have the speed, velocity or price increasing, then I'm going to limit my profits to 1R, which is 76.55.
How do you measure velocity? Is that just like an eyeball test on the ladder?
It's an eyeball. It's an eyeball, yeah. So if it starts to get flurry of activity and, a whole bunch of orders going through, you can see it on the tick chart. Everything starts printing faster. That means the momentum is coming. I don't think there's a very good way to measure it systematically with an indicator, but I don't know. I could be wrong. People make indicators all the time.
Yeah. I mean, the 1 minute on crude oil has finally hit a series of lower highs and lower lows, which is nice. So we'll see if we can. Hopefully, chat. What we can see here is what Dee and I are talking about, which is come failed moves, come fast moves, and just how crude oil can go and just piss everyone off to the upside, and then shoot right back down again and make everyone unhappy down there too, and end the day at 76.20 and be totally happy. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Exactly. So hopefully that takes place for us today, just so we can witness it. But that's kind of what I think. That's what you're looking at too, right? We're just calling it slightly different things.
Yeah. It's the same way, just a little bit more methodical.
Yeah, definitely more methodical.
Movements within the setup that I'm doing, and then modifying the target if the speed of the price doesn't come.
So it's interesting though. So we're actually starting to see crude tilt is at 61% right now, short side, which is pretty interesting. At an average price at 89. Yeah. So I would consider those relatively new shorts. And the longs are at 77, so they've been hanging in there. Actually, a great price for the average long.
Yeah, that's true.
NASDAQ and S&P tilt. S&P 65% long. NASDAQ 69% long. Maturity.
I didn't
say something, didn't you?
No one said anything. That was amazing.
I didn't do it. So a little bit longish there. Tickled the highs in the ES. Now it's retreating a little bit. That's and by a little bit I mean just like 1.5 points. But that's a big move today.
It is.
We'll see what happens.
You still short, Jack?
Yeah.
About it.
So like I got stopped and then put it back on, and I'm only risking, a little bit higher than the high of the day, right? So I'm risking like $150 on this right now.
Like it.
I'm probably going to get stopped out for break even, but I still want to get short again. I just want to see if we make. If I get stopped out again, I'm just going to stack sells probably up to like 77.20.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see if we end up breaking it.
Yep.
Yeah, I probably could have done a better job, maybe taking some off. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Jack.
All right, then let's do it.
Thank you, Peter. No, I was just seeing Danielle in chat. Is that the case? Michael's in meetings today? Okay.
He's definitely not in Aspen. That's for sure.
Mm.
Or Snowmass. So, D, you still have a 35-point stop, right? Or 35-tick stop. So you're looking at something above 77.
Yeah, so 77.20. 26 actually is where my stop is. I need to adjust that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see where you're at. Cool. Yeah. This is still just. I still really like this trade though.
Yeah, it's still a failed auction until proven otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. Let's see. Market not short to 76.60. Oh, I see. I don't know if I like shorting like that though. That's like so far down.
Yeah, because then you miss most of the move. Like, what's the point? That's not a cheap trade.
Yeah, that's an expensive. That's like an expensive
with
short.
With crude oil, that can be very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I would much rather try a short up here for like 15 or 20 ticks than try a short down at 76.50. Because at that point, it could go anywhere. It's way more expensive for the market to push higher when it's between 77 and 77.30 versus 76.50 or 76.60, where the market can easily go up and down because it's already done it before.
Yeah, either way. Yeah, once it falls into the middle of the established range, it can go either way. You don't have much of a advantage or an edge there. So the better you can determine what a cheap trade location means, the better your risk reward. Like, why would I get involved at 76.60 when I can see that the price is having trouble around 77? Like, to me,
he made a correction. He's referring to 77.60, not 76.60. So that's almost a full.
Okay. Yeah, well, 77.60 is actually an average daily session high. So, an average session high. I have it at 77.53 at the moment. That would be ideal. That would be great. But then that would be more of an auction fade, which again will put my target into sort of 77.05 territory on the initial balance high, because at that point it's not a failed auction. It's an auction that succeeded. And then at some point, whoever bought on the way up, they ran away, went to the pub. And now, sometimes you can get these hybrid setups that are partial failed auction and then kind of, the partial auction fade that goes into a partial failed auction. But those are not the norm. Those are like oddities in crude oil, because if crude oil is going to run, it's going to run to one side or the other. And if you have a partial auction, that means it's a slow day, and it's actually not a very. It's a slow day, effectively.
Yeah. And then if anyone in chat was like curious, 5-minute ranges, what are you trying to do? Like the setup I have currently is exactly the perfect setup for me. So we have if you want to switch to my charts real quick, DJ on the 1s and the 2s. There we go. Perfect. So this like purple box I have is like the definition of a 5-minute range, and we're short up top. And our stop will now to break even, but ideally, our stop would be up here at 77.11. So we want a break of the 5-minute range for our stop is on the other side, and we want profits for everything down.
Hold on, is
typically
this your?
I like.
Where am I looking?
Yeah, this is my chart. This is my CL chart.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in on that purple box?
Yeah, because I can't really see anything there. It's very. There we go.
There it
candles.
is.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Sorry.
That's better.
Yeah, so this is the 5-minute.
None of us are getting younger.
Yeah, right. So here's the 5-minute box, and then see like my shorts are up top, and then if I had longs, they'd be down here. But if I didn't move my stop to break even, we would be like up here at 77.10, which is outside the 5-minute range. And then ideally, we want to hold until we're out of this 5-minute range. So whatever price action happens in the middle, I should not care about it. Because as we all know, the market is not going to stay in this 5-minute range forever, because eventually all the buyers and sellers will have to go and find more ammunition to either go to the downside or the upside. And so we're just going to wait for this 5-minute range to resolve. And we don't get to pick and choose what direction that is. We just get to, place our bets. And so I'm looking for this to fail to the downside. And my risk is, relatively capped at, even at 210 on a 3 lot. And that would be insane. So we can even accept this. And I'll be okay with this, accepting 210. But that's the idea, chat. You're just looking at shapes on the chart and looking for breakouts from there.
Very well played there, Dolby.
Thank you.
Andre, are you into anything?
Absolutely nothing. Nasdaq's catching a bid though. See if it can carry S&Ps higher. But S&Ps are doing pretty much a whole lot of sideways trading right now. Like I said, we're going to wait this thing out. We got more speakers at 11 and then another at 12. Maybe they get the markets pumping a little bit, but right now, like you said, day after Super Bowl, day before CPI, keep it tight. We're gonna wait this thing out and trade for the entire week. But you're in the short, and we haven't moved really. What are you short from, Jack? 45s?
Because 50, 45, but I took it off for quarter tick. So like right now, it's just like a point in my face right now.
Same price. We've been looking at the same prices all morning.
The S&P has been in a 10-point range since before Power Hour on Friday. So
interesting. That was a great Power Hour, by the way, Dolby. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was fun. It was pretty chill. I mean, it was about as chill as today is, to be honest. But it was fun having everybody on and just being able to have everyone share their experience thus far with Topstep. I thought it was great. And those are just excellent traders and really good guests. Really good guests. I mean, that's like number 1, number 10, and like number 25 funded traders or something.
Top 25. New highs S&Ps. That's pretty good.
So, I took a stop out. So, Robert, I am down $143. Ouch.
And we're still waiting for this 5-minute. So let's see. And here's something fun too. Like y'all talk about hold times. Let's see how long I've been in this trade for.
Oh, by the way, I added onto my my short CL, so I'm actually awesome. In at 2 at 76.90, which you can see on my charts. I've moved Topstep into the middle now.
Yeah. I think we're in a good spot, dude. We're in a really good spot. I
think so.
Yeah. So my first entry was at 8:04. So we've been in this trade for over 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And we've added to it, let's see, 8:04, and then we added another one at 8:10. So about six minutes apart. But a long hold time, right? Almost 45 minutes.
For me, this is pretty normal. Like I said, I was in a crude oil trade for 3 hours on Friday. It's like, come on.
Yeah, you're just getting warmed up.
Yeah.
But this is like not something I would ever do in NASDAQ. I probably would have taken profit as soon as I was up like 600 or 700, because you get punished so hard for holding trades in NASDAQ. Whereas in crude oil, like you actually have time for like a 5-minute range to like set up and then like break out or do its thing. This NASDAQ's so fast, so fast.
Yeah.
Well, we're pushing. Just took out by a tick there the highs in the S&P. Raced back a little bit.
These are all-time highs, right? Every time we make a new high.
In the futures, yeah.
Yeah, future, yeah, unbelievable.
Everybody's in there. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
A little wiggle in CL right there. Saw that little quick little move. Yeah,
whenever I see that, I immediately go to financial juice. I'm like to see whether there's anything happening.
And I typically think we got a wiggle. That means something is going to happen relatively soon. Some sort of movement is going to happen quickly.
What's a wiggle again, Dolby?
It's just you spend enough time watching the ladder, and it just does like a little like shimmy, like a couple ticks here and there.
Yeah.
And for some reason, every time I see that kind of, go ahead.
The way I see it, it's like a quick drop or a quick rise. So it's like boom, 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 and that doesn't happen normally unless you're going to get a move in one direction or the other.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching The Matrix, and it's like, wait, what was that? Like I can't quite explain it, but I saw a thing. I feel that,
yeah.
A wiggle. I can't quite explain it. And that's it's the wiggle. It's just like a couple ticks, shoots down, shoots up. Volatility just like ticks up for like 2 seconds and goes away. So we'll end up seeing if that actually does come to fruition here, whether it's the upside or the downside. But how's the 50-minute chart look on the D? It probably looks pretty damn good for crude oil, right? I'd have to think.
Which one?
CL 50-minute, because we just printed a 50-minute candle like a minute ago. Like I have to think, because the 30-minute looks awesome for if you're a bear. I have to wonder if the 50-minute probably looks just as good.
I mean, the hourly candle is still kind of looking a little bit like a reverse hammer, but we still have a while to go there. 30 minutes looks okay. 15 minutes looks barcodey.
Yeah, we're starting to get range bound in the 15-minute, which is interesting. So if you're a range bound trader, the larger the time frame of the range, the more explosive the move out of that. So the fact that we have a 15-minute coiling suggests to me that we could have a pretty sizable move outside of this. So I could even look at 75.60 as a potential downside, but maybe not after until we run up to like 77.30 and then run all the way back down to 75.60. Because that is totally doable for crude.
Yeah, it is doable. One thing is that we might have some more wiggles going on at 76.10 because that's where the buyers effectively shifted to the upside. They really stepped in at that point. So if it manages to survive that area, then we have a potential to go all the way below the initial balance and then reaching my little orange rectangle at around 75. Well, I have 75.55 because that's the actually the overnight low, I think. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. I got a line there too.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, in just a minute, we're gonna bring in JD is gonna give us the stats. I am short one from 50.49 quarter, really tight there, Robert. But just wanted to say from Financial Juice across there, Bowman saying it's too soon to project when, how much the Fed will cut rates. Well, thank you for that, Bowman. That is very helpful. Speaking of which, JD, can you help us with some stats right now?
You got it, Jack. We got some hot streaks coming up.
Ooh.
Here we go. Carlos, James, and Michael all holding strong in their extended their streaks for another trading day. Carlos is in the live funded account. We've talked about this before. He's trading micros, definitely playing small ball. On Friday, he took home about $27 in profit, if I read that correctly, for the day. And he cleared about $250 on the week. That's jabbing away at it. Way to go, Carlos.
Good for Carlos.
We did lose We did lose 2 traders due to hitting daily loss limits on Friday. So say hello to our newcomers, Landon H. and Jacob W., who are both putting up some decent numbers in their express funded accounts.
Well done.
Nice day. Nice trading, everyone. All right. How about that? Yesterday's best list. Here we go. All righty. Here's our fresh.
Yikes.
These are new names.
Yep. We've seen John R. before. His name has been on our Hot Streaks list in the past. He's been around for a while. Yep. All these traders are in express funded accounts. Nathan B. is on a second consecutive day on our yesterday's best list. Thursday and Friday alone last week, he took home a combined $18,000 trading in a single XFA account. Decent way to close out the week for sure. Then we have Jordan and Colin, each also trading in single XFAs. No trade copying happening for these traders either. Just good overall trading. Well done, everyone.
Nice.
Right on. Well, thank you, JD, for that.
Back-to-back days.
You got it.
I want to be on that list.
No one's stopping you, Dolby.
I think I is.
Jack and Dolby are great.
Hold on.
See, one of the things about the list and stuff, I usually like to allow time to push you there rather than actively try to do it with like 1 or 2 days. Like, oh yeah, let's get there. So yeah, I just let time do its thing.
Yeah.
Might be a different way to look at it.
Well, we had that one day, we had Kyle on that one time where he was actually in a trade, and it's quite something to behold. Some of these people who are really swinging. I think he was at the time just like long 15 NQs and just kind of like casually talking. It was.
And I think the market was rallying in his favor too, and he was just being so chill about it.
Yeah, but then kaboom.
Yeah.
So
we haven't heard from him.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. We used to see this in prop firms all the time. You get like these big swingers coming in. They're like, yeah, 120 contracts. Like, yeah, you have no idea what you're doing. And then literally you don't see them after 2 weeks. It's like,
true.
Oh, where's that guy? That guy, he blew out. So, and to me, I would rather be someone who catches a lot of ticks on a smaller position size than, just be like, wow, let's just go all in. It's not to say that I haven't traded with large positions. I have, but you have to earn your way to properly do that. You can't just go, oh yeah, nothing, and then let's go. Because that means that your whole strategy is just riding on the fact that you're trading big size rather than a true skill. You can manage risk for that size so that you're not blowing out every time the market doesn't go your way. So that's one of the issues that I kind of have with people who trade big too soon. Not that 15 contracts is that big. In prop world, that's not a lot. But for this sort of market, amateur traders coming in, it's a little bit, on a. I mean, it's great TV. Don't get me wrong. I love looking at that as much as the next person. But it's just not what a newer trader should be striving to do.
No,
that's my take on
I
it.
get those professional losses. I knew a guy that lost $2.5 million in a night.
Yeah,
damn.
Yeah, I know a guy as well.
Yeah.
What was
in
the
fact,
trade?
we all went out. There was a guy who, one of my traders, Deeyana, she dated this dude, and he was a trader as well. And he was trading, I think this guy was trading ES, and he tried to short it when it was like going massively up. And something happened to the platform. He couldn't actually get out of a trade. So yeah, similar, over 2 million. But again, because he had made so much money for the company, nothing happened. They still held him, they still kept him.
Yeah.
So
Robert, I am out of that. I'm down 283. Also, Andre, you were asking what the trade was. It's kind of similar to what Deeyana was talking about, is that with these people that trade big, especially, we were doing a lot of fading of stuff, is that the name of the game was how much size you could put on, right? And it can work for years. And then when it doesn't work spectacularly because you keep on the kind of trading we were doing. You were adding aggressively. Hey, Dolby, you got a winner?
Oh, Dan and I are very happy puppies right now.
We are very happy puppies.
I'm trying my best to have a stone cold killer face like D, but I just had to let out a little clap here because this is
good job,
going
Dolby.
very nicely for us. Very, very nicely for us.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
Mr. Dolbs.
Finally put a winner on. This is great. Actually, I had a winner on yesterday. I had one on Friday. But I agree with D. Like, I think from my experience trading and trading combines, it's like you can only trade the size you're emotionally prepared to trade. And I feel like every time I sized up when I wasn't ready for it, like emotionally things just broke down. And I either started over managing positions or just over managing positions. And that would include taking stops and moving them to break even too soon, or getting like really conservative and going to the 1 minute chart and like, trying to find reasons to over manage positions because I wasn't used to handling the risk. So if you are someone who does size up too fast, too soon, and you start over managing, that's probably wise because you're just not ready emotionally to see the big numbers yet. And as you get there,
it takes mental adjustment. Yeah, exactly. It's also why for whenever I try trading larger, I like to switch to just tick based. Like when I don't like looking at P&L, I just like to look at ticks because then every trade looks the same. Doesn't matter what your position size is. But obviously you have to be sure of your strategy to do that because you have to be somewhat aware of your P&L.
Yeah, and just
let's see how the market.
Get in this, man.
Yeah.
Just to update Robert, I took one off at 76.55. So my realized P&L is $434, let's say. And unrealized is still 980. So I'm still going to hold 2 short contracts in CL, but we did peel one off for 450. Ideally, I still want to see this 15-minute consolidation break down even further or see us reconsolidate on the 5-minute, and then I'll remanage my position based on what happens on the 5-minute. So I still want to hold this trade. I don't want to get too excited and just cut it. So let's wait and see what happens here. But we're in a really good spot. Really, really good spot.
Nice trade.
A bit of a speed bump that we ran into. So depending on how that behaves, how price behaves around here. So let me just mark it on my chart. So this orange area here is giving us a bit of a reaction. So now what I want to see is price not having any buying wicks here and just closing at least a 5-minute chart into this area. Then that gives us a better chance of a continuation trade. If that doesn't happen and it starts to mess around, I'm going to close this. And I am trading my live account, which is here. So, yeah, just going to try and put everything on the same screen.
Yeah, I could.
Oh, that's screaming. Interesting.
Who screamed?
Yes, it went up.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah. We've broken out.
Cannot get in. Waiting for a pullback to possibly buy, but it's hard to get in on this rally.
Well, see, that's controlling your risk. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
flat. Whatever. Took a couple of shots. They didn't work out, but
we're waiting for the big one, Jack.
All right.
I love that. That got me good this morning.
On the day when the market opens above value, if it opens above value like ES has opened with a very moderate imbalance, that usually means up, unless you get the value acceptance. That's why I don't want to go against that particular condition, because it just doesn't serve very well, especially not in equities. It's a low probability trade to go short when you have that condition.
Yeah, we might be able to bounce off of 76.50 and then see if support turns into resistance at 76.75 and see if all those longs who felt super smart at 76.77 decide to cover, so they would become sellers, and then we might get them pushing the market down even further if they're not super confident. And I wonder if we could actually use the tilt here to help us kind of suss out longs. So we're at 70% short. Average short price is 80, which is pretty good. They're in the money at like 17 cents. And then the average long is 56. So they're starting to feel some heat now, which is interesting. So we'll see how.
So whenever I was watching Tilt actively, and there's a directional move, I noticed this thing. I actually have it on my post-it notes. So you have a good directional move, and then Tilt goes to 50-50. There is always a retracement, and a pretty fierce one. So that's something that I started watching recently. So let's see if the same thing can happen. I've got the Tilt here on TopstepX on crude.
Mm-hmm. And
that can be kind of like our early exit.
Yeah, we were talking about that wiggle earlier that we saw. Does this move outside of like the 15-minute range kind of suffice for what we thought was going to happen as far as getting that breakout out of the range?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And also because we've broken below the first demand that we had. If I use my I'll take back this time machine. Let me clean up the chart so you can see things better. So here we go. So now I have just the supply and demand zones here, and I'm going back in time to see what happens. So this was the demand area here that I wanted to see the break of, and then the price smashed through that, and now we retested it. Like you say, there'll be a break of a support, turns into resistance. So that's what we're seeing here now. But now I have this other zone that is guiding my decision making. So if we push back into this area, that's going to be a bad sign for my trade. But if we keep going lower, that means this new resistance is holding. So, it's a very systematic way to kind of track what's going on with your trade, but you have to have a cool head to do it. So rather than getting super excited that the trade is working out, you need some orientation points, and then you just track what's going on.
Right. Yeah, I think we're looking at the same thing. I think with slightly different words, which seems to be very, very common in trading. It's like 4 or 5 different words for the exact same thing.
Yeah. Everybody looks at the same levels, however you call them. If you look at the markets long enough, you're going to come to some similar conclusions. Eerily similar.
Yeah. And if we can stay down here for another, let's say 4 or 5 more minutes, and we can print underneath, let's say 76, 65, I'd probably be interested in starting to walk my stop down a little bit. But I'm not going to get super nervous until we break 76, 75 and get back up within what I would consider the 5-minute range.
We also have the European close coming up. So European close usually gives a little bit of a wiggle to the opposite side.
It does, yeah. So in which direction would you think that would happen here? To the upside or to the downside?
Well, since we fell, it would be upside because people are kind of flattening into the close.
Yeah. Interesting.
Let's see what slightly higher time frames look like.
You got sellers and equities.
Here we should go from the 30 minutes.
Just pull back.
Oh, looks like NQ ran like crazy to the upside. Oh, I missed that one. Yeah, see, I just wanted a deeper stop run in NQ. Just didn't get filled on it, unfortunately. But it was like the idea was right.
Yeah.
Did that correspond exactly with crude oil rolling over, or like NASDAQ and crude doing like the inverse thing right now? What was that, like 9:30?
I'm not sure. I've tried to find correlations between equity indices and crude oil for many years, and every time I thought I had something, it totally didn't work systematically and enough times to be useful. So yes, there is a correlation, but it's not that that close. You can't really use it. Yeah.
I think when oil prices start trading around 100, 110, 120, I think you'll start seeing it impact equities a little bit. But that's the only time I can see there being any sort of impact on equities.
Yeah, it has to be some kind of an event, general event that actually impacts all the markets across the board. It can't be just like, it's because crude oil is falling or rising. So it actually has to be an event, like maybe a black swan event or some problem with a war somewhere, problem with one of the refineries getting shut down, and that will impact everything. But until such time, those kind of correlations are very weak.
Yeah. I just wonder, like, is there so little going on right now that that's all that people are looking at? It's just like, well, what's crude doing? What's NASDAQ doing? Because honestly, they're kind of lined up a little bit. NASI started bolting at like 920, and then CL started rolling over at around 920-ish. I don't think that's like anything that we can draw a conclusion from, to be honest, but it's slightly interesting. Slightly interesting. Because I wonder if NASDAQ is going to do a stop run to the upside and then just come right back down again and get back within VWAP at the end of the day. Although it's a pretty strong move. Do you guys take any of these longs? Indices?
No.
Andre?
No, pissed that I
missed
didn't.
it all?
Yeah, but here's, like I said, here's a little pullback. I'm seeing how far it comes back, and then don't ever say Nazi again. He said in the chat.
Why not?
I don't know. I like it.
Yeah. Is that like when someone says moist, they just like have a meltdown? Is that the same thing?
Yo.
They also spelled it Nazi, which is a little weird. Can we call it that? Nazi.
So we got a 5 minutes starting to consolidate on CL here. If we can get down to like 76.60, I'd probably be okay moving my stop down. But I still want more, I think. We'll see.
We have a newly formed supply via the bearish engulfing in a 30-minute chart. So now that line is at 76.75. So they might want to go there to pick up some more orders.
76.75. I was thinking about adding a short there, but I wonder if it would screw up my average too much.
Yeah, probably.
Because that'd probably get me down to like 76.98.
The Nazi daddy.
Wow, chat went off the rails.
Yep.
Chat, you need to calm down, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, calm down, chat. It is still the morning. We're not even power hour yet.
No, I think it's who is in a power hour? You, me, and DannysTrades, I believe.
Oh yeah.
What else we got today?
It's going to be a good time. We got Tuchman at 11.
Very cool.
So let's see. We've been in this trade for over an hour so far. Is that a record for fast markets?
Has to be.
No. I've held trades for 90 minutes.
Oh shit. Okay, there you go.
Fast markets before. Yeah.
Oh, 90 minutes. Okay, so that's my target.
We're going for 91 minutes.
We're going to go for the longest trade. We're going to go for the longest trade on fast markets. So a little bit of resistance there at 76.75. But we can look around.
Yeah, Paul Revere actually has a point. He says needs London sell-off into session close. I actually agree because now we bounced earlier before the European close. So now the European close might actually bring us more short. It's all to do with like what the price is doing in anticipation of the next expected market movement, depending on whether we have another session closing or bond markets closing. It's all to do with tracking what we've done so far and then expecting an opposing move when the next party comes to play, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Jack, did you piss off the Dow? Because that thing is like going parabolic right now.
He hated on the Dow.
Yeah, like, it is like it's going literally straight up.
Yeah, S&Ps are 2 new highs here with liquidity to the upside. Oop, damn, that just got taken out. They're gobbling it up to the upside here. 50, 54.
Anything.
I'm pretty sure when Patak bought 5,000, we have not seen it since. It's been quite the rally. And yeah, trading 50, 50, 54 right now.
I'm moving my stop down to just above that 5-minute candle, so it's 76.75. I'm not going to add anything. Ideally, it should not get back up there. If my thesis is correct, we should just go below that and further down. So if we do get stopped out, that'll be 540 plus 400. So I think about 900-ish, maybe almost 1,000 on the trade for over an hour. Yeah.
Nice.
So we'll see how it plays out. It gives me some ammo into power hour, though.
Yes, it does, Dolby.
Oh.
I'm not switching accounts. I'm not switching accounts.
Today we have Andre, Dolby, and DannysTrades will be on the power hour. Look out.
Watch out for DannysTrades, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. You just got to believe in yourself. That's all.
Call it Pelosi.
Or call Pelosi. Either believe in yourself or just have a friend named Pelosi. So 1 minute chart on CL, higher highs, higher lows. We'll probably get stopped out, and I agree with that. Let's do a stop run into the euro close. Let's see if we can break 77, 70.05, 77.10, because I'll be more than happy to hop right back into a short again if we can, if we get up there.
Maybe later on, maybe after lunch. That could be a good play if we're up there already.
Yeah. I just feel like it's so cheap. It's so cheap. It definitely feels like I'm getting stopped out. It has stop out vibes on it. So anyway, how's chat trading today? I hope chat's trading well.
Yeah, how's everybody
chat
doing?
trading?
Yeah. I'm curious. How is chat trading today? Are they enjoying this volatility
Should we do
today
a poll?
with us?
Let's do a poll.
Yeah. Richard Harris made a Chipotle bowl. Congratulations on your Chipotle bowl for lunch.
Hey there.
Yeah.
Bowl with guac.
$15, bag of chips. That's how I measure everything.
Guacamole
42 points.
price index.
$20 in Aspen, so absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. There definitely are some things cheaper in Aspen. Yeah, there are some things that are cheaper though.
Like what?
Oh. You know, some greenery.
Gotcha. Colorado.
Yeah. We just got stopped out, so we're plus 970 on that trade. So that took a little over almost an hour for that whole position to play out. And we took almost no risk on that trade.
Nice trade.
Nice.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. What else can we find today?
I love it, dude.
Well, why we're
I'm stocking
searching
with D.
for-
I'm not market stocking with D.
Hell yeah, man. I wish I could. Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's what it's all about.
That's what I'm doing. I'm stocking the markets.
Let's stock it up, guys and gals. But first, JD, if you're there and you have the top 10 list, would you be so nice as to pop that up? Actually, I'm really
Just because I'm a nice guy. Let's go over
Okay.
it.
Are you in the office, JD?
I am at home today. Notice there's no voice of Mick behind me today.
It's true.
That's right.
No.
Yeah.
No.
All right. We got that 6 through 10 coming up.
Do I have to pull it up?
Probably.
Okay, let's wait a minute. This is the joy of production and being on the show at the same time. So, Dolby, gloat about your trade for like another minute. Try and find something else. And then we'll see the top 10 list.
Yeah. Not a problem. It was perfectly executed short. Had my 5 minute range. We shorted on the way up, just feathered some one lots, got filled on them, and we called the little mini stop run and the top perfectly. So very, very little risk on the trade. I think our total risk was a little over maybe sort of between 300 and 500 if things really went south, and we got 900 out of it. So we got 2 to 1, 2.5 to 1, maybe even 3. So pretty good.
Did you take any
heat? Great range.
Did you guys take any heat on that trade?
Almost none.
Well done. Hope the chat
I was short 77.03.
I think I took maybe about 8 points heat on mine.
Wow.
But
Okay.
again, minimum. Yeah. So let's see what happens
I
in
took
2
maybe 1 or
European
2
close.
at most, maybe 1 or 2. But I'm looking forward to the European close. So if you don't trade CL, and you probably heard a lot more CL today than you normally do on fast markets, it operates on like certain time frames, right? So from 8 a.m. Central to, oh God, what is it? Now I'm clamming up. I think like 10 is kind of like one session, and then from 10 to 10:30 is European close. Then from 10:30 to 12, you get a big lunch. And then from 12 until 1, I would consider second session. And then from 1 until 1:30, you get US pit session close. So you kind of get like mirrored pockets of volatility based off a time frame. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Deeyana, yes. Deeyana, talk to us about Deeyana. Deeyana, you break it down in three segments.
Yeah.
Can you remind us how you do
Well,
that?
similar to what Dolby just said. That's how I break it down. So we have the beginning of the session. Then we have that period after the initial bounce where you typically see a reversal, like we've seen today. Whether it's completely reverses to where it came from or not, that's the matter of open sentiment, what we have on the day, and a whole bunch of other things. And then you get into the European close when you have a bit of a wiggle. It's probably what we're seeing here. Then we have the lunchtime when everything is slower, but you can't have fake outs. So you think that you're seeing a reversal, but then as soon as the next session comes in, so sort of post lunchtime, it reverses yet again. So if you kind of try and put your strategies into those time zones, you will do a lot better on crude oil than just kind of going, oh yeah, I'm just doing this, click. It's very, very time dependent.
It is. And you could almost say that the reason we're even seeing a reversal almost exactly at 10 o'clock is because you have European traders starting to get flat, whatever the opposite of the previous move was.
Yeah.
So, I would actually consider this somewhat similar to like MOC for indices. And like this is a behavior pattern. Yeah, it's a behavior pattern for crude oil, whereas for MOC is for indices. And if you're not super familiar with those markets, that's something that you end up learning pretty quick. So it's like, why is this happening at this exact time every single time? And it's like, oh, because this market has a certain personality that's inherent in it, and that comes down to time frames, really.
Yeah.
All right. Real quick, my throat is all messed up today. 1 second. All right, we do have the top 10 now within my control. JD, are you there?
All right.
Ready? Waiting. Let's do it.
All right. When I hit this button, you will see numbers 6 through 10, and JD, take it away.
Here we go. All right. So we have...
I love this list.
Karis D, Victor N, Feruz T, Gideon G, and Jan. Ian, still not sure how we pronounce that. That looks like the list from Friday, actually. All right, we have one new name on the list.
Has it been updated?
It's been updated. I updated it yesterday, actually.
All right, let me check on that.
Hey, while he's checking, can we get some likes up in the chat here? We're a little light on likes. We've got over 3,300 people watching. Please hit the like button and subscribe. We greatly appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the
remember, it's the like button. It's the like button below the video, not in the chat. I see a lot of people pressing the like in the chat.
Thank you for the clarification.
If anyone's keeping track of 5-minute ranges, NQ is in a very, very nice one right now.
Yep. So new highs. We've got 600 lots sitting at 50, 57 half, and S&Ps over 600 sitting on the offer, 57 half.
Yeah. So if you're trading 5-minute ranges in NASDAQ, you'd be trying to find a way to get short, probably like 65 evens, and then everything below that to say 58 evens, and then you're just hoping for a bounce. Basically, that resistance becomes support, and then you catch that move to the upside. Alternatively, you could try shorting. If you're on the bearish side, 82 would be considered cheap, in my opinion, based off of this. But, that's what I would do, or how I would view it. And, oh, man, CL, this is great. D, are you still short or no?
I'm still short. Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because usually I don't like to jump out of trades and then jump back in. That's not really my style. So once I get my failed auction that results as a bearish engulfing, especially on a 30-minute chart, and I already have a pretty good entry, I will try and hold it all the way through lunchtime. And then if that starts to break down, I might take it off. But, sometimes I sit in trades for about 4 hours, even though a lot of the days you get your move within an hour. But today I'm looking for a little bit more. It is Monday. I'm not looking to scalp. I'm already sitting on some buffer for my gold trade. So, all easy, relaxed, one trade per product. I'm cool with that today.
Yeah, I'm gonna work some shorts again in CL, but I'm gonna specifically try to play this Euro close breakout that we are anticipating happening. So I'm going to try 3 shorts at 77.10, 15, and 20. And then we're going to have our stop right above 77.29. If we get up there, we may or may not get filled, but we'll find out in the next 10 minutes or so. We probably won't, but let's see. I think the stop runs are pretty tempting. So we'll wait.
Yep.
How's Nazi doing?
Trading sideways right now on the 5-minute. Yeah. S&Ps keep catching a bid, trading 50.56 now. It's new highs, man. Cannot short this market. Like someone said in the chat, it's too strong to short right now. Just got to buy the pullbacks, which I haven't done, but still looking.
Well, let's put in some orders to buy pullbacks then.
I like it.
So I'm just going to do basically the exact same thing I'm doing for crude, but I'm just going to do it for Nasdaq.
Nazi.
So limit orders far away from market, and we're just going to see if we can get a stop run of the 5-minute range, and then get that to the upside. So we have 2 different orders working right now, 2 different markets.
Got some hooks in the water.
So let's see what happens.
So JD. So we're not going to have the top 10 list graphic today because somebody on the production team was naughty and renamed the tab in the spreadsheet that links to that. So it's broken. But JD, if you have any notes about the top 5, just throw that out there.
Sure do have some notes about the top 5. All right.
Did you change the spreadsheet? Was it you?
It might have been.
Did you do this
inadvertently?
Okay.
I update it every day, so I'm usually the only
later.
one working in there. Okay.
Okay.
You know what? I did. I renamed it from top 5 to top 10 because it is the top 10, not the top 5.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, there's a reason I had it as top 5, but that's because that's what it's all linked to in the spreadsheets.
Okay. Sorry, Jack.
Massive run to the upside in crude oil. Just heads up.
Yeah.
Heads up.
All right.
Well, I'll just run off these top 5 real quick. We have our anonymous friend, JR. Despite a rough week last week, took some losses, but held on to the top spot for another day. Hot on his tail, though, is our guy, Coach Dakota, in the number 2 spot. His live funded transfer went through on Friday, moving him up into 2nd place. Coach Dakota is now trading in 4 funded accounts right now, 1 live and 3 XFAs. Then we have Ronald S., Jalen C., and Isaac R. to round out the top 5. Great job, everyone. 5 of our top 10 traders are trading in the live account. Our guy Rips is still on the move also. Ranked number 18 now among all funded traders and number 7 among all live funded traders.
Hell yeah, Rips. Nice comeback.
I got a feeling he's going to be breaking into the top 10 pretty soon, guys.
Yeah, he's a focused individual.
You're getting up at 1 a.m., eh?
It's nuts.
Yep. So we got a few more minutes here in Fast Markets, but when we're done, be sure to stick around because we got Shoulder Tap with Robert and Mick are there. We have Dolby with Dolby. Is your guest going to be there or what's up?
Yeah, we should be good. I haven't checked my phone today, but I haven't heard that otherwise. So yeah, we should have Tuchman at 11 o'clock for a 15-minute macro overview from the New York Stock Exchange.
Nice.
Very nice. Anne Marie will be the guest on the quiz today. Group coaching with Robert and JD. And then they'll be doing Strategy Lab too. And then during Power Hour, we have Andre, Dolby, and Danny the Menace Trades will be doing Power Hour. Should be fun. JD, if you want, since we don't have that graphic, you're going to have to draw the top 10. I want for tomorrow, I want a piece of paper decorated with a drawing of the top 10 and P&L, and I will post that. Then and only then will I fix the top 10 spreadsheet. Thanks for sticking around. Anyone who's still in a trade here? Dee, are you still short?
I'm still in the trade. Yep, still short. So
awesome.
I'm going to wait and see what happens. Yeah.
What about you, Dolby?
Pending orders. That's it.
Yep. Pending orders. So you're flat up. What was it, like 970 or something?
Yeah, 970. We're up so far.
Very
nice. I was
nice.
up 600 from gold, and now I'm waiting to see what happens with this. So yeah.
Have not been able to get into this rally.
Strong.
long is the move? Have not been able to get into this rally.
Yeah.
NASDAQ was trading sideways if you want to get in there, but S&Ps, there's been a one bull pullback. It's been hard as hell to get into.
So at this point,
now what do you do?
I wouldn't jump into it. You know, as far as like trying to do shorts, it was earlier. We were kind of in that range, and we were extended the top side, and that's when I took the short just for, you know, I won't say the word S and giggles, pretty much, but like we've been in a range for a while. Now that we're outside that range, and this is looking fierce. Personally, I'm holding off till the afternoon.
You're gonna have to.
Power hour.
I like that. Yeah, there you go, Rips. Up 5K on the day. So that should help me. Well done, Rips.
Nice. Yeah.
Rips. Very nice.
Never hear by the
David B is asking, why does no one trade R2Y? Why does no one trade R2Y?
I don't know. I think it's a fun product.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be. It's just you got to trade. The reason, so I traded bonds when I was working professionally, but not outrights. The reason I'm trading ES on this is just because it's liquid, right? It doesn't have this sort of, it's super liquid. It moves a little bit more signal, I feel like, than the NASDAQ. I don't know how y'all do it, man. I looked at NASDAQ later and have a panic attack every time I see it.
Same. Yeah, I said I need to pop a beta blocker if I'm going to trade NASDAQ, you know?
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But if you know
5-minute range trading NASDAQ, it's ripping to the upside now off the 5-minute range.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
If you know any good RTY traders out there, maybe that are, I don't know, good on camera or would join us, we would gladly add someone to be our Russell aficionado, but no one at the moment. Not many of you guys trade it in the combine either. It's pretty... The vast majority of y'all are ES or NASDAQ, mostly NASDAQ. All right. Well, any parting wisdom for us, Steve? We're just about out of time.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that for me?
Sorry, dude. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any parting wisdom? Actually, I thought it was very profound, the silence. Just,
Yeah, just... That is the wisdom. Just take it slow today, guys. It's Monday. You know, we're February. You know, it's still early in the year as well. So don't rush into things. If you don't see a good setup, you know, leave it for a couple of hours. Come back. You still don't see a good setup. Wait until the next day. So patience is a huge thing in this game. So yeah, let's go into this week with a little bit of caution, and let's see what CPI numbers bring tomorrow.
Yeah, CPI is going to be huge. Stick around. Dolby and D, great trading today. I couldn't stop touching that hot stove, but, you know, limited damage. I'm fine with that.
Damn it.
Yeah, damn.
Well,
Anyway, I didn't have to get shoulder tapped because that's coming up next. We got Mick and Robert doing that, so stick around. It's going to be a fun day. I'm excited. I'm amped. We'll see you just after this. Goodbye.
Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Robert Cooney, one of the coaches here, and we are here with risk manager Mick. We got a lot to talk about today, not too much time to do it. So, Mick, how you doing, and what do you say?
I'm good, Robert. Thanks. Nice to be on with you. I guess we should just dive right in here. Last week was kind of an interesting week as far as people we called up to live and people that we offboarded from the live accounts. We had on Friday 4 call-ups, 4 offboards, and believe it or not, we were equal with 14 call-ups on the week last week and 14 call-ups, 14 offboards, live accounts that we closed last week. So today, seeing a lot of red on the boards. We do have a couple of people I'm going to talk about that are doing really well today. Shout out to Deeyana. She's up $560 right now. And I also want to give her a shout out for the words of wisdom she gave at the end of the segment just before we hopped on, talking about it's early in the year, early in the week. Be cautious. Reminder about CPI tomorrow. We always want to be staying informed about what kind of releases we have upcoming. We never want to get blindsided by anything, like an economic release that tends to have, especially the CPI, tends to have quite a high impact on the markets as of lately. Big shout out to Rips too. He's up $4,250 trading his live account today. And then my biggest shout out, very proud of her, someone we recently called up, Karis Dow. She is up $12,000 today. She slapped a 12 lot on in the NASDAQ earlier this morning and wrote it out for 50 points over the course of about an hour and 5 minutes or so. So 12 grand in just over an hour. And she took no heat on that trade whatsoever. 12 in, 12 out, all in, all out. I know a lot of our viewers ask, when we're talking about these big P&Ls, are they scaling in? Are they going all in, all out? It's a little bit of a mix, and sometimes people that will go all in, all out will actually scale in and scale out, which, it kind of is situationally based from what I've seen and observed from our funded traders. So Karis, 12 grand, it's very early on in the account. And she brought that account with today's winning. She's over 50 grand in that live account. So big shout out to her. I know you guys were talking about the leaderboard. She'll probably be on there pretty soon at this rate. And despite putting up a nice 5-figure winning day today, I had shared her trading card in the past. She's not always, a big swinger. She's one of those traders that takes what the market gives her. She saw an opportunity today, and it was exciting to watch that P&L climb progressively throughout the course of that hour. So really good on her. While I'm going from talking about being very happy with some good trading, I want to pull up a card for Felix, who this is less of a shout out and more of a shoulder tap. Felix has been trading in his live account for only 4 short days. And I'll say his back is more than against the wall here. He basically has an account balance of less than $200 current state after 4 short trading days. And I want to talk about this trading because he's a premier example of something that a trader who's getting called up from XFA to live should not be doing. I'm going to start with his weekly P&L last week. He's only got 4. I'm laughing at the trading card here. No. The eyes go right to the bottom of that trading card. That's what I put on there. They lost $5,800 last week. They only had about $6,000 in the account to start. And they only had $6,000 in this account because they took advantage of the taking a payout of half of their account balance during that transition from XFA to live. So for the payout policy, you can take up to 50% of your account after you string together 5 winning days of $200 or more. They do not need to be consecutive. But then, again, you have the opportunity to take a payout during that transition. And they would have started with about $12,000 in this account. Felix would have. But they took half of that during the transition and left themselves with about $6,000 in that account. Now, $6,000 is not a lot of dough to have in your account if you're someone who's in 150K account size, and on your losing days, you're risking up to $3,000. You're essentially giving yourself 2 swings at the plate right there. Now, granted, they had a couple small winning days in here, 2 losing days, 2 winning days, but their average winning day was only $550 across those 2 winning days. And then the average losing day is over $3,000 with the slippage after the auto liquidators fired. So a couple of things to look at here. If you risk $3,000 in a day, don't leave yourself in a position where you don't have enough cushion to weather multiple losing days in a row. I mean, here we have 2 losing days and the account's basically closed. $200 is not going to get you anywhere. It's not enough cushion to turn things around unless you're really someone who's determined to grind it out trading micros or something like that. From what I've seen in Felix's trading activity, he is not. So this account's probably going to get busted tomorrow because they don't have any ammo left. That's about all I have here. Don't risk too much early on. Going back to what Deeyana said, it's early in the year. Hoag and I talk about it a lot. Start slow. So there's a few things. I mentioned the transfer amount and what you should leave yourself with cushion. That's not a one size fits all. If you're someone who only risks a few $100s a day, you could be just fine with $6,000 to start in your account. If you're someone like Felix, you need a lot more than that. And Felix should have not taken a payout at that point in time. Because I know he had taken a payout. He already paid himself from his XFA activity. That money of that $12,000 should have been left as cushion. So, we on the risk team, myself particularly, get a little irritated when we come across some activity like this. Obviously, I wish I would have just left Felix in the XFA. He would have taken a payout. This money would have been lost in sim, but we have to. He traded well in the XFA; it just didn't carry over to the live account. So this is a shoulder tap for Felix and anybody in a similar situation. Don't do what he did. With that, let's move on to the next card. I want to talk about Robert.
Not me.
Not you, Robert T, not Robert C. All right, so Robert here, okay, we got Robert's card up. Average daily P&L it's a negative value, $164 on average per day. I actually have a lot of he's not been trading great, overall since he got called up to live 44 trading days ago. He's been in this account for 44 days. So I actually give him kudos for grinding it out and trading in this account and having the account last 44 days. Believe it or not, 44 days in a live account is a long stretch. So he's not been making money. He's been kind of treading water. A couple of things here that I think he could make some adjustments to are in the statistics here. So he is right 65% of the time on his trades. He's got 65% winning trades, a little bit lower winning day percentage, but he's putting up winning days more than half the time, or right around half. It's just those winning days are not as big as the losing days. On average, those losing days are $1,300, as you could see, and he's only putting up $700 winning days. Robert, if you're watching, and for everybody else that's watching, if you have metrics like that, average winning day of $700, your average losing day cannot be bigger than that $700 value. You can't be, on average, losing more than $700. I say it a lot. Nobody's got any business risking more on a losing day than they can put up on an average winning day. And with Robert, again, commending him for 44 days in this live account. That's a lot of sample size. And when you have a lot of sample size like that, not all these traders that I talk about or feature on these cards have 44 days. That's really a time when that sample size gets that large that you need to start reflecting on these metrics, lean into them, learn about areas where you can make adjustments, and make those adjustments. Right off the cuff, Robert, stop risking $1,300 a day on your losing days. That you got to make it 700. If it was 700, that average daily P&L would be a positive number and you'd be profitable in this account. So it's as easy as that. Go back, look at the stats. Robert, you're the stats guy. Go back, look at the stats, make some changes. These are subtle changes we're talking about. He's just got to end his day a little bit earlier. Something else I want to talk about here is the risk reward. It's lopsided. For every dollar he's making, he's risking $4. Short trading NASDAQ on the shorter time frame, the average risk reward in monetary terms, he's making $118. Oh, we lost Robert. He's making $118 per contract on the winning trades, but he's risking $400 per contract on the losing trades. It's lopsided. I don't care if you're a scalper or if you're a higher time frame trader. You need to have pretty much 2-to-1 risk reward or better. There are people that can skate by with 1-to-1. I've featured them many a times on here. There's people that can skate by with 1-to-1 risk reward. But those are the people that are right like 80% of the time or a high percentage of the time. So I don't think it's real. We always want to aim for those high winning trade percentages, but we're going to come short. I talked about it with Andre. I talk about it with Hoag. Aim for 100% winning trades every single day. Aim for it. Some days you might make it. Most days you're not going to. But if you set your goals high and you are thinking about 100% winning days, you're going to be more selective. And chances are you'll get closer to that 100% than you would if you were just kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall, taking shots with your trades. So, again, good on Robert. I'm happy he's been treading water for 44 days. That's not an easy thing to do. You know, we talk about a high failure rate in this industry. So to be barely losing after 44 trading days is good stuff. I remember when I first started trading, and Robert, you've probably heard something similar. You know, I talked to everybody that I possibly could, and I had a background on the grains floor. So I talked to a lot of wheat traders, corn traders, bean traders, and to my surprise, when I started, most of them said, if you are break even on your first year, you're in good shape. And I'm like this young, cocky kid. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. But they said, you know, and these are people with decades of experience. If you're break even on your first year, good on you. So I'm saying good on you, Robert. And I want to point out a couple areas where make some tweaks. You'll see the statistics change if you can look at that risk reward and keep those losing days smaller. So moving on from this shoulder tap, I want to do a shout out. Can we pull up the trading card for Sung Yu? Sung Yu is been with us since July of 2022. I'm seeing nothing but good stuff in this live account. They've only traded 4 days in the live account, but their XFA looked very good. Out of Taiwan, NASDAQ. They had a nice 4-day win streak last week. They made over 14 grand in 4 days, 14,260. I was keeping an eye on him today because he was in the markets. He did his $1,000 daily loss limit, which is fine. You know, on average, those 4 days, he's put up $3,600 per day. I will say that got heavily weighted with a $9,000 winning day that he had last week. But he's at 100% winning days, that 4-day streak, and 85% winning trades. Hold times, excellent here. Excellent, excellent, excellent. He's been holding his winning trades for an hour and 45 minutes.
Wow.
And I can count on one hand how long he holds his losing trades. If it's not working, boom, he cuts it. And those winners, he's very patient and lets them ride. I don't think I've seen, and again, small sample size here. Obviously, he had a tiger by the tail on that $9,000 winning day last week. So it's only 4 days in, but the hold times are really, really impressive. And I don't think we've shared hold times that have been that have had that wide of a spread with an hour and 45 minutes held in the winners and 5 minutes cut the losers. That's really nice. And also impressive here, they're trading ones and twos. I talk about, you know, for day traders, a bulk of the money is made catching a piece of the trend for the day. Look how much you can make trading 1 lots and 2 lots if you're holding the trade and catching a piece of the trend. I'm not talking about our 15 lot traders that I say are big swingers. They're trading ones and twos, trading just about as small as they possibly can trade. And they're putting up numbers like this. That is impressive trading. That is very impressive trading. And then they've got a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio. You know, per contract, they're making $300 and per contract, and they're only risking $100, 95 to be exact. So this is really good. The last thing I point out here on this trading card is, despite the live account activity, I went back and I was looking at some of the old express funded account activity. I was looking at trading combine activity. Yes, Sung puts up big winning days, but they're not all big winning days. This is not someone who I would say is a swing for the fencer where you always see, 4-figure up, 4-figure down, 4-figure up, 4-figure down. They're taking 3-figure winning days on the profits. They're taking 3-figure losing days. So that tells me, and I've said it before, is this traders, they're taking what the market gives them, and not every trade is the same. It also leads me to believe that there could be, multiple, what I like to call profit centers that Sung's implementing. They might have one strategy for a certain market state or a certain time of the session. They might have another strategy that is a longer term strategy that they ride out the trends and have little scalps. So I wouldn't say they're flailing at all by any means, but they're doing different things based on their own discretion and their decisions. So I always like that. I'll label the big swingers as people that are always making or losing large sums of money. And I'll say that the people that are nimble and flexible are the ones that I see. They hit singles, they take small losses, but they also can catch those big wins too, based on the market environment and situation. So big shout out to Sung. I'm very happy with his progress in his first 4 days, today being day 5 and hitting the daily loss limit. Hey, $1,000 loss on the day is still keeping your losses smaller than your wins, which you can see right there are $3,600. So I never get too worried when I see someone hit $1,000 daily loss limit when they're putting up days that are significantly larger on the regular. All right, and
amazing. Real quick comment on there while you're switching cards there, Sung. That is the epitome of a perfect trading card right there. You Nick, don't have to tell you, but you hit everything right on the head, and this trader hit everything right on the head. Love seeing that. 1 and 2 lots, one instrument, gets in a trade, doesn't like it, gets out of the trade, holds on to the ones that go, and it's just there's nothing you can say bad about this. This is screenshot this. This is the epitome of a really good trading card, and again, solid trader coming out of Taiwan. I see that over and over again when I'm looking through these reports. It's like over and over. There's some really good traders out there. They're studying and doing it right. So kudos for sure.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing, Robert, too. We got a lot of smart cats out of Taiwan that are trading with us. I see a lot of good trading performance out of there. And yeah, this is a damn near perfect trading card. Again, I got to remind everybody that it's only 4 days in. If I would love to be able to report, similar to what I did with Robert, who's 44 days in. If Sung can maintain this stuff over 44 days, he's going to be at the 100K club when we talk about him, in 40 days from now or 39 days from now. So always aim for these high winning trade percentages. It's going to make you a better trader. Look at your risk reward, frame out every single trade ahead of time. Know where you're getting out if you're wrong. Have a good idea of where you're getting out if you're right. That's probably some of the best advice I could give any trader listening. It makes, and if you're doing that, if you're framing that out, then I'm kind of getting hung up here on Sung, but it's worth it. When you frame out those trades, it makes it so much easier to stomach a loss, and it builds your confidence when you take the winners. Because if you're framing it out, you're already predetermining 2 of the likely outcomes, unless you scratch the trade because you see something happen in the market. Psychologically, it is so much easier to move on from a losing trade because you already knew, like, hey, this could be a loser. And obviously, our trades are going to be winners, losers, or break evens. More often than not, they're on the winners or on the losers. But if you frame it out, it's that much easier to say, hey, I knew that could happen. I knew that was my risk. Let's go look for another opportunity. It's also going to stop you. Another psychological benefit of that is you're not going to be a deer in the headlights, which a lot of newer traders are. They find a trade going against them whatever dollar value it could be, say $1,000 is your pain tolerance, and you get that deer in the headlight thing, you freeze up. You're like, oh no, like, what have I done? Shoot. I hope it turns around. And then it goes against you another 1,000 and another 1,000. You don't want to be that trader. It's a very uncomfortable thing. Something I went through early on, find myself at my pain tolerance. And because I wasn't framing out my trades early on, knowing where I needed to get out, heck, I wasn't really even keeping a close eye on what percentage of my account I was risking early on in that first year. All lessons that, you learn the hard way and make some adjustments. That's how I matured in my trading is, making the mistakes, realizing, hey, if I keep making this mistake, I'm going to be done. You make the changes that you need to. You treat it as a business. You do what you have to do, not what you want to do, and don't replicate it. And then you've got fewer mistakes that you're going to make, and it leaves more opportunities for profit. So do frame that out. Keep yourself psychologically tough by framing out the trades, especially on the losses to the downside. That's my spiel. With that,
awesome.
I know we got a little bit more time. Let's try and squeak in Nicholas. I want to do a card for Nicholas. We'll be really quick.
Yeah, 2 minutes on this one, Nick.
Yep, this is another shoulder tap for Nicholas. He's only been live 3 days. Not a good start. Daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit. First 3 days in the account. He does have a nice account balance, about $24,000 in there, down over $10,000 from where he started just 3 days ago. Traders, if you, like Deeyana said, start slowly. I always say it. Hoag says it. Start slowly in these accounts. There's no reason that you need to be hitting your daily loss limit on day 1, day 2, and day 3. He's definitely trading size because he's got about, on average, $370 worth of slippage after that auto liquidation triggers when you hit the 3,000 threshold. Nicholas, you've been in and out of live accounts and funded level accounts ever since you've been with us, for over a year now. Don't do this. Slow down, pump the brakes, and just let's change things a little bit. Lower your position sizing too. This is not how anybody wants to start in a live account. And I mentioned he's got a nice healthy account balance, but do not think that that's the thing that's going to save you. It's one of your greatest tools, your account balance maintenance level. But hey, we're talking $13,000 that got lost in 3 days. It goes really quickly. So Nicholas, pump the brakes. Anybody else who's watching, pump the brakes. And I'm glad we snuck that one in. 3 shoulder taps and 1 shout out today. Robert, it was nice being on with you.
Same here, Mick. It's always a pleasure. Great cards, great breakdown. I'm sure all of the viewers here appreciate every moment and every piece of it, advice and suggestions that you have. It's always a pleasure, but we need to move on. We have power players up next. Dobie's taking the reins on that. He's got a very special guest there. Sorry about my little jaunt there, side. I had a person open my door and want me signed for package like I'm just sitting right here. So weird, but my apologies for jumping off the screen like that. I didn't know what was happening. Dobie's up next. He's got a special guest. Stick around for Power Players Top Quiz. I'll be back with group coaching and with Anne-Marie on the Strategy Lab. We're going to close it up with Danny's Trades for Power Hour. Stick around. We will be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Players. I have an incredibly special guest. If you've been tuning in for the last couple of weeks, you might have seen his face, but we're going to try to get him back permanently. I have the one and only Peter Tuchman with us from Wall Street Global Trading Academy, from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It looks like you're maybe in a prayer booth of some sort right now, holding your hands. Where do you see the market going, and what is on your mind, and what is on the mind at the floor of the New York Stock Exchange? How are we doing, Peter?
Hey, I'm great. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to Topstep family. I'm actually standing next to one of the original seats on the stock exchange that one of the market makers used to. I wonder if I can even show it to you. No, it's not easy. Anyway, it's a seat where the market makers used to sit on the floor of the stock exchange. That's kind of why I've got my prayer hands out. But anyway, look, ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday. It is the first Monday after a post 5,000 close in the S&P 500. And so, look, I know people, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is not the most significant or relevant indices in the world any longer. Obviously, it's 30 stocks. It is at 38,500, almost at 39,000. I like it. I think it's an indices that brings us back to the beginning of the markets, and I think it is significant. However, everybody focus on the S&P 500. It's a basket of 500 stocks that basically give that exposure and the footprint of everything that's involved in the market, right? Everything from tech to retail to anything you'd want. Basically, one of the great things about the S&P 500 is it's year over year. It net has been a 10% payout. Year over year, it tends to go up no matter what. Everything we've seen, every crisis and crash, if you want to call it that, since the crash of 1929, net has been a better buying opportunity than selling opportunity. The ones we've seen that I've lived through, the crash of 87, the 2000 bubble, the 2007, 2008 financial crisis, and obviously COVID. Net, I don't even like to use the word crashes. I know everybody gets wrapped in it. The media loves that kind of thing. Basically, it's nothing more than a pullback. Net, if you look in retrospect and know that everybody who held on to their stocks during these pullbacks or crises or crashes, if you want to call it that, net for the long term. The crash of 07 took 9 years to get back to even. Well, the market, a $800 billion stimulus into the market. During COVID, they put $3 trillion in over 3 months. By August 18th of 2020, we were back to even. That's extraordinary. So anyway, I'm here on the floor of the stock exchange. I've been a trader here for 137 years. Some people say I went to high school with Alexander Hamilton. He's buried across the street. I'm still here, as relevant as ever. I just wanted to give you a fun macro picture of what's going on here. Look, we're 6 weeks into 2024. And yet the market has just, look, against all of the doomsayers and all the people who are talking about recessions and all the fears about raising interest rates and what has been going on, net, 6 weeks into this year, even after, look, we saw November and December, and I like to sort of bring us to where we are today. It's really important to look at where we just came from. November was supposed to be a terrible month. All the media was saying that they were pounding us. That was going to be the month that took the market down. Finally, that did not turn out to be net. Then we saw December. December was a spectacular month, right? We've seen, look, sometimes at the end of years, once hedge funds and mutual funds close out their books for the year, we do see the market do certain things. When the market's been up, we will often see profit taking. When the market was down, we see what we call window dressing. However, last year was an extraordinary year. We saw the first 7 months of the year were super powerful and up, very bullish markets. From July until September, we did see a bit of a sell-off. There were some obstacles and headwinds into the market, whether it was global, the war in Ukraine and whatnot. There were obviously some problems. Then October, November, and December, we saw the market continue to rally into the end of the year. Now we are 6 weeks into 2024, and the market has broken through every milestone and every landmark that we can imagine within the realm of this stock market. We are at 5,035 on the S&P 500. No matter what people think of that indices, and 38,500 on the Dow. This is real money. These are real numbers being put to work, right? It's not just some arbitrary number. These are, look, these numbers are a function of how stocks have been acting. You've got the fabulous 7, right? You've got the tech sector, which really took us out of the doldrums of 2022 and 2023. We've seen a much broader breadth of a rally at the end of 2023. We saw the Russell 2000 go from a 52-week low to a 52-week high over 46 days coming into the end of the year. Now, what is that? That is small cap and mid cap stocks. Very many of them are in the tech sector. Names that I hope everyone should go look into, because it's really important. A lot of these high-flying names within the fabulous or the magnificent seven that we talk about, the NVIDIAs, the Microsoft, the Intels, and whatnot, at this point, a lot of people feel that they are gone too far and too fast for people to start buying them up at this level. However, there's a plethora of stocks in the Russell 2000, right, that are in the tech sector, that are addressing the AI phenomenon, the AI revolution that people should be looking at. So the Russell had a end to the year. We are 6 weeks into this year. We are hitting every possible milestone and landmark you can imagine. Earnings season has been good, right? Look, earnings season is another thing that people need to look at. The market is so wild and crazy that you're seeing, and I beg this for your traders, people who are watching this. People love to get involved in markets and stocks before earnings come out. And in this market, look, I don't call myself, I call myself a forensic broker. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a stock picker. What I try and do is analyze markets and market movement relative to what's going on a day-to-day basis. Why is the market doing what it's doing? Why is it going in a particular direction? And why are individual stocks doing what they're doing? So I'm not your advisor at all. But it's super important to note that if you trade stocks in advance of earnings or in advance of economic data, this market is not very forgiving. We've seen stocks that are up 30, 40, 50, 60%. As much as we saw them down in 2001 and in 2002, we've seen now in 2023 and 2024, some of these stocks have made huge, huge rallies. Look at NVIDIA, for example. February of 2023, NVIDIA was trading at $108. It is now trading in the 600s, and it's got price targets of $750 and $1,000 on it by some of the biggest houses out there. We've seen some of these bigger names that are so expensive at this point that they may be a little bit long in the tooth, and they may be difficult to get to be buying at this point. But net, let's look at the market overall. I know at this point, when you've seen a market come out of 2023 with a major rally, and we are 6 weeks into 2024, and the market continues to go up. In the 6 weeks we've seen in this year, we've only had 1 week that was really a down week, maybe 10 days. The rest of the weeks have been really, really bullish. Even though some of the earnings have been a little bit disappointing, you're seeing the market stocks have got good earnings, good projections, good guidance going forward, right? A number of the bigger names year over year have had good growth. A lot of the big subscriber companies have done better year over year. We saw obviously Meta come out with a dividend, which they've never done before, and the stock was up $50. We've seen the Googles, look, some of them had some controversy, but for the most part, we've seen a lot of those names do incredibly well. This year already, I love that. It's like economic data versus what the market's doing. How is the economy doing? And then how in turn is the market itself doing? Sometimes markets and economies trade in concert, they go with each other, and sometimes they trade inversely. Okay, it's important to note right now that the economy, while there are parts of it are struggling, consumer confidence is better than expected. We've obviously gotten quite a pretty good handle on the inflation story. We're down from 9%. Our goal is 2%. We're around 3.5%. So the goal of the Fed, whether you like Jay Powell or not, has actually worked. The raising of interest rates to the extent that we did, 18 months of successional raises in the market. I know it freaked people out, and I know people feel it was about printing money and all this other stuff. At the end of the day, it achieved the goal. Okay, we good?
Oh, actually, I have a question for you. If you want to finish up this thought, I have a question from chat that I thought was really interesting from Renee. So please finish up your thought. I guess the question.
No, go ahead. Interrupt me. I'm good with it.
Sure. Yeah. So Renee had a question. I thought this was really good. So Peter, have you ever seen a bullish market while interest rates were this high?
You know what? It's hard. I don't really know. Have I foreseeable. You know what? I don't know. I can't remember that many years ago. Obviously, it hasn't happened that much time. Look, we were running on zero interest rates for the longest time, right? And look, over the years, I don't know the answer to that question, so I'm not going to make one up. Although I could probably come up with something that's pretty reasonable. So I don't know the answer to that question. All I know is that raising interest rates was necessary at this time to get a hand. Look, I think it's important for everybody to note that we've never had a global pandemic before. We never saw what happened in 2020 ever in our history. We never had $3 trillion thrown into the market as a stimulus. We've never had the world come completely crashing down with a major health crisis, financial crisis, economic crisis is what we saw. So in my opinion, I know a lot of people felt it wasn't the thing to do. In my opinion, the raising of interest rates as we did to get a handle on global inflation, let alone our own domestic inflation, was necessary. If we did not attack the COVID economy at the time we did and the way we did, I believe we would all be on bread lines right now. That's my own opinion. A lot of people out there don't agree with it. This has nothing to do with politics at all. At the end of the day, this market, look, as I started to say, and I'm winding myself back into the thought, is that economies and markets don't always go in concert with each other. Sometimes they do. I know the economy is clearly doing better. Inflation is definitely under wraps. The fact that the Federal Reserve, that for a couple of weeks there was starting to talk about cutting rates for the first time, okay, in the last 18 raises, okay, is still on the table, but it's being pushed off until at least Q3, I get at this point, and yet the market has not responded in a super negative way. Look, markets are all about expectations and what is delivered to them, right? At the end of the day, we saw the Federal Reserve. We had one bad day last week when the Fed finally tossed it out there. Jay Powell came on and he said, you know what? We are not going to cut rates in March. Now, I had not gotten the feeling that he was going to, but apparently a lot of the marketplace felt that March was on the table for a cut. The market sold off pretty radically on that day, but it did not have any follow through in the days coming up to it. But what's been made clear to us by the Federal Reserve, and it came out yesterday, it came out today as well, you can read it out all over the internet, that it's clearly cutting rates in March are off the table, and clearly we're looking into Q3 before they start cutting rates. Even with that anticipation and expectation coming out, you would think with all the expectations that we're going to be a cut in March, and now they're not, that the market would be selling off. And we are still marching forward in an absolutely aggressive bullish fashion. We blew through that 5,000 level. Look, when you hit these landmarks and these milestones, very often they come after a huge rally as this one did, and the market looks at that as a bit, hits up against those levels, and they find that to be resistance. They find that to be a great spot to short the market, and they figure that the market's going to come back in, pull back after these wild, great milestones. However, look, Friday we broke through and finally closed above 5,000. Today the S&P is up 12, 13 handles. The Dow is up 250 points. The market continues to forge on and go higher. There are plenty of opportunities for this market to pull back with all the things and the possibilities going on, and the fast and furious rally we've seen coming into the end of the year and for the 6 weeks of the year, yet the market continues to go higher. Right now, with the challenges that there are around the economy, and I know not everybody is doing well, and I know there are definitely some issues that people are suffering, the market right now is telling us that money is being put to work, that there is a major bullish sentiment. The consumer confidence is trading at a really high level. And I know there's some numbers that came out over the weekend about the fact that credit card debt is at the highest level of all time. So that shows us that the consumer may not be in the greatest condition of all time. However, the market continues to go higher. I like to look at the market. The market tells, I always joke about it, the market's doing what it wants to do. The market right now is telling us, first of all, there's been a lot of cash on the sidelines. That's going to work. When people finally have that confidence that at some point in the next 6 months, we are going to cut interest rates and that we are doing better and that the market is blowing through every kind of resistance and every sort of a level where you would think the market would pull back and we continue to forge higher, then people have got to sort of jump in. There's so many different tranches of people who have been fearful of the market, people have been playing the recession card, people who have been holding back on putting their money to work. At every day we see this market to continue to go higher, those people finally give in. They throw in the towel and they just start buying the market. Anyway, I'm happy to let people ask me some questions.
That was a beautiful, beautiful 15. I don't think I have any more questions. I mean, Renee asked a great one. Maybe you can give us an answer on Friday if you can think about last time we had a bullish market when interest rates were, relatively high, let's say. And then Peter, where can we find you? I know it's Wall Street Global Trading Academy, I believe, right? So you just give us a synopsis, maybe 15, 20 seconds of what that is, where people can find you. I'll put your link in chat for everybody.
Absolutely. We have an academy. It's called Wall Street Global Trading Academy, WSGTA.com. We teach technical analysis management to the retail trading community globally. We also coach and mentor all the students who come in and be part of our family and our program. So go to WSGTA.com. You can reach me. You can find me on Instagram. There's a link tree there. We have live free webinars. If people want to know what me and my partner David Green do, we put out live free webinars once a month. And we do have a course that's 9 hours, 21 videos, 200 hours of content. What our secret sauce is, we coach and mentor all our students going forward. We are definitely working with Topstep, talking about futures markets as well. So we're here for you in any way you need us.
Love it. Peter, thank you so much. Chat is also incredibly appreciative. Maybe next time we can get some more questions from chat, get a little bit more interaction, but killer question from Renee. So chat, I know you got the goods when it comes to asking tough questions for our guests. But Peter, we will see you again on Friday for a little macro kind of wind up. So we'll see what happens the next couple of days. I hope the pits treats you well. And typically I would say goodbye from Chicago, but I am in Aspen currently. So goodbye from Aspen. And Peter, we will see you on Friday.
Good luck, everybody. We'll be seeing you Mondays and Fridays. I look forward to seeing everybody. If you need me, reach out. I'm available. You know how to reach me.
Let's do it. Let's do it again. Pleasure talking to you, Peter, and we'll see you on Friday.
Bye, guys and girls. Be well.
Perfect. So, Peter, yeah, you can head off if you want. And then I think we're going to have, I'm going to be joined by Andre and Robert in a little bit. If they want to come on earlier, feel free. Water is warm, everybody. Oh, yeah, Peter, you can go ahead and sign off. So, Chad, I hope you join that. Yeah, I'm going to do a solo for about 2 minutes. Oh, David, I don't need to get a word in when Peter Tuchman's talking. That's totally not necessary. I believe he knows a little bit more about the markets than I do, especially from the macro sense. And let's be honest, I'll be talking for about 2.5 hours today. So you do not need to hear any more from me. But while we have the markets here and I have some time, I can go over the tilt really quick. ES, 67% short, then little Nasdaq X, 59% short, crude oil, 61% short, and gold, 78% long to the upside, the only one on the green for tilt. So a little heavy up there. Yeah, my takeover of chat. Yeah, I don't think so. How did its appointment go? I have no idea, but he's currently not here with me, so I'm hanging out in the Aspen office by myself. So, Chad, I hope you are. I hope you're trading well. I hope you caught some of those longs in Nasdaq or shorts in crude oil. Please let me know how you're trading so far today. Ooh, do I have an Eddie now? We got an Eddie on screen, maybe? I don't live in Aspen, though. I have some family that's here.
Well, we're here in Chicago.
Eddie, welcome.
Chicago.
Chicago. Great to hear that voice.
How you doing? That was a great interview. You know, I love when Peter comes on, man. It's you know, whatever he's got to say, it's like I'm a sponge. I'm just enjoying any vol or adjective he sort of runs past us. But good stuff. I'm glad that he can be with us, and he's going to be with us later on this week, which is pretty cool. I just got word, this is tentative, tomorrow. I know a good friend of mine, Ben Lichtenstein, is going to be with us.
He confirmed. That's awesome.
Crash. Right. He did the famous flash crash audio. We're going to have him on. I do see that he's got to get some paperwork in with us, but tentatively, we've got him penciled in. So I'm looking forward to that. I haven't talked to him. Well, I've been emailing him, but I haven't talked to him, face to face. I think we've got Hoagland's going to be back tomorrow. So good stuff. But I don't know. You had some good trades this morning. I was watching that, and it was good to see that not only can you kick ass in Power Hour, you can kick ass in Fast Market.
Yeah, I mean that was some good trades. I actually was a little bit nervous yesterday going into today, but felt confident with my trades. Just gotta trust yourself. Really, just been hanging in there with DannysTrades. He told me to believe myself, so I'm just gonna keep on doing that. So that's why I like having all these different guests on. You don't know what bit of wisdom they're going to give you, but we got so many on that hopefully everyone kind of identifies with one or two nuggets from our team. Actually, this is not my chart. Eddie, is this your chart with all the emojis and the sloth and the cow?
Yes, the cow is. Yes, it's ruining our atmosphere right there. Actually, it's a bull, and having a little fun, making it a little animated. Yeah, that's my gold chart. And like I said earlier today, that I promised myself I wouldn't trade today. Missed an early opportunity before the open, which that's usually when I put my trades on. But I'm not gonna fuss about it. That was my intention. That was my game plan. And I honestly, I tell you, I had the finger on the mouse. And I kept telling myself, work at it. Because right now, I'm trading 150K combine. Had a good week last week. I put up a little over 7,000, and I didn't want to jeopardize it because I was on the fence. It's like, trade. No, and the devil angel, the devil's saying, go ahead, click it. And the angel's like, no, go by your game plan. So I went by the game plan, and I'm not worried about it. But probably would have caught a real nice trade on the way down, and that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, what do you typically look at, Eddie? This is my first time seeing your charts here. First off, it looks adorable. Second off, I think we finally get we might finally get to have Eddie break down what is he exactly looking at when he's trying to place a trade. So can you actually tell us, Eddie, what trade were you looking at today that you didn't end up taking?
Well, here's the thing. As you can see, I don't know if you could follow my X. Can you see my X here? Yeah, I think you can, right? Maybe we should let's give it the
yeah, we got you there.
You got the arrow? You see that better?
Yeah, we saw your little
better.
Yeah, that works. Try that one. Try the cross.
Okay. As you can see, the overnight. Let me go back here a bit. I mean, this is all coming down here. This was like the sea bottom. This is when we hit bottom. But we progressed through that, and we kept the market a little higher. And when the sellers started to come in here, this was an indication that I was watching for. All right, is this going to be another trend down like this one? Like this one we see here is going to be another level down. And then all of a sudden it stopped, and we had these smaller candles right here. Mm-hmm. And what that's an indication of is what I'm seeing is attraction. Who's going to be in there? When the buyers started to come by, I saw it gradually taping back up. Right here, I was going to get short because I saw it come up.
Can you say your levels? Can you just use your numbers? Like what?
Yes.
By here, you mean like
right
what,
here,
what number?
low 2034-ish. All right. And as we started to come back up here, these candles here at 2036 got real small. When I started to see the sellers coming in at 2035, I was going to go short. All right. And that probably would have been my demise for the day. And I would have been kicking myself in the ass for telling myself you're not going to trade. But it was a good idea because I felt really good when I saw this. Okay. And this started here at 2035.66. And we rallied, I believe it was close to a high here, all the way up to the 2040s, which is in between Friday's VPOC and I marked here Friday's value high. We're really close to value high 2041.
Oh yeah.
I think 2041.10. Weekly kickoff numbers. Here's when the sellers came in very strong. I'm going to move this over here. And right about here, I mean, I was really ready to start clicking away, and I didn't. And it was proof in the pudding. Yeah, we did have the sellers coming all the way down, all the way to 2027, which was below last week's low here at 20, 30, 80. I think it was 20, 30, 80, 20. I got evens there. It looks like an 8. Maybe that's an 80. So now here, what we're doing right now is we've got the buyers coming back again. Sort of another little replay like this. It's another replay. And I'm going to see how strong. Right now, they've just touched the weekly low. Now, I'm not going to do anything because I'm not trading today, but I'd like to see how strong the buyers are from the low. Now, they established a low here at 2025, like I said, below last week's low of 20, 30, 80, and just sort of following along here. My play, if I did have a trade, it would have been right around this area. And I would have been going
a lot of people in chat are asking sort of like the why, or what's your technical reason for getting in. So for example, say up by your sloth there, you were looking at a short. How would you enter into that short position, or what would be your confirmation?
Well, you know what? I'm not very technical. I'm looking at patterns. Okay. I'm looking at the dome. I'm watching numbers. I'm far from technical. And I guess I get that from being on the trading floor. Sort of catching momentum. Now, I tell you, I mean, on the trading floor, we never had charts like this. It would have been a different game, you know? But, you know, when I was teaching, coaching, you know, a lot of traders are, you know, teach me how you trade. Well, it's the Dr. Frankenstein method. It's a little bit of this, some of this, a part of this, and it has to do with open outcry, just that. I mean, years of open outcry, you sort of develop that gut instinct, that momentum instinct. Which way is the pit leaning? You know, what we would do is we had a player, you'd go around the pit. When I worked for First Chicago, the trading desks would ask, you know, hey, what's going on down there? So you would walk around the pit and you'd give usually the clerk whose filling broker was the bigger ones, like filled, you know, Goldman, Morgan, Bear Stearns, Revco, you know, and you'd ask for a player's card. And what they would do is they'd write down, you know, today, so far, you know, early in the morning, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So far, Goldman's bought 700. So far, Morgan sold 1,200. So far. And then you'd get an idea. At least it would sort of be like the dome, but delayed, the depth of market, the ladder. And it was like a delayed sort of report that this is what they have done. Now, that would be really hard to get if you wanted to know, you know, who bought the lows, or, you know, what did retail do today? Because I don't even know where you could get that now. So that was sort of a give and take. You know, we gave that up. We took this, you know. So, I mean, it's really hard to you know, teach somebody my method, because it's been through partially experience. And gosh, you know, I was talking in chat here today is, you know, we're always learning. We're always educating ourselves. I'm always adding something new. And I tell you, I learn from who we have on TopstepTV. And most of all, I learned from you, the traders in chat. I've learned so much from our friends in chat, and you know, I thank you for that. You know, we're all still learning, and no matter how long you've been in the business, ask Peter. You know, Peter Tuchman. I would think that he would be still learning things. I mean, there's always something new to learn. It's forever changing, and you got to adapt. You got to adapt. Like they say, adapt or die. You know, I saw that from Hoops. Hoops mentioned that last week, adapt or die. And I'm like, spot on, bro, spot on. You know, so, I mean, that's my take.
So when I saw you're on the 15-minute charts, you're not deviating from your 15-minute charts. So when you see, you know, let's say you're up by the sloths, you know, but whatever that level is just to the left of him.
2041.
That's 15
Friday's value.
2041. Yeah, 15-minute chart right up there. Are you just going by feel for a short up there and not even switching off the 15-minute?
No, you know what? I've stayed on the 15-minute. I don't switch. I have never gone down to a quicker time frame, but I do like Hoag does, every Monday, we'll do like the Google Earth. We'll see that big picture. I'll do the monthly, the weekly, the daily, and just get an idea where momentum is with the big picture. Where's the market going? Where could it turn here? Or are we going to continue? Now, there's no correct answer there. Obviously, we know that. Like
are you
Johnny
limit
says,
ordering into these trades?
anything can happen. Limits. No, what I'm doing is I'm using a
stop
market.
limit.
I'm putting a market in.
Okay.
I've got. Let's see here on this one. Where are we here? I do have. I'm risking 1,000. I'm 1 to 1. All right. So if I make 1,000, fine. If I lose 1,000, fine. Now this needs to be changed because I should have it at 1,500. I'm only willing to lose 1,500. I don't know why that reset. 1,500 of my daily loss limit. That's my shutoff valve. It's not an option. It's not a choice. If I bust $1,500, it's an automatic. And I've been really good with that lately. So if I have a bad day anywhere, give or take 100 on that. I'll even stop if it's 14 or 13.50. That's telling me I'm not seeing the market correctly. I don't have the feel. I don't have the juju, if you want to call it that. So I've got my position risk at 1,000, make 1,000, risk 1,000. So hopefully.
Nice. And how many trades a day are you taking?
I can take anywhere from maybe 1 to 5. I know.
Okay.
Thursday or Friday was one trade. I think it was one of the days last week.
Yeah.
One of the days last week, it was one trade. And here's the thing that happened. I had the 50K combine. Here's the 50K. As you can see, I only have 626 on that. Now, last week, I busted out. Hit the daily loss limit, came back the next day, and it broke. And that's when I went to the 150K, said I'm not seeing the market correctly. So with the 50K, I don't know what I was getting to, but I forget where I was going with that, but sorry about that. But I had the...
Yeah, I was just trying to... Yeah, go ahead.
You were going to say? Maybe help me along.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I was asking, how many trades a day are you taking about? So I guess on the flip side is, when do you call it quits then? Are you like... I know Hoag says that, you only want to give back, what is it, like 10 or 20% of your P&L high or something? Are you in that boat? Right. So what's like telling you to turn it off?
Well, here in the combine, the 50K, see, now here's the thing. If you got Topstep X, if you go to the 50K, which we are right now, you got to make sure that this has changed your position. See, now here in the 50K, I would bust the day out if I had 1,000 and didn't change it. So you got to make sure you're watching that. We'll go back to this.
Right.
With the 50K, I tell you, I'm only looking to make I'm 500 by 500. Okay. Once again, half of the daily loss limit, and that's a personal loss limit. And I got to stress the fact that if you don't have a personal loss limit, you're probably busting out a lot. You're probably hitting that DLL a lot. And have yourself something where you're comfortable. $1,000 for the 50K is a daily loss limit. It'll shut you down for the day. And I tell you, that's a kick in the junk. How bad does it feel like when you hit that DLL right away? And that's what I did last week. I hit that DLL right in the morning. It was like, I got nothing to do now. And then I decided to go to the 150K. And I waited patiently. I don't even think I traded the rest of that day because I didn't see the market right. But as I came back the next day, I just went to the 150K combine. And that's working. It's working pretty decent. As we can see right now, we've got, now this is gold if you're asking, wondering what it is. Right now, we've got some good momentum with the buyers. Now, the question is, how strong and how willing and how far are they willing to go? So that's what I'm sort of watching here, how the range sort of tapers off a little bit. But, like I said, today I'm not in a trade. I'm not going to trade. I'm just going to put emojis on my chart.
Nothing wrong with that. How did you end up finding your personal daily loss limit?
Honestly, on the trading floor, I had a guy from Goldman. His name was Harry, and he was a phone clerk, and we became good friends. And he was a stand-up, honest guy, somebody that you trust with your kids, sweet guy. And he had told me that, I'm like, he had gone from getting a salary, insurance, 401k, Goldman. I mean, you were badass if you were working for Goldman or Morgan on the trading floor.
Yeah, they're the guys stopping out our sim stops. Isn't that right, Chad?
But anyway, he became a local. He quit and started trading as a local. And, we're just bullshitting. And it's like, well, how you doing? He goes, I'm doing okay. I go, really? Are you doing okay? I mean, he goes, yeah. I set myself some rules. I'm not getting reckless. And, I said, well, what's your secret? And he said 11 herbs and spices. No, he said the secret was the personal loss limit. And he was 500 by 500, which meant if he made 500, he would catch the next train home. If he lost 500, he would catch the next train home. And honestly, I followed that same exact plan. And I tell you, it's so hard when you're down money. I mean, we're only human, being that way. Our mentality is revenge. I mean, it's human nature. Whatever you lose, you want back. And if anything, you want more back than what you've lost. And that's what gets us in trouble. It's like, I want more than the guy next to me. I want more than the girl over there. I want to be top. I want to be king of the hill. And that's where we sort of lose focus. And like I mentioned, recklessness. And I mean, this is something where, it's so easy to say, but so hard to do. We were talking about this last week. And I think the joke was that you are a robot, Dolby. Somebody said Dolby's a robot. And I see that as
the most emotional robot you've ever seen.
You know what?
Emotional robot you've ever seen.
That is good. I'm going to be honest with you. If you are that's why Dolby was successful back in the day when the Combine was climbing Mount Everest. I mean, that was tough. That's why you were successful.
15 trading days.
You left emotions out of the equation. But a lot of us carry emotions in our back pocket. We have a losing trade. We can't accept it. Losing's part of the game here, folks. It's just how you manage it. And if you can't manage your account, you can't manage yourself. And Dolby time is well managed, round managed as far as emotionally and manicured and clean cut, except for that beard on his face.
Okay.
It's like you ever see that little toy with the magnet called Willie, and you sort of put a mustache or beard on.
What do you do? Like run it through the sand or something, and it picks up all the iron and like draws a beard.
Sort of like an Etch-a-Sketch with a face. But anyway, I love you, brother. No, and when I saw that comment, he's a robot. I'm like, that's that. See what I said? It's a compliment. I think they were referring to it as a joke, emotional robot. But in this business, 100%. You have to be. You can't be tied down emotionally with your trades. Win or lose, sure. If you get a winning trade, celebrate. But wait later. Celebrate later on a good day. Yeah. If you have a bad day,
hey, trade it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion of doing all the trading combines and stuff, kind of what I realized is like like trading is really only as hard as you are in yourself. You know, if you want to make trading a miserable experience for yourself and blow up your personal daily loss limit every day or every week, like you can make yourself a nice little home in hell in the trading combine if you want to, or you can treat yourself nice, treat your account nice, you know, stick to your personal daily loss limit, even though it's hard. But, you know, this is a long-term gratification sort of game. So make sure, you know, you stick to it. And that's the thing that's honestly, I think that's the nicest thing to me about trading is that every day can be successful is if you consider sticking to your personal daily loss limit as a success, then every single day, I think you could qualify as successful, in my opinion.
Yeah. Every day.
In my opinion.
Every day. You need to just sort of dial up a notch more, whatever it is. If it's your discipline, if it's your patience, if it's your management, if it's your game plan, if it's your journal, keep dialing it up, even if it's one notch. All right, because what we want to do is, pardon me,
just 1% better like every day, right?
And anything. As long as you're moving forward, you're going to see that it works. You're going to see that you're going to grab that brass ring quicker than the guy behind you that's sort of farting around swinging for the fence. All right. So,
yeah,
you know, as far as, you know, sharing my trading knowledge, it works for me. Now, of course, I've busted out of a shitload of combines. Yeah, I have.
That's it's a long learning curve. It's hard.
It's a learning curve. Right. But, you know, the thing is, as we're going through TopstepTV here, as I'm getting taught by my by our guests here on TopstepTV, gaining knowledge from our great traders here in the chat room. I love you guys and girls. I mean, that's the fuel for the fire is our friends in chat, you know, and I like how we sort of go in there and work as a team. It means so much to a lot of us here at Topstep, and I'm not blowing smoke. Okay. That's what has made TopstepTV so effing cool is the team that we have grown here with our community and those here at Topstep. And, you know, I'll be honest with you here. We talk about it in our Slack, in our private chat, Topstep chat. And, you know, we've had some of you join Topstep, work for Topstep, and you see what the conversation's about. I mean, we're always looking to move forward as a company. We're always looking forward to improve. And, you know, there's no looking back. I tell you, we're leaps and bounds ahead of that second place mom and pop store. Okay. I mean, we really push the envelope to move forward. And we want you too as traders to move forward. So keep that in mind. Keep the suggestions coming. Keep the comments coming. And we're going to be here for you. We're going to be here for you 5 days a week. It's almost Topstep's almost like 365, 24/7. Don't forget about our Discord channel. Also, if you're not in the Discord channel, jump on it. Okay, get on that. There's classes in there. We've got great coaches in there. As a matter of fact, today is Monday, and I think we've got, for those that don't know, 3 o'clock when we're done here from our bell to bellers, 3 o'clock Central, we've got At the Buzzer with Jay and Paul. We've got 6 o'clock with Ray, Coach Ray, Volume Profile. 7 o'clock p.m. Central, Coach Vince with bar charts and TPO. And 8 o'clock with Coach Dakota. Yes, that trader that's kicking ass and not worrying about taking names. Slow markets, 8 p.m. So that's all I've got to say, Your Honor. I rest my case. Thanks for having me on, D-Time.
Yeah, TopQuiz. No, this is fun. It's kind of our first little half-hour segment I think we ever had, but it was so cool to have Peter Tuchman on. I mean, obviously, we got to make room for him. However, we do have Top Quiz coming up next, and we are bringing in a very special guest because it is going to be one of our very own panelists, Anne-Marie. I think it's going to be her first Top Quiz appearance, so I hope we busted out all the really hard Series 3 questions for this one because she's a smart pants. Oh, Shane, I've got her.
Here.
I've got her in the green room.
She's here.
Got her in the green room.
Did you?
So let's, they're flashing the lights on me. So I just wrap this up. We'll move on to Top Quiz so we can see what Anne-Marie is up to. But
have fun, Anne-Marie.
It was a pleasure, Eddie. That was fun. And glad everyone's sticking around for Top Quiz. Let's do it.
Peace, love. We'll see you, man. Be good.
trivia mavens, welcome to Top Quiz. Today is Monday, February 12th, the day after the Super Bowl. I am Jack, joined by a very special guest host today, Anne-Marie. What is happening? Good to see you.
I put my glasses on to see if it would help my brain work any smarter for these quizzes, so I'm ready.
It does add IQ points. I got LASIK about 10 years ago, and I've been noticeably dumber since then. So
I've always wanted to do it, but like I say so often, that my luck would be that my surgeon would have had a fight with his wife and just no more trading for me.
It's such a creepy procedure to have done on you. Not to I don't know if people are grossed out by this sort of thing, but they use a laser and peel flap off your eyes, and they're like, it's about to get blurry, but don't worry. It's like, okay, you are cutting my eye with a laser. But you're not here for that, folks. You're here for the quiz. This is 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 of them right, you will win one of 40 free resets that we will give out. Plus, the top 3 people, if they answer quickly, will also get them. Remember, you can only win 1 time per calendar week. Many of you have done this before, but if you haven't, click the link at the top that is pinned to the chat. If you want to join, it'll ask for your username. Make sure it's a good one, like Bottom Step, Top Cosmos. No 2-letter ones because that's lame. What else? Yeah, and then your email so we can contact you with the reset. Try and make it the one that is associated with your Topstep account for ease. All right. Also, answer the questions on your device. That's where they'll pop up first because me and Anne-Marie are a little bit behind on YouTube. Danny says, just make them 50 resets. Sure, let's do 50. Everybody can thank Danny for that. I'm in a particularly good mood because, as I mentioned earlier, I won a bet on the Super Bowl last night against a friend of mine, and I was on cloud 9, just the opposite of Sunday Scaries. So, you ready to do this, Anne-Marie?
I am.
All right. We are going to start this right about now. Kahoot. The date and the first question is as follows. A brief recovery of a stock or index that has experienced a significant decline is known by what cheeky name? Is this called a cookie jar rally, a YOLO bolo, a dead cat bounce, or a pump and dump? Any thoughts here, Anne-Marie?
Yes, I have a thought. Do I wait for...
You can say it now, because there's 6 seconds behind.
That would be the circle.
Yes. Oh, you're in the shapes too. Yes, indeed. That is a dead cat bounce from, I guess, the... I don't know if this is real, but do cats bounce when you drop them? I do not try this.
I don't know, but, cats have 9 lives, and I suppose if you think they might be dead, then they really bounce. I have no idea where that comes from. I don't know that I want to.
Raj says dead cats don't bounce. Trust me. Yeah, no.
Oh no.
Always. Oh. So for the record, I made up Cookie Jar Rally and YOLO Bolo. Those aren't new things, but if we can find something to make a YOLO Bolo, Dolby, find me something I can call a YOLO Bolo. All right. In the leaderboard, we got NQ Slayer, ES Hurts Me. A lot of violence with those indices. Code from 22? Question mark. I don't know. Is it a quiz code? Talk to support. Chadley Gaines. That's pretty good. All right. Question number 2. Who was the MVP of last night's Super Bowl? Was it Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Brock Purdy, or Usher?
Okay, so I know it's either the triangle or the diamond, and I went to bed. I just couldn't stay up because I have to get up so early. Dang it!
It was the triangle. We'll give you a half point there for that, Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Got put out there. Patrick Mahomes was the MVP.
I figured.
Yes, I was
Can't
shouting.
bet against that boy.
I was watching the end of it with my in-laws and wife, and was just going nuts when I saw number 12 leak out of the. I'm not even a Kansas City fan. I just did not want to lose that bet. They are. I have nothing against them either. All right. After 2 questions, code from 22, trying to get another one today. Clever Dragon 75, Bum, my old friend Rhino Tick Pills, and DDT. All right. 2 questions left. Question number 3. The purchase of a commodity against the simultaneous sale of a commodity to profit from unequal prices is an example of arbitrage, momentum trading, swing trading, or contango.
It would be the triangle.
Well, pro tip, Anne-Marie, we're going to wait till 6 seconds are left on the clock.
Oh, no!
But all the people there, that is, yes, that is correct. And hopefully you help some people out.
I better get some thank yous. I better get some thank yous in the chat.
I did make this quiz today is not one of my most difficult. I should have known with you coming on, Anne-Marie. I should have made it much more difficult because you were so knowledgeable.
Please don't.
All right. After 3, we got MP for Prez, NASDAQ, some other ones. All right. Final question is coming up. Are you ready? By the way, that last question was a Series 3 question. Michael wants to work more of those in, and I'm like, hell yeah, because I could just copy-paste questions instead of having to use my brain.
Exactly. Yeah. Those are good. Those would be good.
All right. Final question. An Anne-Marie-centric one. Which of the following people below was not a member of Led Zeppelin? Jimmy Page, Roger Daltrey, John Bonham, or John Paul Jones? One of these people was not in Led Zeppelin.
Okay, so I have to wait until the count of 3, 6. When
you could say it now.
That would be Roger Daltrey.
Yes, indeed.
Roger Daltrey
was in The Who, and you did not disappoint there, Anne-Marie. Excellent job. You would be eligible for the reset. Nearly a Pitbull bobblehead, which news on that. Coming soon.
Ready. Yeah.
All right, let's see this podium. 3rd place, Wisco Flow. 2nd place, Code from 22, question mark. And in 1st place, Inside Trader. Maybe they had the questions in advance, and that's how they got first. Inside Trader. Guys, thank you so much for playing. Anne-Marie, thanks for stopping by. Would love to have you back sometime.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You could make them harder.
Yeah, I will make
like
them
a knucklehead. I don't mind looking like a knucklehead once in a while.
I don't either. I had to play with other people asking me questions a few weeks ago, and it's fun.
I watched that. You did great, actually. I think there were only like a couple of them that you had. I watched.
Aw, shucks. So stick around. Right after this, we got group coaching. That is today with Robert and Mick. Sorry, read that wrong there. Robert and JD. Then Anne-Marie is back at 1 with Robert. And then to close out the day, we have Power Hour with Andre Dolby and DannysTrades. So stick around. We'll take a quick minute break here and be right back with the coaching. Have a good one.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. You've made it. You've stuck around this long. Super Bowl hangover Monday. It's a thing. JD here, accompanied by Coach Robert with your questions. We didn't get a whole lot of question submissions today. We had the forum marinating in the chat for a good couple hours today, but it seems like people are just too tired to ask any questions. But, Coach Robert, how are you doing today?
I am doing great. Don't have too much of that Super Bowl thing. I just was not really into the Patriots weren't playing, so it's one of those things. But I'm glad Mahomes took it over. The kid does pretty good. So
yeah, for sure.
Look, it was a good day. Good day in the markets. A little bit slow at the beginning, but things started taking off there after a little while.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that the Ripper to start the day. It was so slow those first 20 minutes. I got caught short a couple times in the NASDAQ, and I've been chopping wood ever since.
Oh boy.
I was trading my 150K combine today, not my brokerage account, and I'm glad that I did that.
Yeah. Plus, it's a birthday, or is it Lincoln's birthday or something today? Is that what it
Today's
is?
Lincoln's birthday, not a federal holiday. Next Monday is President's Day. Next Monday. That's a federal holiday, banking holiday. So, yeah, be prepared for that. We'll be sending out some emails with holiday trading hours and whatnot, what time products are open, what time they close, what day each trade report will report on. So I think it's if you trade on Monday, it'll show up on your Tuesday trade report.
Right.
Don't quote me on that though. We'll have support confirm that, and we'll send out an email to everyone.
Super. I'm looking forward to jumping in here. I guess we'll just get the intro out of the way. I've got some more questions coming through, so that's really good. We do have some good ones, and one's going to take a little while to explain. So, if you're ready, JD, let's get to it. This is me. I'm not going to spend too much time on this as normal, but trading for since 2017. Started with stocks and some crypto. Got bitten by the bug, and somebody in one of the crypto groups and penny stock groups suggested trading futures because of the way I tend to look at the market at that time. It only took a couple months to make that switch because for a solid 8 months I was just losing on these stocks, trying to catch a one-minute candle at the open and throw 10,000 shares at some $3 stock that's moving on momentum. I was getting destroyed, and this gentleman, very kind gentleman, suggested futures, showed me the ropes. It really only took like 2 or 3 months to get used to it, and that was 2018, around February-ish of 2018. I take a very simple approach to trading. My charts are very, very, very clean. I don't like a lot on them. Doesn't mean I'm not opposed to any types of indicators, and there are definitely some questions here about indicators that we will be going through. But I just like to take a simple approach to it, not a lot of fluff behind there. And if it gets a little too confusing, news coming out or some event going on, or just unsure of what's happening, you always have the option to not take that trade. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. One more slide to go through. This is the CFTC disclaimer. And we need to put out there that futures trading contains substantial risks, not for every investor or trader. You can lose more than your initial investment, and don't risk capital that you cannot afford to lose. Past performance is not indicative of future results. In TopstepTV, in this segment, are for entertainment. They are not for financial or investment advice of any kind. What I say here is of my own opinion, and hopefully we can answer some questions for you. That will be enough of that. I'm just going to drop a chart in the background while we have a discussion. So, JD, I guess we can start this off.
Yeah, let's do it. First question from an anonymous source. But this question asks, do you use any stimulants to calm you while trading?
Do I use stimulants?
Stimulant,
no.
A stimulant to to calm you. Yeah.
Well, that's actually correct, because if somebody, let's just say that they're smoking, for example, or coffee. Let's go coffee, because I do drink coffee. It is my coffee. And you have that caffeine. Caffeine is a stimulant. So if you don't have it after a period of time, you have this little of semi-withdrawal, right? You don't have that caffeine in your system. So you start getting the shakes, getting the jitters, and you need, where's my coffee? And then you drink your coffee, a few sips, and you're like, So it does actually do that. It's not necessarily a stimulant to unstimulate you. You're just feeding that. I hate to use the word addiction, but you're feeding that craving for it. Cigarettes the same way and stuff, right? So I can see where they're coming from. And if you things like take like Adderall, right? Isn't that a stimulant? But it's a calm. It's to get you more focused. I'm not a doctor by any stretch of the imagination. I have never taken it, so I don't know firsthand. It's only what I've read. But as far as I know, that's a stimulant. It puts all this extra into your brain, and it narrows in, focuses, and kind of collapse your thoughts. So I do understand this part of the question. To answer it, the only stimulant I have is a little coffee right here. I do get coffee in the morning. I forced myself to do two things. This is part of 2024. Part of my growth of 2024 is to not check my phone within the first 30 minutes and not have coffee within the first 30 minutes. So I don't want to get up and look at my screen. I'm going to just take my time, stretch a little bit, relax, breathe, get centered. I love to step outside. It's been beautiful up here in Massachusetts. Step outside, get some fresh air on me, get that sunlight on me, get that little waking up motion. Then while I'm making my breakfast, if I'm eating that morning, I'm eggs generally in the morning, or leftover steak, right? I'll throw my coffee on, and I have a Nespresso machine that I absolutely love. Get them little pods and press the button, it comes out beautiful. So that's the thing I do. I do have coffee in the morning, and I will have, I'm going to say, definitely 1 cup a day, mainly 2 cups a day, and an occasional third one. Today is going to be a third one in the afternoon. I didn't sleep great last night, but I'll probably need one this afternoon. We're going on a 2-hour stint here with all this TV time, so I'll probably have my third one this afternoon during the break. So stimulants, yeah, that's my answer. That's what I do.
Excellent. Yeah, we got a lot of coffee drinkers coming in the chat, chiming in. One guy, Arcadia, says he's been smoking weed all day, but I guess whatever you got to do, right? And yeah, full disclaimer.
It's not a stimulant. I don't believe it's not a stimulant. So yeah, go disclaimer. Go for it. I'm not a doctor. I'm not making any suggestions.
Yep. We are in fact not doctors, nor do we play them on TopstepTV, everyone.
Correct.
Full disclaimer. All right, moving on. Kenya wants to know, can you explain the best way to manage your trades once in profit? Are trailing stops the best way? If so, can you explain trailing stop strategies? Well, this might be one of Kenya's first times joining us for group coaching. We know that Robert's trades are very mechanical. Once you start a stop, you really don't trail stops, do you? You just basically bracketing orders. Well, why don't you go ahead? Tell us what you think about it.
Yeah. So as a personal thing, no, I don't trail stops. I don't move to break even. If there's enough profit in there, rather than have, let's just arbitrary 10 points. I'm looking for a 10-point target. If it goes to 9 points or 8 points, I'm not going to move with the break even and give back my 8 points that I made just for a break even trade. I'm just going to close the trade, wait for the next one. That's me personally. So let me address the trailing stops. For those that do like to use trailing stops, the suggestion is scale down so you have some wiggle room, especially if you're trading a faster moving market or whipping around like NQ. It's the most popular instrument traded in Topstep. Some 70% or something like that as our traders are trading NQ. Excuse me. Make sure you leave enough room for it. And if you are trailing that, scale down and just get your how can I say it? If you're in multiple trades, peel one off and move it up that way. So even if you move it up beyond and you're trailing it close, don't go so close. Give it that little bit of a wiggle room. If it brings again, and just move it right along. It's really independent on your style. Dakota does a wonderful job at this. That guy will stay in trades for 10 hours and just take a piece out of it, pull one off, drop his stop down, let it run, move it down again. And so he's fabulous at that stuff. Once in profit, it's a personal preference in what you're using for your account and what instrument you're trading. Some just trend more than others. RTY has been a trending one. I heard some talk this morning about they want to stop doing RTY, the small caps. I don't know. That's a pretty good instrument to trade. So if you get something that's on the trend wise and it's kind of staying along with it, you can get a little bit crafty with moving it along. The biggest suggestion is know your instrument, know how much it moves around, and give yourself plenty of room. And if you're going to trail it, I assume you're looking at a longer time frame where you can move it along. Because if you're entering trades, honestly, and this is a short-term intraday trading, combines and approach to the market, it's kind of hard to do. Especially like a day like today. If you didn't catch that move on the way up, you would probably just be really, really chopped up, like a lot of traders did this morning. I took one trade this morning. I was just sitting here and I was like, oh, all right. Well, I was thinking the market. I said during the opening call that I didn't think that ES or NQ were going to continue breaking the all-time highs because of the way they popped up. They stayed, they bounced around, and we just push. 14 weeks of upwards, 14 days of upward movement. And of course, I was wrong. I was completely wrong with that. And this is exactly why I do not try to pick directions on the market. I am so wrong on that all the time. And the moment I go, I'm wrong all the time, it is going to go up. It doesn't. It goes the other way. So I just don't take my word for that. This morning, I'm like, oh, okay, ES, NQ, it might not be going up anymore. And it was hanging around. I'm like, yes, I got this one right away. And 40 minutes later, it just went up. NQ was like 18,100 over here. I went down 120, and the ES is 50.64 right now. They just kept going up and up and up. So that if you were trying to trail your trade during the day earlier, might have been chopped up. And if you're have a knowledge behind it, give yourself some room, scale it down, you could have probably taken some of that on the way up. It's just hard to do the way these markets move in the room that you have. If you're in a trade and you're too far back, what's your loss limit? How far is your account down? If you're using the 150K and you want to trail something, use 1 or 2 contracts. You have that much larger daily loss limit and max loss limit. You have definitely much more room. It doesn't take much. If you're NQ at $20 a point on one contract, it doesn't take long to rip into that $1,000 daily loss limit. So if you're trying to trail it and you need to leave 40, 50 points to give some movement, well, 50 point against you is your loss limit. So it's really hard to do in these short-term intraday trading styles. So be careful with it, but scale down. That would be the best thing.
For sure. We do have a follow-up question in the chat. Gary wants to know, can you explain how you bracket orders? What I would say bracketing orders is the simplest way of automating a trade. Most platforms will allow you to bracket orders. You're basically just setting a profit target and a stop loss, and then you manually enter the trade where you want, either with a market order or a limit order, and then your 2 follow-up orders will automatically begin working, either a stop loss or a profit target limit. Anything else to add to that, Robert?
Yeah, the common term also is OCO. I've heard it represented 2 ways. Order cancels order and one cancels the other. I've heard those 2 interchangeably. I say OCO or I'll say bracket order. And that's exactly what they do. If you're in a trade, if you hit your profit, it cancels the stop automatically. If it hits your stop, it cancels your target automatically. So you don't have to really worry about it or manage it that much. You just put your trade on and you have your stops and targets already set. And some of them, like Ninja, you can trail the stop. You put a bracket order on there and say, bracket order, but trail my stop up with it as it's going up. I don't really like that too much on a bracket order. It's more so like getting that stop down there and not having to worry about the trade as a fail safe also, because you don't know. Put a trade on there and lose your internet connection if you don't have a stop or if you don't have a target. I've done that overnight. I put trades on, lost internet, didn't have a target on there, had a stop just in case. It went 2-3 times as far as my target and then came down and stopped me out for a loss. I was sleeping. So I don't do that anymore. So that's a good idea for a bracket order or OCO.
Yep, OCO. And I was always taught growing up that OCO meant order cancel order. That's what it was called on the trading floor. I never heard of one cancels other until recently. Yeah, it was always order cancel order. And yeah, we did have a comment about how easy it is to set up OCO or bracket orders on TopstepX. It's super simple. Just go to that control panel on the left-hand side, click on the settings button, which is the rotary icon, and you can go right to platform settings and set your position, risk reward, how much you want to make, how much you're willing to risk on each trade. And then it's simple as that. Go into your, yep, you got it up right there. Robert's showing you. You want to walk us through that real quick?
It's right there. Actually, Eddie did that just a little while ago. But yeah, this is for copy trading. I don't have any copy trading. I only have one account in here. But you can put how much you want to risk in a dollar amount. Risking 200 to make 400 in this particular scenario, whether you're showing confirmations or not, and then you can set your personal daily loss limit you want over here. So that's really all it is. So if you go here and you turn it on, and when you hit back to my trading, and you go to place an order, you will have the bracket order show up. I'm going to sell stop down here. If it makes this trade, enters this trade, you're going to have a stop above it and your target below it based on those settings. You can also do it, which is really cool. If I go and enter a trade right now, I'm on MNQ, so let's just drop one in. I will go over here. I'm on MNQ. I'm going to hit sell the market. I can just drag this. I can drag it down, and all of a sudden, I'd already hit my profit target. Let's do this again. Sell market. Bring it down here. See, this is my target, and I'm to make $12.50. I'm going to drag this up here, and that's my risk. $12 to make $12.50. So when you're already in a trade, you have the ability to add your bracket order or OCO order on there. When I cancel it, it clears them all out. So we just
Simple
made
as
6
that.
and lost 4 on a tutorial. Way to go.
That drag feature is really great too on TopstepX. You guys are really
really
gonna
is.
like it
I
when you
love
get
it.
get your hands on it.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, let's move on. Ryan wants to know, if you had to make a choice, would you prefer to use heat map or the dome? Do you look at the heat map? I'm assuming that means something like bookmap, right?
Yeah, this is like a book map. Well, book map would be the round thing, but you can also just have a straight heat map on there as well, without all the bubbles and volume, which is fine. That's book map, but also in Quant Tower has the same type. They call it a DOM surface. Answer the question. I would take heat map every day of the week and twice on Sunday over a DOM. It doesn't work for me. I see it. I get the idea behind it, but it just doesn't resonate. The DOM trading doesn't resonate with me on how to trade. I know about it, what to do. It's just something that I wouldn't care. I like to see that flow. I like to see these things happening versus the stuff flying all over the place like this. Should have stayed in that short. But that's your answer for me. If that's a personal choice, heat map every day of the week over
Yeah,
DOM.
definitely different styles of trading. You have someone like MP who almost exclusively just watches price movement on the dime. He's reading the tape all day long. It's just the way he learned to trade, and he's stuck with it. Other people depend on charts. It's all just personal preference, just like you said. Yeah. Next question comes from Dennis. Dennis wants to know, what is your take on Bollinger Bands, and how would you use them? Which time frame is the best to look at for scalping with them? Well, traditionally, Bollinger Bands is I believe the textbook form to use them is to wait for price to cross the middle line. Say you're looking for a long position. Once price rallies through the middle line, you would put your position on and exit. Your profit target would be the far end of the Bollinger Band with your stop loss at the lower end of the Bollinger Band. Do you have any? I've never really traded using Bollinger Bands. Not my style at all, really. But Robert, do you have any experience with them? Have you ever written any code around Bollinger Bands?
No, but I have around Keltner channels, and I was going to go through the difference of those two if everyone knows what a Keltner channel is. Bollinger Bands, it's just a moving average in the middle, and I plugged this on here earlier just to show it. So the default, it's a 20 SMA. I didn't do any changes on this. So that your middle orange line right here, so you can see it, I think now I darkened it up some. That's just a 20 SMA, and the bands on the outside, it's a standard deviation, almost if you had like a VWAP standard deviation, but you have to follow the Bollinger Bands deviation formula. It's different. The second thing as a comparison, but you said it right, I believe, JD, you coming off the bottom channel and then you're waiting until you cross over that and you're just riding these bands up. That's the most I know. I am actually very terrible with these types of oscillators, MACDs and RSIs, Bollingers, Keltners, horrible. They just take a long time, and by the time things you go, oh look, I'm going to start waiting for this to curl around, the market's already gone on you. This is short-term intraday trading that we're doing, where these would be something on a longer-term hold. Okay, the question at the end of that was like, how do you scalp with them? Very difficult to scalp with the Bollinger Bands. You have to really shrink it down, high speed time frame, and just get those bounces going back and forth. So that's a Bollinger Band. Deviations. Now let me turn on Keltner channels. It's going to look pretty similar. Let me increase this here by, let's make that in the middle. Oops, I'll keep that blue where it was. Okay, this is the basis one. I wanted to make a different color. There we go. Sorry with that. We just want to make these nice and clear for everybody. There we go. We should be able to see those. Now, this is a Keltner channel, and Keltner channels aren't a standard deviation. They are a what is the word? what is the word I'm looking for? If somebody says, JD, recall the word, I want to make sure I get it right. It's dang, I'm going to look at that right. Keltner channel versus Bollinger Bands. ATR, these are the ATR. There we go.
That's it.
So this is the average trend. Yeah, I forget the thing. And there's your ATR length right here. So this is an ATR with a multiplier on it. So this is a standard, not a deviation, but a multiplier of 2. If I make this a 3, you'll see them get wider. Okay, and it's based on the ATR length. 3 positions out, 2 positions out, whatever you want to do with it. It's a faster reaction to these. Now, if I leave that, let me put that back on 2 where it was. And I'm going to just turn on the Bollinger Bands on top of it and then off again. So I'm going to just toggle back and forth a couple of times and keep your eye on the chart. I won't go too quick, but turn them on. There's your Bollinger Bands. Okay, and let's do this. We can actually see them a little bit better. Let's make these white, the Bollinger Bands white, so you can see the difference. There you go. Okay, now I'm going to shut them off. Okay, there's your Keltner channel. It reacts a little bit quicker. There's your Bollinger Bands. Okay. It's just you can see the smoothness of it. Here's your Bollinger. It took a little while. This is holding on to it. I don't know if you can use these together in some way, shape, or form. As I said earlier, I'm horrible with MACD. I know a trader that uses 2 MACDs with 2 different settings, and that's all they trade with. I swear I don't even think they look at a chart, which is fine too. You don't necessarily need it all the time. But if it's something that that speaks to you, go for it. There are so many indicators out there. I'm not opposed to them. I just would not rely on them. Like, if it does this, I'm actually doing this every single time, because there are some other things you need to take into consideration. The one thing I don't like about using these types of indicators is because they're looking back in time. This is a 20 period. Because they're looking back in time, you may be crossing sessions. Or you may be crossing a lunch, or crossing a close of London into the open of US, or close of Asia into London. So they're going to be different. Those markets are different. So my suggestion, if you're going to use these, start it at the US Open if you're going to trade the US market, and then wait and let them configure themselves and follow the market along. Just like VWAP. We've heard always talk about that. VWAP has volume in it. It's significantly different volume. Look at the bottom of this chart. Significantly different volume. The entire overnight session here, you get the first 10, 15 minutes of the US market is more volume than the entire overnight of volume. So if you have anything that is based on volume or volatility, it's really going to make a difference, whether it's VWAP or whether it's Bollinger Bands or Keltner channels, because those deviations, it's just going to be really, really mess with your mind. So when you're using any of these types of channels, wait for that session, wait for them to set up. If this is a 20 period, wait for a 20 period, whether it's a 1 minute, 5, 10, 15 minute, whatever chart you're using, wait for it to start doing its calculations and straighten itself out. Look at the overnight. It's actually pretty smooth because we're following these channels. Okay, we're following it. Short over here, keep your stop above it. All right, take your points out of it. What do the Bollinger Bands look like? A little bit tighter, and is this on a 2? Make sure the standard deviation. Yep. Okay. Standard deviation is 2. Maybe the standard deviation has to be 3 when we're using Keltner channels of 2. That looks a little better. We just found out something on TopstepTV Live. So it looks like the Bollinger Bands have a reaction that we need to have a little bit wider on a standard deviation versus the ATR of a Keltner channel. So this, you can see they're a bit of confluence in there, but they do a little bit different things. Again, it's a great question for using these. They are a little bit different. I threw the Keltner channel on there just because of a comparison between the two. But if it speaks to you, go for it. Hold them on there, get your settings right, and remember to change them for the instrument and your time frame. You may have a standard deviation of 3 on a 5-minute NQ, and now you're going to trade a 10-minute ES, yet standard deviation might need to be 7. It might need to be 2. It might need to be 1. So make sure you keep all of that time in market sentiment in context when you're trading with these indicators. It's very important. Good question. I love that.
Yeah, that was a great answer, too. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for walking us through that and showing us. We see you switched over to TradingView. Any chance we can get you back over to TopstepX real quick? We have a question about setting. Our next question is about setting alerts. Are you familiar with setting alerts on TopstepX? Have you set those up yet?
I have not set an alert yet. No, I have not set an alert yet. Where do you go with that, JD? And if it takes 2 seconds, I don't know if you can set an alert on here. I'm going to right-click on it. I don't recall there being. If somebody did use it, go ahead and
yeah, go ahead and share with us.
I don't believe. Yeah. I
I've
don't
yet to set
believe
an alert on
there was.
TopstepTV also. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. So that's a great question. I'm actually going to just make a note of that right here, so I can find out. And if we can't do it, I'll find out when, and we'll try to keep you updated.
Cool.
Okay,
have you ever done it using TradingView?
Yes. On TradingView, because it's a the base platform in the background here is based on the TradingView, chart by TradingView. But on TradingView, to set an alert, let's just say you want to go on a higher day here. Let's just pull this up on a large screen so we can all see it. And let's pretend I want to go up to the top here and I want to get alerted if it makes a new high. I'm going to right click on the chart, and there's a thing right here, add alert. Now by default, it says add an alert on my instrument at this price. And when I click on it, it gives me a couple of other options. Crossing that price, crossing over up, crossing down, less than, greater than. I just simply want to know when it crosses that price level. I don't care about it. I don't want every time, because if it goes up, comes down, goes up, comes down, it's going to keep triggering me. It's an open-ended alert. I can give it a name for the alert, and this is what's going to pop up. This is the message that's going to happen right here. And you can type in and change, whatever you want to put in here. And then I simply hit create. I'm going to simply hit create like that, and it will show you. There's my line. And if I mouse over it right in the center of the screen, you'll see that it says, looking at the instrument, and it is crossing 5067.50, and then you can move it if you want, and it will alert you. Now inside TradingView, there are multiple options that you can do with it. Right here, open-ended alert. That shows open-ended notifications right here. So you can notify in the app. If you have the TradingView app, you can show it a pop-up on the screen. You can have it send you an email, webhook URL. If you want to have an alert set up to send to like a Discord group or something, you can put that in there. And there's a whole section on how to configure this setting down the bottom here. You have to use these placeholders with these little brackets, but it will send into a channel into your Discord. You have to put an API connection together. It's actually pretty simple for the webhook. You can have it play a sound. You can send an email to your SMS account, and that would be everything that is already set up inside of TradingView. It's a really cool feature, and I kind of you can do that for anything too. You can pick, let's see if I go to an alert like this. See, this is just telling me the condition of using this price action. But I can actually go here and say, well, hold on, I want to go the opening range, crossing opening range, session low. Okay, that's what I can do. I can choose these. This is kind of bad because it's not, hold on. I want the price crossing the opening range, session high. There we go. So my price, when it comes down and it crosses down through my opening range high, I will know I'm back in my opening range area. Why did I choose high? Because I know I'm above the market, the high right now, or I can choose low if I'm under it, if I want to know it comes back in the area. So it's actually a pretty cool thing. You don't have to just click a price on the chart, but you can have other things like, where's that here? The SMA stack. I want to know when the SMA stack crosses my opening range, for example. Okay, or my SMA 1 crosses 2, crosses above 2. So that's going to give me my simple moving average 1 of my indicator, the Topstep SMA stack. We have the 50, 100, 200. Right now this is set, so if the SMA 1 crosses up over SMA 2, which means it would have to be below it, market's turning around, it's going to send me an alert. Okay, so I know it's a little long-winded answer, but that's how you do it. And hopefully I got to find out about Topstep X. I didn't see them on there, but we'll find out for you.
Excellent. Thank you for the answer. Very, very concise. And I hope that helped out whoever was asking for it. Next up, we have a question from Zane. Zane wants to know, as a trader who keeps spinning their wheels, I feel I'm missing a lot of key and specific analytics. What tools would one recommend to focus on in order to build their fundamentals? Thank you for your time and help.
JD, you're I think better at the fundamental side of things. It's a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, and there's a lot of different sites you can go to, like Financial Juice, and use the economic calendar. Do you have any recommendations on that side? You're a little bit more stronger, listen to that. You're a little more active and stronger on the fundamental side than I am, so maybe you could chime in on this one.
Sure. We have plenty of tutorials right on our website. Go to topstep.com. We have plenty of videos, old podcasts, coaches playbook videos. We do a lot of coaching here. So just search around through our website. Also, it never hurts to go straight to the source. CME Group website has plenty of educational tools for you. Everything from class programs to training seminars, all kinds of great information. And it's all free for the most part. They also do trading competitions. You can jump on a simulator and battle against tens of thousands of people all over the planet. The CME Group makes it really exciting. They make it very interactive also. So check that out. That would be my suggestion. Hope that helps you out, Zane. All right.
Thanks, JD.
You got it. Moving on to Carl. Carl wants to know, I've been able to maintain a solid hit rate of 70 to 80% over a sample of several hundred trades, but find myself with slightly higher average loss over average gain. Thus, holding my losers too long and cutting my winners too quickly. Do you have any quick tricks to help rewire my brain to get myself on the winning side of the equation?
Yeah, good
Quick
question
tricks
there.
to rewire
Also,
the brain.
yeah, to rewire the brain, it's repetition and getting the style down. And it sounds like, honestly, it sounds like you're trading a bit out of fear. So when you're seeing that, those profits and taking them, I don't have an issue with taking the profits, but you also got to get rid of those losses too, right? Now, I want to address almost the second line down, the second to the last line there, holding my losers too long and cutting my winners too quickly. The only one you can control there is the holding losers too long. We only know that we have an entry, we have a stop, our risk management, and we have a potential target, a thesis, hypothesis. You know your entry because you put it on based on whatever your qualification and criteria you have. You put it on, so you know that one. You can control that. You know how much you want to risk. There's your stop. You know you know what that is and what you want to control that. So you have both of those. You don't know the target. We speculate on the target. You can do a measured move, or just if you go, hey, I'm only risking this much, therefore I'm doing 2 to 1. I'm going to be twice as much of what I'm risking. Totally fine. Whatever your criteria is, but we don't know when the target is. So it kind of gets me a little bit when I say I'm not holding my winners longer. You don't know it's a winner until it is a winner. Okay, we don't know. We have no idea. So to be able to hold a winner longer, scale it down and get better entries, try to figure the market. But we all want to do that. All of us want to be like, yeah, we'd love to get into a trade and just catch it and let it, just like this. If I just did a sample on that short and like, let me just get out of it, a $4 loss on a micro because we were just talking, going through it. But had I held it, I would have been here. But who the heck knows, right? You could look at this the other way. I'm going to go a slight tangent on this because this makes sense too. We can have a slight tangent on this one because here, let's draw a line. Let's draw a line. I'm eyeballing this here. Not even from there. Let's do a little one. So it gives it a little bit better criteria. Okay, so we have a line in our chart. We have a trend line. We have a support resistance line. And do I dare throw a VWAP or something on there? I'm gonna fake a VWAP. Let's say VWAP is like this, for example. I just want to show you something. Okay, so let's pretend. Follow me on this now. Let's pretend that I'm watching this and I want to go long when it bounces off this trend line. It hit, it hit, it hit. So this came down again. It hit right here. So I'm going to take a long right here. And I'll put my stop down here. I go, dang it, I get stopped out. And then I see this. I'm like, well, look, there's a little area. I'm going to wait until it goes a little further and hits this resistance line, right, the support line right here. I'm going to go long again. I know I'm messing my charts up a little bit. Follow me on this. I'm going to go long again. And I have a stop here. I go like, dang it. And then I go, well, VWAP is right there. Let me play the VWAP bounce. And there's my VWAP, and I go long again. Okay? Those are three those are great setups that you can do to get into this trade. And then when you look back at it, you're like, dang it, why did I catch a falling knife? So another term that drives me absolutely bonkers. Don't catch a falling knife. Well, you don't know it's a falling knife until it is a falling knife. Same thing with the trends. You don't know that it's a trend until it's mostly into a trend. You can play around with the time frames like that, but who the heck knows? Tying it back into the question, you don't know it's a winner until it's a winner. So all we can do is control our entry and our risk, and we let the market do what it's going to do. Whatever your decision making is to get out of that trade, follow it. If you're always getting out way too soon, I think maybe you're going to get better at trading, get some better entries, or get away from some of the fear of not of going, oh, I see a little bit of profit, let me take this out of here. You need to have some type of criteria around it, and some type of methodology as part of your strategy. And if it's still not working, alter the strategy, look at a different way of getting into the market, potentially different way of trading. And speaking of things, this thing just like, I had like 5 alerts go off of my thing over here. But yeah, hopefully that helped. I mean, it's I want to hold my trades longer. Well, we don't know. I'll hold my winning trade. You don't know it's a winning trade. It might be at that point in time, but the moment you sit back and go, look at this thing continues to curl up and keeps going higher or down if you're short, a second later can flip around on you. So now you'll be mad at yourself to say, well, why didn't I take my profit when I had it? It's a tough thing to do, but it's part of trading. I hate to say it. I mean, that's one of the things that makes it really hard. If everybody knew the best time to get in, way to trade, and how long you're going to hold it to maximum profit, we'd all be multi-millionaires and billionaires at this point in time.
Yeah, exactly. Just checking in on the markets here. We're getting a nice pullback in equities right now.
Yep.
I just lost my chart. Sorry, I was going to pull up a few quotes, but checking in on the chat, people were asking for some book recommendations. It just so happens that on our TopstepTV website, we do have a reading list that we put together for everyone. It's not the end-all be-all of reading lists, but I'm sure you can find something on here. I'm going to drop this in the chat right now.
Good. Thanks, JD, for doing that.
You got it. There were some recommendations coming through, but that's what we have. Please disregard the date on that Stock Traders Almanac. We put this list together a couple of years ago. We need to update it. But there are some classics on there. Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, and also some great new ones. The Mental Game and Trading, Jared Tendler, always classic, or always a great one. We have some of Hoag's favorites, Mind Over Markets by James Dalton, and his other one, Markets and Profile. Those are Hoag's trading Bibles right there. He references those books almost every day when he's on talking about the market profiles. So take a look at that, and let us know if you have anything you want us to add to that list also.
Trading in the zone also.
Trading in the zone. Yep. Cool. All right. Next question. Marvin wants to know, is swing trading allowed at Topstep? I guess that would be the question. Actually,
yeah, it is. Thank you. Sorry, JD. It was in another language. It was in Spanish. We just converted it over, and the translation on there was to swing trade. What should I do in a Topstep account? That's the rough translation on there. Thanks to Google Translate. There isn't a swing trading, quote unquote, swing trading combine, a program within Topstep. There was a few years ago, but wasn't a lot of interest, and we had just went the way we're going now. That said, a swing trading is you're holding that overnight, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, like that, right? To mimic that, or get as close as possible to that, 2 minutes before the close your trade. 2 minutes after the open, put your trade back on where you left off. That's about the bet, and then come back the next day. It's 23 hours a day, or 22 in Topstep program. So put it on at the market open, 5:01 Central Time, and then take it off at 2:59 Central Time. Sit around for 2 hours, get some food, do what you got to do, and analysis or whatever. And you might save yourself from a big dump. You might miss a little pop if it's going in your direction, but that's the closest thing you can do to swing trading within Topstep.
Yep, exactly. Good answer. We do not allow positions to be held between trading sessions. So you will be auto liquidated at around 3:10 p.m. Central Time every day if you have an open position on. And just like Robert said, go take a nap, grab a snack, come back in an hour and a half. Markets are open roughly 22 hours a day, futures markets at least. Mm-hmm. So you'll have plenty of opportunity on the reopen to get your position back on. All right, Eddie's in the chat pulling some questions for us. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it. Here's a question for Robert. can you please explain how we can get educational information in the Topstep Discord channel? Coach Robert spends quite a bit of time in our Discord channel, so you would definitely have more insight into how to approach finding the best information on there. What do you think?
Yeah, it's great. There's a ton of information, a lot of good channels, and there are some specifics. If you're trading a particular style, like someone asked about the DOM trading and bookmap trading. If you're using that, there's a channel specifically dedicated to. If you're a bookmap trader, go there. If you're a quant tower trader, go to that one. And there's strategies in there also. There's a couple of main strategies that traders had asked us to make a specific channel for, that they're focused on it. Wyckoff and things like that are in there as well. And you have all the coaching channels. All of the coaches have their own specific channel, and then there's a group coaching channel. All free, all full access. If you're not sure, jump into the group coaching channel. It's a community one. Start asking around, and somebody in there, another trader, may have a really good reference for you. You can say, hey, this is what I do. This is what I'm looking for. This is my style. I could probably use help with whatever. And someone in that channel, or even one of the coaches, will say, you know what, you should probably talk to Coach Paul. That's right up his alley. You should probably talk to Coach Dakota. That's his alley. Coach Robert. It's more for them. Everybody's got a little different style, different personalities, different way to look at the market. Find something that works for you. But Discord is full of great information, and not to mention all the sessions and seminars. There's a coach's library where when we have the hour-long sessions on the overnights, with the recorded, they get dumped into one area called the coach's library. It's right above all the coaches' names, and each coach has you'll see their picture and description of them, and you can go, oh, I heard Coach Paul talk about this, Coach Ray talk about that, Coach Jay talk about this, and you caught a piece of one the other night, and it's recorded, it's dumped into that channel. You can find out more information. Tons of information and knowledge rolling around in there. Lots of traders in there too. Lots of traders. 24 hours a day that thing is running. Man.
Yeah, just the other week we crossed over the 40,000 user threshold. More than 40,000 traders are in our Discord channel every day, bouncing ideas off of each other, learning from each other, communicating with our coaches. It's really a great place to be. Anne Marie, I see in the chat, I wish we had a VWAP channel. Should we start a VWAP channel just for Anne Marie?
I will start a VWAP channel for Anne Marie. I will make a note of that right now as well.
Make sure you're in there,
it's a particular study. There's a lot of traders. A lot of traders are using those type of process. We're not going to have a channel for everything. Oh, this is for Bollinger Band. This is for Keltners. This is for moving averages. That'd be kind of a little crazy doing that. But VWAP, I believe, is a very, very specific tool. There's one for TPOs in their market profile. Great information in there. But I think I would agree with Anne Marie that I believe VWAP would be good. I will run it past the powers at B here. See if we can get that set up. But I do agree that would be good to have, since it's widely known and heavily used by a whole bunch of traders. Thank you for the suggestion, Anne-Marie. And I'll see you in about a half hour.
That's right. Anne-Marie's coming back. You saw her during the top quiz. She's coming. Yeah, she's coming back in 10 minutes for Strategy Lab with Robert. That should be pretty excellent stuff. I'm trying to find my schedule. I must have closed it. Oh, well. Anyway, let's move on to another question. Chanel wants to know how do you properly manage risk when trading micros on a 50K account? Any suggestions for Chanel?
Yeah, it's going to be a vague question, unfortunately, Chanel, but thanks anyway for it. It's going to depend on a lot. Your 50K account, let's say you just started it. Well, you have your $1,000 daily loss limit, which we don't want to go to that all the time, but that's your limit for the day. Well, what if you're in your 9th day and you're $200 above your daily loss limit? Well, now you have to manage risk differently. So it's a little bit of a loaded question there, and I apologize for the vagueness of it. But stick to your standards, and you have to work within your comfort level and within your own personal risk tolerance. Okay, I'm horrible with risk. I hate it. I just like, if it's not going my way, like that trade you saw earlier today on shoulder tap. Get out of the trade. It's not going my way. Get out of the trade. Not going. Get out of the trade, and then you can catch it a little bit. So that's just the style. other traders like to scale it down, especially with your micros, and they will take on some heat because it's a micro. It's not going to in 2 seconds destroy it. If you're trading MNQ, the micro NQ, it's $2 per point. Well, $1,000 for your max loss, that's quite a ways down on a drawdown. So you do have some room to play around with the micros. I enjoy them. Like during the day, it's a lot of micro trading. Because you can be wrong, and these markets move so far, so fast, out of the blue. Look what just happened. I mean, we're just sitting here looking at the market. It's 5, 10, the last 15 minutes, we lost 20 points in ES. I mean, it took us all day, right? Stairs up, elevator down to get that. NQ, we're down from 18,100 to 100 points. We're down to 100 points in NQ. So if you're doing one micro and you happen to catch that the wrong way, you're only down $200, right? It's 100 points, $2 a point on one contract, micro. You can stomach that. So maybe you set a 50-point loss. Like, I was wrong about this thing. Pick your poison, pick your spot that you're going to be at that level where you say, enough is enough. I've lost too much at this point. I want to follow my plan and trade another day. And again, it's going to be if you just started, you have a lot of room, or if you're $100, $200 away from hitting that loss limit. You do need to manage that, and you need to manage which instrument you're trading. It's going to have a little different feel on each one of them as to how far and how long they go against you. NQ is going to tear your face off because it's going to move so far so fast. Where if you're in like oil, for example, I don't know if you can trade micro crude. I think it's micro crude on here. I'd have to check it. I should know that. It's not as much of a swing, so you can hold on to things a little bit longer. You may find yourself wanting to get in and out of trades a little bit quicker on ESNQ, even YM. It's $5 a point. But the other instruments might give you a little more leeway, a little more buffer zone, and fit into your comfort level a little bit more. Using the micros on a 50K account, I believe, is a great way to go. This game, I'm going to use game, is all about risk management. You hear it all the time. That's what we do. We are risk managers because that's what we can control. We take our profits, but I can't say, I'm going to go here and I'm going to take 50 points profit, because it might go 2. It might go 35. We don't know. But we do know that we want to get out if it's 10 points against us, or 20, or whatever it's going to be. That's all we can control. Our entry and our risk. We can't control I'm going to come here and make this much money. We can't do that. We can try. We all want to try. But our job and our game here is to manage risk. Micros on 50K, it's a great way to go.
Boom, nailed it. Thank you, Robert. We've got Noah back in the question doc. Now, we've answered this question a couple times. Noah from IT, if it's the same Noah. He just wants to know more about your background in IT and how it's impacted trading. So Robert did answer that question last week and the week before that. I don't know. Do you want to give Noah one more shot to listen in on what you have to say?
Yeah, just a 2-line answer that it's just, I'm a really technical, analytical mindset type of a person, plus minus, yes and no, black and white. So my IT training had me carried over here and made me methodical and made me a robot with these things. Just made me look at things analytical wise. The line I use is like, I don't need to know why the market moved. I just need to know that the market moved. So that's the way I look at it. And that discipline and that structure and that technical side of me, analytical side of me, is the way I look at things. Like, I don't know what the hell just happened. Just now did a number come out or something, nor do I care. If I was on the right side of the trade, hey, I had a good profit. If I was on the wrong side of the trade, oops, hit my stop, and I'll wait for the next one. So it's really just black and white for me, and that's what the IT carried over. Digitals, pluses and minuses, ones and zeros. It works for me.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Robert. We got time for one more. Okay, let's. How about Justin's question, just above Noah? What's a good recommendation on scaling into winning trades? I've just recently been comfortable in scaling in and out of trades, and this morning I found myself scaling in too late. Any recommendations or thoughts? Thank you.
Yeah, we don't know we're scaling in too late until we scale in too late. Let's take a look at the market right now. Let's just pick one. We have NQ right here, right? We have a drop down. A lot of traders will go, okay, with this drop down, we have a little bit of pullback. If I was short and it came down like this, and now it pulled back up a little bit. Let me make this bigger. I want to make sure everybody can see on the screen. Over to this side. So let's say we're short. let's say we said, okay, we believe it's going to break the all-time high, so we have a short here and we go short and we're like, wow, I'm loving this, and it starts to pull back up again. You may want to get out of your trade, because what we don't know is it going to do this, right? We don't know that. We don't know if it's going to do this. Okay? We don't know that. We don't know if it's going to do this. So if you were to scale into this trade and your thesis, your hypothesis, and your assumptions and speculation says you believe it is going down and you enter another trade right here, you're going to have a stop according to that trade. But remember, it's going to adjust your profit also, your rate at which you're losing. So you were gaining, you were going down here at the rate of one contract in this example. But now that you added a second contract, if it goes back to you, you're losing at twice the rate you gained at. So you can only go halfway back up, and now you're at break even again. So you need to account for that. And remember that if you go from one contract to two, you're doubling everything. Yeah, you're doubling your wins. You're also doubling the speed and the rate of your losses. So this would be a great example. Let me clear these off. This would be a great example. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to get the whole all-time high stuff off of there. A great example of if you were to scale in to this short, this would be the way to do it. You can eyeball this over here and say, well, it broke through these levels, and I'm just speculating here. Like, all right, we're back up here again. Add a short position to that if that's your hypothesis. But remember, if you entered here and your stop was up here, it has to come down now. Can you tell I love drawing in these charts? I'll talk charts all day long.
Excellent. Very nice, Robert. Thanks. Yeah, definitely. If you're going to be scaling in and out of positions, also make sure you tighten up the screws on your risk strategy. Have a very clear idea of where the market needs to go in order to invalidate that trade and make sure you're getting out at the right time.
Yep.
Scaling in and out is definitely different than cannonballing. Scaling is a strategy, and it can be a very profitable one too if you do it correctly. All right, that said, we are just about out of time. Thank you for submitting your questions. We'll be back again tomorrow for some more group coaching. I believe Hoag is back, and he will be joining us then. He's enjoying his day after Super Bowl. Probably has his feet up listening to us right now. How you doing, Mr. Hoag? Coming up next, we have the Strategy Lab with Robert. Robert's sticking around, and he'll be joined by Anne-Marie. That should be some pretty great stuff. Then to close out the day for Power Hour, we have Andre, Dolby, and DannysTrades is coming back. Maybe we'll get a little pulled pork action going into the close today. All right, with that, we are going to close it out. Thanks again, Robert, and thank all of you. Stick around for Robert and Anne-Marie in the Strategy Lab. Signing off.
And welcome back to the Coach Robert Show today. Apparently, this is actually called Strategy Lab. We are here with our good friend Anne Marie. I saw you lurking around the chat earlier, but now you're on the spot. Now you're in the hot seat. Now you're on air. Good to see you again.
Lurking.
We had a great time last week. So we talked briefly. You wanted to, first of all, welcome. I hope your trading is going well. Don't know what that dump was all about. Maybe you have an answer for it, but you did share something that you want to talk about. So I will turn the tables over to you. And I don't know a lot about this, so I'm certain to have some probing questions for you. What do you say?
Well, I'm super excited for those of us that maybe are here for the first time and they haven't really met me. My name's Anne Marie Baiynd. I've been trading a couple of decades and I love TopstepTV and excited to be part of sharing and helping folks trade better. So I put up something that I really want to talk about. I use it quite often. Actually, it's a natural mechanical flow. It's called the OODA loop. And for those of us that fly or know about the wonderful John Boyd, he was a fantastic mathematician, actually, and he put together something to help pilots perform better in the cockpit. And this, because pilots are always staring about, looking for what's changing on the horizon, it fits trading perfectly. And so this is called the OODA loop. And as a matter of fact, last week, Coach Paul talked about it at 11 a.m. on Thursday. If you guys want to slip back and get some of his stuff. Also, you can add these two things together. But what's supremely important is that before you execute any trade, you have to have an understanding of the environment. It's sort of like saying, okay, I'm going to go outside right now, but let's say I don't live in Southwest Florida and it's not 75 degrees, but instead I live in, Juneau, Alaska. And I say, hey, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to dress completely differently. The way I know that is because I know where I am physically. I know what time of year it is temporally, and I know what's required of me to operate outside in that space. And trading works exactly the same way. So we first observe the things around us, looking at spaces of highs and lows, past movement and present motion. And then we orient ourselves in it. Where am I in relation to those highs, those lows relative to trend? And then based on that, I decide on what I want to do when I see something. And that's how, wow, the word business is misspelled there. And I just saw that. So from the word decide, then we go to act, right? And act means we set the trade in motion. Sometimes it means pull the trigger. Sometimes it means set the limit order. All right. So we're going to go directly to the charts and we're going to talk about exactly what happened when Robert was in the midst of teaching group coaching. So what is my philosophy? You know, that's why I begged Robert for the VWAP and the volatility band channel. I love trading these volatility bands because they give me an understanding of where price has stretched and is coming back into focus. So early here today, being completely transparent, I expected the chart to collapse at about 18,100, and it went all the way up to 18,121. So if I am trading a contrary trend and I put a position in, I have to have that stop. So let's go through the OODA loop. We'll go through the OODA loop for a trade that didn't go the way I wanted it to, and then a trade that did go. Two trades that went well. So the first one is, hey, it's coming to the top of a band. I'm looking at a formation that is largely bullish, but not accelerating dramatically. I'm seeing the candlesticks retrace each other, so it's not like it's wide open, rarefied air. So in this space, I think to myself, all right, what I want to do is watch for it get to the outside or the edge of my 2.5 standard deviations, and then I position a short. So this is my observation, right? My orientation was upward moving average, everything's accelerating, but the candlesticks are retracing each other. I know I should have a pullback. So that's my observe, my orient. My decision is I'm going to place a limit order to go short at 18,105, and I'm only going to give myself a 10-point stop. Also, because of trend, and I'm taking a short, I'm not going to take big size. I'll take big size when it starts moving in my favor and I can average up in the direction of the trend that I am playing. But that's one of the number one things that I look at to say, hey, do you want to add to this position? The first question you should ask yourself is, am I taking a trade that's trending or counter trending? If it's counter trending, you better wait until the markets confirm that you're correct, or you'll likely run into having to have your stop set. So here's what happened. I decided, I put out the limit order, that was my action, and then I let the market unfold. Now, it blew me out of the trade immediately. Has anything changed about my thought about what's going on with the market? And my thought is always, hey, if I get to that 2.5 bands, 2.5 standard deviation bands on the 30-minute chart, and I have candlesticks that are retracing parts of the bodies of prior 30-minute candlesticks, I'm still looking for a reversal. So it stops me out, but I say to myself, nothing's changed. The weather is the same. The formation is the same. My entry point was the wrong one. It was too early. So early equals wrong. Believe it or not, it early does equal wrong, especially if you're trying to manage your risk. Now, we see a lot of guys that have billion-dollar funds that they're running, and they'll get out and they'll talk about it and say, hey, you know, I'm $1 billion in the hole with this short, but I'm plugging on. You and I don't have 9 zeros in our accounts, and so we have to approach the market differently. But the OODA loop tells me on the 30-minute, nothing has changed. So I love setting up on the 30-minute with the OODA loop. So I take the short again, and my goal is this, to come into the VWAP, and if the chart accelerates, I can go all the way through the bands. Now, in hindsight, we can say, wow, what a trade. Open disclosure, I didn't get it all the way down there. I ended up trading just to the VWAP because the VWAP is upside. And I was getting ready to come here, and I wanted to read some of the chat and listen to Robert. So here's what I did. One, I said, using my OODA loop, has anything changed? No. I'm exact same observations, 2.5 standard deviations. So I say, all right, I'm initiating a short. The first time half of my position comes off, it's at the 1 standard deviation marker. Why? Well, it matches with all the congestion. You know, I talk about, hey, can you find a line that goes through all your candlesticks to the left, or as many of them as possible? This is 1, 2, 3. It collides with the band almost exactly. So I said, you know what? Time to get out of half of this trade. So I'm done. Here, it comes back. this morning I was in a trade in short oil, and I moved my stop down to break even, and it took me out. And then Dee and Dolby just rode it all the way down because I got distracted about something else. Totally peeved about that. So remembering that, I went, no, I'm going to leave my stop exactly where it is. And I just waited. So that's 30 minutes, 1 hour, 90 minutes until it hits my target. Now, how do I know that I am in a good trade? Well, one, I'm not taking any heat on it. Two, it's doing what my OODA loop suggested it should be doing. And three, as I move downward and I'm not taking heat and it's losing the levels of the 1 standard deviation, it's the stair-step mode. I know I'm going to approach, in all likelihood, the VWAP so I can add to the trade. Okay? And so that OODA loop that tells me, wait, did I set this up right? It's the thing that can keep you from going, you know what, I was totally wrong. I'm going to take the opposite trade. And then you'll find out that the first trade you put on was the right trade. If you have an OODA loop and you have the overall formations set up, you are not going to step in the wrong direction of the trade, because the OODA loop defines the environment, whether you need to put on your Canada Goose or you can put on a t-shirt and, your Birkenstocks or whatever, right? So from that space, I have used the OODA loop. For those of you that know me and know my trading for a while, you know that the OODA loop is a huge part of my daily thought process. And I realized today, oh my goodness, I've never talked about the OODA loop on TopstepTV. So there it is. That being said, you can look at the same sort of thing. Here's what happened here. What I said to myself was, all right, this chart has moved from the top of the band to the bottom of the band, and I still have a VWAP that's somewhat upward. So what am I going to do? If it comes to the bottom of the band, I'm going to buy the 18,000 and I'm going to trade to the 1 standard deviation. What I traded to was the low of the opening range, and then held the last half to the standard deviation band, and then I got out of the trade. Now, why did I get out of the trade and not hang on for potential gains to the upside? Well, one, the speed of motion concerns me. And when we've got this kind of speed, people are running for the hills. It's something that day traders understand that swing traders just do not have any concept of, because they don't see candlesticks in motion. It's the skill event that gets built when we're day trading that makes us a little bit more, I can only think of a fancy word there, so I want to use a regular one. It makes us more in tune with what the market is really doing. And that speed that we started selling off told me, this bounce might not hold. It might actually be a dead cat bounce from that space of bouncing into old resistance. And indeed, here it is. And it's coming into the 3 standard deviation formation. So what would I do here? I would start thinking about picking up along. Why? Well, it's not matching.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just jumped onto the chart. Anne-Marie, take a quick break on the market there. Great info. I want to get back to that. I have 2 questions for you. But the volume that just came through right now, we have just pretty much breached the volume that we had in the very open of the market. I'm looking at the NQ and the ES comparatively.
Really?
The interesting part, this is, so you got into that oil trade, you got into that short earlier, but you were a little too soon, right? Because it went up and it stopped you, and like, but your thesis didn't change that much. That is a really big problem that I have when I am stopped out of the trades like this, which is why I don't trade like that anymore, because I'm terrible at this. Today on opening call, I said, I don't think we're hovering around too much. We're at that all-time high, all these time. It's dropping off. I don't think we're going to breach it on the NQ or ES. 20 minutes later, what did we do? Blew through it, right? But it's true to my form, right, but early. I'm always too soon coming into these things, right? So, and I don't know why this is. Maybe there's news that came out. It's 1:20. I look at economics. There's on the calendar 1 o'clock. Yeah, 1 o'clock Central Time. Treasury statement. That's what did it.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, that's what it was right there. Yep. I don't know what the first one was. The first one was a half hour ago, but the Treasury statement came out at 1 Central Time, and that was pretty much after that. They dropped down and paused, and then dumped off again. So we did want to just make sure we jumped into there, and it's just the equities markets that are really rolling off like this for quite a bit. A couple hundred and something odd points right now. So definitely want to jump into there. Now, while we're on that subject, I want to ask you about one question. I have the OODA loop up.
Yeah.
So it's not the same one. A sidestep question. Do you have this modified for trading? Like, what does it say? Like the one under Orient, and the top it says, how is your bank position? Okay, that would be really cool. That's one thing. Second thing is, do you always follow this in the same pattern, or is there any type of interlocking bounce back? For example, you're on the decide. You have your hypothesis. You act. You place your trade on. You watch what the trade is doing and observe it. It's not going the way you want. Well, do you go back and act, do something else now? So you have an intertwined. Okay.
Yeah. You're always going through the loop constantly. So for right now, look at what I just did from the chart here. Mm-hmm. I said, okay, I'm 3 standard deviations out. Price action's going to bounce. And so the longs off the edge of the volatility band, I took, right? Couple of contracts. And it bounces just like the space. Now, my orientation has already told me, listen, what's happening is price action is fading very hard. So you can take this snapback bounce, but you have to be very careful holding it. So what that actually is observe, orient, decide, act, observe. After your action, okay, do I stay in the trade? No need for reorientation. So you are still in observation. The second something happens that is not in the frame, you go, I have to reorient. And then I have to decide, and then I have to act. And after every action, you stay in the observation mode until something that is contrary to what you are looking at comes up, and then you go, I need to reorient, decide, and act. And so using it on a 30-minute chart is much more viable than using it on a 5-minute chart, because you'll be stuck reiterating loops. I mean, you'll go into iteration after iteration after iteration, and we are analogs. We're not digital creatures. We're analogs. And so we have to get it into some space where we use the time in a way that our brain says, okay, I can accept this level of information. For somebody like you, it's way higher than mine. You can carry all kinds of things that you're thinking about. I am a single thread. I am incredibly single-threaded. I have no ability to work in parallel. I'm the direct serial port. So from that space, I just stick to, okay, here are my sweet spots. I'm going to wait for my sweet spots, and I'm going to act. If the trades break down, I'm going to get back to going, wait, let me observe and reorient, because at the action, I watched it stop out. I wasn't hoping for that, so I need to orient again. And that orientation, if I reorient and I go, wait, that's the same thing that I was looking at a minute ago, I can step back into the trade once more.
That's very good. Thanks for answering that, because I would not knowing this model and listening to what you're saying, I'm glad you cleared that up, because I actually got caught. I don't know if anybody else did, but just to share my process was that I see now where once you act and you're observing, if something changes that's outside of that realm of your observation, what you're doing, you can't act again, because you have to change what you're doing and then decide a new method. I was actually looking at it as like, I acted, I observed. Now let's do a circle going this direction. Watch, it's gonna be trying to hard to explain, but I'm going like this, right? And now I'm at the top, I'm observing, right? I'm going around, boom, boom. I'm at the top, I'm observing. And something changes for my liking. I need to do something else. My thought was we rotate this way and we have a circle. We go observe, orient, decide, act, or it like this, and then come back to that and go back on our cycle, which is not true. That was where my vision went. So you cleared that up for me, and I haven't seen this, and I really like it. I would love to see the version that you have that explains these in trading terms of what you're actually doing. So that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I actually have that. Hang on a second.
Yeah, that would be this would be wonderful. I was looking for some questions from the chat. Everybody's digging this. This is really something. Market Stalker D said that, hey, I teach this stuff too, and you already mentioned that one of the coaches
Love it.
It was Paul, but yeah, had discussed it a little bit. So it's really cool. Yeah, now my mind's going. I'm like wondering how I can code this into some quant tower automated. Because it kind of automatically does it already, right? If you're looking at a market, did this happen? If it did, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to monitor it, and I'm either, if the conditions change, well, I need to change my orientation now. I'm going to decide what the next thing I'm going to do, and then I'm going to act on that. So it's really cool. I enjoy this. I love these analytical things.
Yeah, me too.
Nice strategy lab. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, the thing about it is that it's not hard. It's super straightforward. And what we have a tendency to do is exactly what you were thinking about. You look at something and then you forget to orient and decide, and you go straight to act. Yeah. And so when you draw that line straight through, you invalidate process control. And that truly is the anchor to solid trading, right? It's process control. For me, you know, the bane of my existence is sizing up. And it's because I've been fortunate enough to have my personal accounts go very well from me sizing up. But sometimes I will size up and I'll go, wait a second, you did not orient yourself properly because this is a counter trend move. Right? And so when we get into these spaces, it's, wait, I just heard you on the lab just a little bit ago, and somebody was saying, you know, about sizing up or doing different sorts of things, staying in the trade, whatever. Your OODA loop is going to keep you there. Your OODA loop is going to tell you, I shouldn't be sizing up because this is counter trend. Now, when I find it, I'm going to pop it in the strategy lab. As you know, since I am serial port and not parallel port, I'm having trouble looking for it while we're going through the lab. So I'll find it for sure.
No problem. Chat's gonna love that. We will absolutely get it out to them. So when you first get into this OODA loop, the very first thing you're doing is observing. That's step one, right? Because OODA, O, observe, O, orient. D, decide, A, act. And I know I'm just really breaking this down in simple form, but I'm driving it home in my own head also and get my own OODA loops running around in my own brain here.
Yeah.
Do you use this on every time you look to make a decision because you have VWAP bands? But how about making a decision on what instrument you're going to trade? Do you use this as that as well? I'm like, I'm going to look at my instruments and then I'm going to.
You could. I don't. I think what I do is I simply go, you know, this is sitting at the top of the band. Let me see whether this is a counter trend move or if this is a continuation move. So, you know, so for oil's sake, you know, watching D and Dolby, get into that early morning trade, listen, you can see why I took the short. It's at the very top of the volatility bands. And I thought to myself, hey, even if this doesn't come all the way back, which I thought actually it would, but even if it doesn't come all the way back, I think trading it into the VWAP is going to be great. And if not, the Globex Open or the opening range is going to be ideal. And so I got my first target at the 1 standard deviation band, but I moved my stop down to break even, and the stinker took me out literally on the tick. It took me out on the tick before it turned around and moved. So, sometimes I move that stop too early. And again, I've been trading for 20 years. You'd figure I'd know. But sometimes you just go, I'm moving that stop down. I really don't want to.
Well, they got a chink in the OODA loop right there on you, right? That's a little bit of OODA loop, and we got all kinds of Oompa Loompa. This is going to go wild. There's going to be memes all over Twitter now. Oompa Loompa, OODA Loopa, Oompa. I can just see it now. Dang. But yeah, we do it all the time, right? You've been trading nearly 3 times as long as I have. So I'm not happy, but I'm glad to hear that you still do the same things of the stuff that I struggle with too. Biggest thing for me, I said earlier, is I'm pretty good at being right, but always early. If I'm wrong, I put it that way. I'm not going to say it's like when I'm wrong, not if. When I'm wrong, it's usually because I'm early on the decision, and it's a patience thing for me. You think I'd learned by now, but I'm happy to see that you're in 20 years and you're like you do the same thing.
Do you follow yourself back around and go, I'm going to try that again? What happens after that process? A lot of times when we go, oh man, I'm early, which I was early to this trade because Dee and Dolby didn't really take it until, maybe this candle over here. And I was already taken my first profit, half of the position size, and then stopped out for the rest before they took it down into its support levels. So what do you, when you're early, what happens mentally that helps you reorient and go, all right, I gotta get back to business here? What do you do? Because I think that's the power of the OODA loop.
Yeah, and I think I'm doing it without knowing it because I did not know this term, and this is why I'm really like soaking this up as well. So I think I'm doing it without knowing and understanding it. It's like we probably do a lot of things, some psychology things that we do that we're like, oh, I didn't know that. I've been doing it 10 years. So for your question is what do I do? Is I'm a little more rigid, I think, but I believe it falls into this category that I disregard that trade. I don't say,
gotcha.
Oh, I need to readjust my thesis. I need to readjust what I'm looking at. These market conditions changed. I honestly, I don't view them as a market changed. That trade is done, kaput, finished. I am looking at a new market now. And that's the way my brain interprets these things. So I don't go like, oh man, I was early on this. I'm like, nope, I made my trade. I got stopped out. Now, what am I going to do? Oh, I'm going to enter here. It might be the same thing of going, well, I get stopped out, but my thing says I need to reorient and figure that, I missed this volume thing, so I should have put it in a little bit higher. I don't do that because my trades, and maybe you've heard me say this before, my win streak and losing streaks are always a factor of 1. And I needed to do that for myself so I didn't burn out for one, go elacious like I'm an awesome trader and then screw it all up, and not be like beat myself up to the ground like I lost 4 trades in a row, because that happens. I'll lose 4 or 5 in a row, but they're not big. They're not bad. I'm horrible on risk. I'm like, it didn't go my way. Good, get out. And I don't go like, how do I continue this trade? That trade is done. It's just the way I think. That trade is done. So, but I believe it still fits into what you're saying here with this OODA loop, because my reorientation was like, next trade, observe what's going on.
Yes.
So I think it falls in just by default nature, right?
Yeah.
I love trading. Everybody's so different. We all do things different. We all get. The other day we looked at the market 2 different ways and had the same numbers come out the same way. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that was fun. That was really, really great. That was really, really great.
Sure.
Any questions on that? anything running through the chat on that space? Anybody want further insight there?
Well, they're definitely eating up and asking for saw some comments coming through to have a whole class on it. So maybe that's a Discord thing that we can have we can have going on. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do want to mention if you're liking this, to like the show, the obligatory likes, smash the like one more time, smash the like. If you're not subscribed and you're here for the first time seeing this, subscribe. You'll get all the notifications. And we had a tremendous response for the Trustpilot. It was absolutely amazing. We thank you so much. We brought that up the other day and said, wow, we get some really nice ratings and some good people out there. So we're asking for your honest feedback, because that's what we want. If you're liking it, spill it out there. We get all of them. We respond to everything. I see the like going crazy down here. That's the heart button y'all are clicking. We'd like to do the likey thing. It's right under that. But we appreciate that as well. Last thing is the Discord community link is posted to the top of the chat also. Please go in there. There's a wealth of information that's in there. It's not just coaches and everybody in Topstep. Anne Marie is there as well. You have your own channel. I've seen you bouncing around in there. I've been in your channel. You share charts all the time. You share setups all the time. You're constantly dumping knowledge all the time in there. And JD was saying I'm in there like all the time myself, but every time I'm in there, you're in there. So it's a great thing, right? It's a wonderful time to be alive. Wonderful time to be alive.
I love that positive attitude. That's I like it. That's my jam there. That's good. That's good.
Very good. Did you want to talk anything more on that? Or did you want me to jump on and share a quick little thing on a strategy?
How about you take over on a strategy? Yeah.
I can show one quick little thing that I always have something prepared just in case somebody gets sick or it doesn't quite have it. All right, so let's do this. Okay, yes, if someone, Richard Harris, thank you. And it's awesome knowledge. Absolutely. 100% agree. We are all there. Yes. Okay, I have an NQ chart up right now. It's just a regular 5-minute NQ chart. And I actually didn't expect this move right here, so it's actually going to play into my hand very well. It's going to look genius, but it's not. So I want to talk about Fibonacci's. And I want to throw one little thing out there on Fibonacci's. Okay, check it out. It's a standard Fibonacci tool. Very standard tool. Okay, now we know I'm going to take, let's take a random pivot point. We know what pivot points are. Let me actually do this. So we'll draw it. So
how do you calibrate those? Do you use a Woody's pivot?
Just traditional
okay, just the pivot.
So here's what I'm looking for when I say a pivot. I'm going to draw it on the chart. I'm going to draw, the line came down, went up, it went down, right? All right, well, here's a pivot, and here's a pivot, okay? Those are the two that I'm going to use because the market went a Z shape, right? So I'm going to just take this, I'm going to plot my Fibonacci's. Now, it's the Fibonacci retracement tool, and this is important. I'm going to pick the pivot. Let's grab the right here. We'll grab this just because it's a little bit, it's right in the same area. And I'm going to plot up here. I'll clean it up here in a bit. Okay, right here. Now make this bigger. I'm gonna bear with me on this. I'm gonna make it expand. You're not going to see things. So I want to show the levels. What we typically do with Fibonacci's is we look for the retracement. Let me actually pull this all-time high off and get out of the way. So we have a pivot at the bottom here, a pivot at the top, and we're looking for that retracement. Where's the market going to come down to? So we're looking for retracement. I'm going to make a suggestion to try this is go on the extension side of things using the same numbers. Right here, we're using 23.6. The next one down is 38.2. Then we have 50% and then 61.8, right? All the standard ones. Well, in order for me to get over this 0 level, I have to use negative 23. So if I put negative 23, there it is right there at the top. Okay, if we can see that, if you can see, good. So there it is. Well, the next level down is 38.2 on the standard fib setup and trading view. So I'm going to plot a negative 38.2. So what does that give me? It gives me an extension. I'm going from the low pivot to the high. My retracement is down here, but my extension is above. And I am willing to bet, if we can use the term bet, I'll put this over here, that if we break over this level, forgetting all these sub Fibonacci's down here, if we break over that high pivot, we'll generally reach, hypothesize, speculation, not advice, this area between 23.6 and 38.2. Yep. So you can, right here is the area. All the time? Hell no, of course not. This is trading. But what if we did it the other way around, right? It's just, this is trading. It may give you an extension area. Now remember, we're plotting this at this point in time because the market came down, up, down, and we got 2 pivots. So we're at this point in time. Looking at the bottom, it's like, what, 10:20 a.m. We're thinking, well, if it does come over this, where do I think it's going to go? Okay, so let's go to a different direction, and let's plot this pivot. I'll make it a little bigger so you can see it. Like I said, this is going to work out entirely in our favor. I had no idea about this. But here's our drawing. We have our pivots here. Okay, so I'm plotting this pivot for a high, this pivot for a low. But I'm not looking for the retracement. Remember, I'm at this point in time, right here. Okay, I'm at that point in time. This stuff to the right does not exist yet. I'm looking at the market here. Here it is, right here. This we are. We're at that point in time. I have a market up, down, and started going up again. I see 2 pivots. I grab the top one, I go to the bottom one, and I have my negative number, my negative area, right here. And we'll extend that to the right. And I'm just waiting. And I'm just waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, because we're watching the market, and I want it to come under this level, which is right here. This is my low level. I need to come under this pivot, and I'm targeting that area, that zone area. So now we have the market. I'm going to make this really wide. And the next candle plots, and it goes up. Next candle. I have an order waiting down here. It's just sitting here, waiting to cross this, targeting the other side of this zone, and hopefully getting somewhere in here. This is exactly the trade I took the other day, the all-time highs. And I was like, I'm going to take this. And I pulled it a little bit early because it was getting right into that area, and it ended up going through it. But that was the thesis. That was my thesis, my hypothesis. It's coming up there. If it starts to slow down and doesn't go right in there, we just broke the all-time high for like the 5th day in a row, right? If it comes up and it's kind of hovering, I'm just going to pull it. I'm not going to let it go against me. It ended up going through anyway, but that was the other option. If it blew through, we win. If it went up and halted, we're pulling it. Exact same scenario. The market is up here at this point in time. It's a little hard to see because it's overlapping, but you'll get the drift here in a minute. And it's coming. There's your market. There's your market. And guess what? We just broke this level. We are now in a short. We're targeting this area, and it went right through. So the point of this whole thing that I'm discussing right now is take a look at the fibs, retracement tool, and put the first few levels on the negative side and use that as an extension tool instead of a retracement tool. Is it going to work all the time? Nope. Welcome to trading. But give it a shot. It might work for you, for your instrument. I'm just grabbing these spots. Note that if you're going to have a really, really, really tight area, you might only have a couple of points worth. Might not be it. So grab some wider pivots until you're comfortable. I like to take trades on NQ that are no more than 15 point target, between 3 to 5, generally around 10 to 12. That is my sweet spot. So if I do this and I go, oh, look it, here's my target. This is my pivot break, and this is my target area, and that's 34 points. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to grab pivots that are closer. That's going to better fit my criteria. Use your own judgment. Fit what your own risk management is. Your own personality, your own character, your own trading style. But I figured I just wanted to share a little bit different view on the Fibonacci's. And let me know how it goes. Hit me up in Discord. I'd love to hear about it. All this stuff is posted in there too.
I love fibs. I do. I love trading them. They're fantastic. Anytime you put it on so that you'll immediately see if it goes down, I'll have this area. If it goes up, I'll have this area. So it's really, really great. I love Fibonacci's.
That's exactly what it is. There's your regular fib numbers right there. And then all I did was I added it's a 23.6. It doesn't be 2.3. It could be 23 or 24. And there it is, right? Because we're just dividing them to get the 61 divided by 38, and then you get the 23. So this is a standard type of fib levels that come with all these platforms. So my first one was 23. I used negative. My second one was 38 over here. I put a negative 38. Then I skipped the 50% because I don't really care about 50%, to be honest. We get our fib, 61.8 golden ratio, minus 0.618. So it's actually pretty cool. You can put these anywhere.
Great. Yeah.
Okay. Now we have a wider one from here to here. It's really cool. The extension one is, there we go, right through here, and we went targeted there. I don't look at the extension. I'm really just really concerned about that first level. Those first levels. We have our retracement. It's hard to get the retracements to those levels because by the time you get the pivot plotted, you're already through those first two levels, working up almost towards 50%, right? So it's really hard to get those retracements. You're really looking more towards the full on and say, well, I'm going to let it get up to 61.78, see what happens if it's going to drop the other way now. There's actually a fib extension tool where we're just plotting from, like, just say high to low pivot. The other one would be to a high to low to high, and then it gives you your lines, okay? That is not this. I literally just took the built-in pivot, put the negative numbers on there, and using that as well. If you're going to come below or above, I believe that we're going to target that area. It looks pretty good.
I like it. I like it.
You had a question on that?
I think traders just, when they see so many different ways to approach the market, the thing is, there's no what is that? There's no holy grail, right? There's no holy grail of systems. Something has to fit you, and something has to fit the market temperature as it sits at the same time. The two things have to mesh together. They have to fit you and the market. So some days you go in and you'll say, I have no edge today. I can't trade today. Nothing fits within my profile. That's perfectly fair. A lot of us as newer traders, we expect to get into the market and immediately have something that works. Well, I studied really hard on this. It ought to work. And that's just, it's not how trading is. There is there's that epsilon of the unknown that always comes in, because every day in the market, though it looks similar, it's a brand new day with sometimes the same people, sometimes new people, sometimes all of the same people, but totally different prices. It's totally new, but what it has is a rhythm and flow. And that's what Robert really works on finding and exploiting, right? And exploiting is kind of a harsh word, but we really are. It's just like being out. I love to paddle. I'm a big kayaker. Love to paddle. I love anything outdoors, except being in the woods unless I've got my hair really tight and I have a cat, because I'm terrified of ticks. So, not terrified of them, but they really freak me out. So yes, I'm probably terrified of them. But I love outdoor stuff, particularly on the water. And when you're paddling and you're looking for a stream or a flow that makes the paddle event more, you're not fighting the stream, but you're with the stream. That's really what we find as traders. We have to find ourselves in the rhythm of the market, or we're going to go, man, I don't know what's going on. And that's okay. If you don't know what's going on, say, wow, I don't know what's going on. Sit back, push away from your desk and go, I'm going to take a breath. The buffet is going to be open when I'm done taking a breath and figuring out what's going on.
And, Anne-Marie, along those same lines, what I hear a lot of, and there's a lot of traders listening right now, and thank you for your attention on this, is I am 100% guilty myself until I learned better, I guess, for lack of a better word, until I learned the difference, is getting into a strategy. This is what I like. These are the two things I look for, and that's what I'm doing. Awesome. But the market's different right now. I'm not saying blow your whole strategy out of the water, but morph it, change it. One of the things, I just gave levels on a fib levels. There's no secret or holy grail to this whatsoever. I just said, hey, take a look at the negative ones. What you can add to that is maybe momentum. And say, oh, there's not much momentum going on here. There's no catalyst for it. Nothing's moving around. So you may go, I'm not going to let it go all the way down to this whole area Robert was talking about. I just want to get that break, and I'll get about halfway there because this market's crap. It's not going anywhere. You didn't change your strategy, but you added a component of momentum, and you didn't have that momentum coming in, so you had to not throw the strategy out of the water, out with it, but just modify, have that little objective view on there. And something, Emery, I want to share, because I hear traders do this all the time. I hear it a lot. This is just educational. I come to the market between this 2-hour time frame. I limit myself to 3 trades, and I trade this style on this instrument. Okay, so what you're saying and suggesting is that you want the market to do what you want it to do to match your strategy at the 2 hours you sit down within the 3 trades you are taking. That is a tall order to ask for, in my opinion. I get if you're going to have something that's really structured, like I'm doing open range breakout. I'm going to fade a gap from this to this. I'm going to break this high. That's okay because it matches the criteria. But if you go, take what I just gave you. Oh yeah, Robert showed me this really cool thing. I'm going to put fibs on the first 3 pivots. I'm going to take all 3 of them, and that's all I'm doing. Well, what if the first 2 didn't work, and they were a little larger? The third one did work, and it was kind of small. So you're a little behind the 8 ball, and now you're going to quit. Well, what if the next 7 work, right? Now, if you hit your loss or your risk that you're comfortable with, that's a whole different story. That's a whole different dynamic. But I'm breaking the ice here, saying, try not to lock in your strategy and do that. You've heard me say this, repeat it over and over and over until you know it like the back of your hand, because only at that point can you see where it needs to have adjustments. Maybe not change. If you have a wiggly line, the straighter you get that line, the easier it is to see the smallest little wrinkle. So if you're doing your strategy again and again and again, and you document it in your journal, you might find something that jumps out at you that you have no idea what you were doing. You could just literally be like, you know what? Every Thursday at noontime, I'm taking bad trades. Well, maybe you pick your kid up from daycare or something. They're running around on Thursdays. There's your answer, right? So we have to change it and morph it. Don't throw the whole thing away, but watch it, modify it. If you're going to come in really structured and go, this is all I'm doing between these 2 time frames, only when I take this setup, only on these 2, 3, 4 trades, and I'm limiting and I'm done. If you're done because you hit your risk limit, totally fine. If you're done for your profits, totally fine. But if you're just expecting the market to do what you want it to do, to match the strategy you're using at the time you're taking those trades within the 3 trades you're taking. And I can't hound on that enough. Just be really careful with that. You got to change it. Maybe morph it up. Anne-Marie, full circle back to this before we close it up. It's right back into what you were sharing. The OODA loop, the Oopa Oompa Oompa OODA Umpa Loopa, whatever we're going to call this thing on the internet now. The OODA loop. There's your reorientation. We had our thesis. We got into the observe, right? We oriented what we wanted to do. We're going to take this trade. We're in the market at this time. I have my strategy. This is my decision. Ooh, everything lined up. I'm placing that trade. Is it happening or is it not happening? Oh, it didn't happen. I have to readjust. Not kill the strategy. This doesn't work. I took 3 trades. My strategy is horrible, and it's 2 days later. And no. Reorient. I love this model. It speaks to me. I am shocked. I have not seen nor heard of this before ever. So this was worth the weight in its gold right here. I'm gonna stay on for another hour. And we're gonna kick Power Hour away. We're gonna keep talking.
I'm so happy. Yeah, it's been an anchor to my trading for at least a decade.
Awesome.
So I love it, and I'm happy I get to share it.
That's why you're professional as you are, and you have the following that you do and the trading that you do, and we so much really appreciate that. I would like to give you take a minute or 2 to wrap up, and then I'm going to close the segment out. It's always been a pleasure. So please, the floor is yours. 2 minutes. Anything you want to say, floor is yours.
Well, I'm super excited about Power Hour because I was watching Danny last week, and I think it's going to be fun to watch him again. And the big thing is that as we set up for Power Hour coming, remember, every trader that's consistently good is really going through these motions, whether they vocalize it or not. They're always in a state of orientation and reorientation. orientation and reorientation. Oh, you know what? I liked this short, but all of a sudden buyers are coming in and they're holding this floor. I'm getting out. That's a matter of saying, wait, I'm in the trade and I'm back to looking for things looking the same. And if they don't, or if they shift and things don't continue as they should, then I'm going to get out. So get used to that. I think you will love it. And I'll see everybody on Power Hour. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, this is wonderful. I am absolutely loving this. I'm going to throw it right in my. You've heard me say Occam's razor all the time. I know you're in there too. It's the simplest approach is generally the right one. And someone commented saying, man, just throw a couple of fibs on there and go for it. And I want to share this. We got 1 minute. I want to share this last example for the Occam's razor approach because I heard it somewhere in a seminar like 15 years ago and I loved it. Here's the scenario. You get in your car in the morning to go to work. You back out of your driveway and you have a flat tire with a nail in it. Okay, so what's the likely scenario? That 2 days ago, the zoo was 2 states over. The monkeys escaped. They robbed a hardware store. They gave it to the elephants who walked by, and the bucket of nails fell off and landed, and you drove over a nail. Or you dropped a nail when you fixed your fence yesterday. See? It's a really weird, extraneous example, but that is the approach of the Occam's razor. And taking this approach, simple form, and then putting it in this type of circular, infinite cycling, I think is magic. It's absolutely golden. Really appreciate it. I am ecstatic about them. Be talking about and read about this stuff all night. Appreciate you. We are all set. We are done. We're gonna wrap up. Power Hour is next. Andre is at the helm. Dobie is going to be slamming the contracts, I'm sure, with after these big moves to see if we can get in some more. And of course, everybody wants to see Danny's trades, do his pulled pork on here, and just go nuts. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it works out. Emery, again, a pleasure. I'll see you next time. So, we'll see you on Friday. Same segment.
See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Classic. Welcome to the show, Danny. I think Nick froze as we counted in. There he is.
Are we live now?
Welcome to the YouTube. Welcome to the internet, Dolby.
Get out of here. I just froze as soon as the countdown started. Anyways, welcome to Power Hour. Andre, my safety blanket, is not feeling well, so he's not here right now. But we got DannysTrades, and that's what we really want. We got DannysTrades. He's hanging out in his garage, soon to be office, crushing that cowboy hat. Is that something you usually wear?
Yeah, I wear the cowboy hat a lot. Love it.
Yeah, it's my first time seeing it. And how's your Super Bowl hangover? Do you enjoy the game last night?
The Super Bowl's rigged. It's fake.
It was only a matter of time before someone said it.
After what I saw last night.
I thought the refs were relatively fair, though. There wasn't that many suspect calls.
It's just weird. Weird how it played out.
I mean, I think the conspiracy theorists definitely won the Super Bowl. They got second place. The Chiefs got first place, and 49ers are obviously dead last. How is your trading so far going? I think in the green room you said you weren't doing too hot, but let's talk about it. Let's talk to Chad about your down day.
I got caught in the choppiness this morning. I got caught in the chop this morning. I did negative 2,900 on 3 accounts this morning. So it was mainly due to I don't know if you guys saw the choppy movements we had this morning, right? They were very choppy. So
and NQ, right? That's the market you're referring to.
I played the longs. I was in the longs, but I got so faked out in here. I'm gonna share my screen to right now. I'm in the long, but I'm gonna share my screen to my trading view because I want to show you guys what I saw. If that's okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So, can you guys see my screen here?
Yeah, you're up.
View? Okay. You sure? Oh, it's showing it on.
It's like a delay, but it should be coming up in the green room. Oh no, it looks like you might have had that. No, I see it on the. Oh, it's my screen. That's not your screen. You might have to switch out the share.
Okay.
I got mine up right now. I'm probably going to look to get short NASDAQ if we can pull up to like 990 evens.
I'm in the longs right now. I'm telling you, these longs are going to hit. Make my money back.
Oh, you think so? I mean, I have bad feelings about fading guests, as chat knows, so I might have to wait for you to get done with your spot before I hop in for a short.
You can't see my screen, right? Yeah.
Nah, not right now. No, I think you have to stop sharing in VDO and switch to the trading view one if you have a different chart up right now. I think you're showing your trade of eight. But if you can draw out your chart, I mean, draw on your trade of eight.
Yeah. Right.
Annotate it real quick. It doesn't have to be the exact thing. I trust you.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's go into my trade of eight. You should see my trade of eight. You see my trade of eight?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to like, make the chart a little bit bigger, that works. If not, you're good.
What I'm seeing right now is, I'm in the longs, obviously. I'm about to hit my TP on this. But on this trade particularly, right, we had a demand zone, 15-minute demand zone. I'll try to draw it on here. I don't really chart on this app, but you see this zone over here? This balance, we had this balance, so that's what made me want to go into this long. When I saw that 15-minute right there play out, and I'm trying to get it all the way into 78. So I'm thinking, I'm trying to get it into 78. Once we get into 78, that's going to be pretty solid. But from this point all the way into this point, check it out. We have our demand zone, right? And we're about to hit our TP. At this point, I'm going to move my stop to break even. Just because at this point, I just got to drill it. All right, I hit my TP. Boom.
Nice, so, nice trade. So that means I'm allowed to get short now.
Nice trade. That was almost 100 ticks right there. Everyone's going short at that right there at the area, But
yeah,
again,
that would have been my first choice.
Everyone's
so
going
do you want
short.
to help? Yeah, do you want to help us, like how you drew that line, that little demand zone? Just kind of take us through the thought process of how you got that box going.
Yeah, let me let's go back in here. So this is kind of how I view the market. Okay, I in all my zones, if I could show you my trading view chart right now, you would see it. All my zones that I had played today, even in the morning, played out, right? And I always tell people it's about the execution. You know what I mean? Every time I lose a trade, it's because I have horrible execution, right? And I think lately, not lately, but a lot of times I get in that mindset, and a lot of traders, we get in that mindset where we want to chase price. You know what I mean? We want to chase it, because we're at all-time highs, and sometimes we start losing trust in our plan because we think that the momentum is going to continue to a certain side. And yesterday I thought to myself, I sat there, I'm like, dude, why am I not playing long in my demand zones, right? Because supply and demand, what is it? It's a reversal strategy. You know what I mean? It's a reversal strategy. So, it's and then a lot of times you hear, oh, don't reverse the market. Oh, don't reverse this. Oh, don't reverse that. But you got to stick with your strategy, and, whatever everyone else says, screw that. You know what I mean? Don't go down that path, because again, your plan is your plan, and you have those reasons for certain reasons. Like for me, I studied bookmap, I studied footprint, and that's what's helped me decide what demand and supply zones I'm going to have on my chart, right? Right now, I'm taking another eval. I'm trying to beat my Topstep record that I put out a couple months ago in November, I think, right?
Leaderboards are getting stiff these days, man. Now that everyone knows that there's a leaderboard, people are starting to put up some numbers with intent.
I'm putting it again. I got a couple. I'm doing a challenge right now with my community. I'm doing a challenge, trying to get past this challenge. It's not easy. It's still tough, But once you get past that challenge, once you get funded, small gains add up. When you grow that account, don't be afraid to take 15 contracts on each account. You know what I mean? As long as you can afford it, you know what you're getting yourself into. But I mean, we take a look here, right? We take a look at this 15-minute level over here, right? And this is how I view price. Okay, for me, everything's pumping, and as we're pumping, we are creating certain levels where, if we come back to that level, buyers can be attracted to that level, right? So for me, if we take a look to start at this level over here, okay, forget this box. I don't try on trade over it, so it's gonna be a little hard. But there you go. But if we take a look at this, okay, the top of the wick, the way that I see it, is the last point that sellers got that good rejection. If they were going to create some type of supply, it would have been at this candle right here. Okay. And guess what? They failed. Okay. So because they failed, the top of this wick right here for me becomes an area of importance. It's not the start of the demand zone. And again, I always tell people this: there's really no such thing as demand and supply. Like, that's just made up. That's what we call it. You know what I mean? But there's really no such thing as such thing. I mean, imbalances happen. Yes, supply and demand does happen. But because I mark a box on my chart, that's not supply and demand. It's just a zone. You know what I mean? But that's what the strategy is called. I don't like when I talk about these things, I want people to understand that. Okay, there's so many strategies in the market. Call it whatever you want. You know, this is because for me, studying level 2, studying book maps, studying footprint charts have helped me, create better strategies when I look at the chart. So we take a look. The top is where sellers usually are struggling. This is where they should create a supply zone, and they don't. They completely fail. You know what I mean? They don't have that strength. So that top of the wick right there, the top seller's wick, is a wick level of importance to me. Then we get into the actual zone. Like, where is price going to attract once we break that top seller's wick and we come back into this level? So for me, it'd be from the open of the candle to the bottom of the wick of that seller's wick, because that's the last place, again, those sellers got to before buyers took control and broke that high wick that the sellers had formed before. Okay, so obviously now it shows you that buyers had a lot of interest in this area because price broke out aggressively. It didn't break out, slowly. It wasn't a little, I just broke out. It was a breakout with strength. So that's what created this type of demand zone. And then on top of that zone, we have our 50% mark, which is, again, this is another key level that we should be looking at, which would be the middle of this. I can mark it easier on my
So like halfway in like the middle of the range, right?
And that's a psychological level of the zone. So why is that a psychological level? Well, it's a psychological level because price is not going to come into the zone and bounce. It's going to look for the middle, So when we touch that middle, and I wish, like I said, I want to show you guys my trade over charts. You will see that on every level we came into that middle. From that middle, we created those wicks and bounced at those levels, right? When we broke those zones, usually what happens is we create a balance in that so-called demand or zone, whatever you want to call it. When we create that balance, we have that huge drop. Okay. Again, I always tell people there's no such thing as what do you call it? A golden strategy, like a holy grail, like a golden strategy that's going to make you a lot of money. There's no such thing. Every strategy can work. It comes down to how you approach it. So every strategy is built for different personalities. So this strategy is built off my personality because I like to reverse, what people are doing. I don't like to follow the momentum. But lately, when I lose, it's because I'm trying to follow the momentum. But guess what? This strategy is not built to follow the momentum. This strategy is built to reverse the momentum. You get what I'm saying? So when I lose, it's because I'm trying to have a different approach with a strategy that you cannot have that approach with. That's the same thing with today. Today, I'm trying to, in that 4 hour, I'm going long, and because it's just not working when I want it to, which I have to understand that it's not always going to work when I want it to. It's going to work when it comes in and it happens, and we got to stick to that plan. But we're in that 4 hour, we're bouncing in that 4 hour, and then guess what? I start trying to follow that momentum in my 4 hour demand, right? Again, this is not momentum strategy. This is a reversal strategy. So we're catching those areas of interest from the buyers and the sellers, right? So that's why I also just took that long right there with by NQ, I ended up taking that long over there. And I played it again. My goal was just to hit, that first TP, which is $1,000. I mean, if we eventually have another trade, I'd definitely go in another trade. I just want to see this, how it plays out. I think especially with these prop firms, I always tell people it's better to size smaller, you know? I mean,
I'd agree.
because we know what we're getting ourselves up into. I mean, come on, dude. Like, let's be real, right? Let's say I would have lost this trade. I would have lost maybe like 750, right? And you know the loss limit is about 4,000. 4 of those, 5 of those, my account's blown, you know. So it's about how you approach it, you know. You got to approach it with the right strategy. You got to approach it the right way. But yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at this right now. It looks like we hit the balance at the top over there, where again we're at an area where who's struggling here, right? These buyers are struggling to break above. And if you take a look at TradingView on a bigger time frame, you see it, right? Look at, let's go down to the 5-minute. Who's struggling to break this area? Buyers. Okay, they can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to short right now.
You know what I mean? They can't. So our job as traders is to decide if they are going to be strong enough now, or are they going to be weak still, and sellers going to take over. We bounced off demand. We took the right trade when we went into this long, right? So we were in the long. Now we're out of the long, but now we're at that key level. So we're selling from key to level, key level to key level. We filled that imbalance over here. Now we're headed up into here. My question is, do we fill this imbalance now, right? Or do sellers come in and take control again, right? So do we fill this imbalance that we have over here, or are sellers going to come in and they're going to take control, right? And then our job is to decide if I do go into the short, right? You said you're looking at the short, or if I go into long, would my stop loss even make sense? You know, how many contracts would this make sense to go with? So if I go in this trade right now, where would my stop be? Like, for example, let's say I go for the short, right? Well, I'd probably put my stop maybe somewhere around here, right? That's like 10 points, right? So
yeah, I'm trying to short 86, 91, and 96. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's where you decide how many contracts you're going to go with based off of
3.
Again, exactly. You go based off of how many ticks your stop loss is going to be. Because again, you don't want a big stop loss where, you know, you'll just be getting stopped out constantly, you know.
Actually, I wonder, can we get a poll in chat? Where do we think NQ is going from here? Do we think we're going to break 89s? Let's say 89s. Are we going to break 89s and push up to VWAP, or are we going to go lower? Maybe we can get a poll from one of the producers here.
With this type of momentum, you're most likely to feel this imbalance over here. And I've seen it multiple times, right? You might get little pullbacks in between, but we already bounced off. Check this out. We bounced off the 15-minute demand, right? And this is just my opinion. Everyone, again, you know, everyone needs to go with their intuition, right? But my 100%. Intuition is telling me we're going to move higher. You know, we're going to move into this balance, right? I'm not going to go in this trade because I don't know how much farther it can pull back just yet. And I already took a nice trade and I took it down here. So I'm going to wait.
Yeah.
But look, we have this level here, right? And then when we came back into this demand and created this balance over here, you see this balance right here, okay? When we created this balance right here and then we came in, this created some sort of another zone, not a strong zone because, again, it's a smaller term time frame. But when we came back into this demand, guess what? This is why I took it. We based out and then we popped again, aggressive. Those buyers are showing that they have that control now. So now it's, hey, buyers, do you guys have the control to break to the upside now and continue to the top, right? So I think they'll fill, and I think they might have potential to go all the way into this area over here easily, okay? But they need that strength. They need that push because right now we're at that 50% mark where they created that balance. So it's a matter of being patient right now before deciding that, hey, I'm going to get in. Or if you get in right now, it's about getting in early. You're going in with micros, you know? And that's how I.
Oh yeah, good call. Yeah. I mean, I really liked your long down there. I think that makes a lot of sense. I technically I think I like the structure of shorts here, but I think on the longer term time frame, it's a much more risky trade because of just how many higher lows you've been making in NASDAQ. That's really what has me kind of second guessing going short here. I would like to see us, maybe get down to like 96 or 97, which would be another flush down. I don't know. Shorting NASDAQ seems sketchy to me, especially with another 40 minutes to go. I don't know if that's my favorite idea, but technically and structurally, I do like it. But maybe we can try it with micros, even though it's so not power hour. But we can try it with micros. Let's see if we can
what we
like
get
stack
here.
some up. We're gonna do a mini pulled pork slider. So let's stack some 3-lot micros just above and see if we can get filled and just play that. Is that 5? No, that's 4.
All right. I'm heading in here. We're
Alright,
breaking
cool.
to the top here. I got filled with one.
You're going long?
Where we had.
All right.
Yeah, there's one,
one
contract.
I'm gonna fan 5 micros at 3 a piece, and then we'll just do 3 times 5 for 15 on the way up and see where it goes. So it'll be like a lot and a half, plus about $1 billion in commissions.
Once we get above that 85 level, we'll be good. I'll add to it, and I'll be cool. You know.
Yeah. So you're just trying to buy it right here, huh? You're not even trying to get a pullback. You're going for right here.
The pullback, if it pulls back, it's probably gonna be until this area. You know, nothing lower really, because if we go lower, we're gonna pull back all the way to 54. You know, and there's no. At this point, if I'm gonna get in, I'm gonna get in now. Like, there's no point in me just trying to wait it out. You know.
Right.
I'm going for that next balance. Right. We feel this imbalance and we head into here, and then I'll sell again, and then I'll decide where I'm gonna go into my trade again. You know.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Claire Brand, I'm trying a short in NASDAQ, but I'm trying it with micros because my conviction is not very high. So we're gonna practice conviction with 3 micros, and we're just gonna fan the order up. Yeah. Anne Marie, what do you mean by momentum looks terrible? Which way does that look terrible? Also, Danny, thank you so much for sharing all that knowledge right there. So you're bullish now?
I added more contracts onto it.
Yeah, we'll see. The tilt right now, we're long 54%, average price of about 53 and 3/4. So average longs are in a pretty sweet spot, and average shorts are at 62 evens. They're in a terrible spot. So longs are in a way better position right now, at least on the average.
I'm going for just this fill, this area.
Yeah,
maybe 18,000s. I think they could get it. You know, they can get it. Let me keep bumping this eval challenge that I'm trying to pass here with my team.
Yeah, because I mean, someone said like, why short? Because I just want to give this thought an idea. Because we've had support here at like 93, and it looks like it's kind of trying to become resistance. So I'm a big fan of like support becomes resistance or resistance becomes support. So we kind of have that here. The only thing I really don't like is that on a long-term scale, we have a lot of like higher lows, which suggests to me that there's some upside, some momentum left. But if we're just looking at the 5-minute, there's, we're kind of stair-stepping down. So, maybe it stair-steps down even further. Who knows? We'll see. But it's only like a lot and a half on micros. So not nearly as structured as my CL trade or as risky. Because we're up a good amount. We're up like 970 after that CL trade, so I don't want to get too loosey-goosey.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. I don't know.
1 minute standpoint, I'll probably have a stop on one contract here. Actually, that's where we could bounce. I think my stops are good.
Yeah, what's your entry at right now?
83. I'm going in at the highs over there.
Nice.
I think my stops are good.
Yeah. Got a question from Richard Harris. This is for you, Danny. Danny, sometimes when I'm up big like today, I'm up $37. How to ignore trying to hang on to all my gains and just try to trade my setup if it comes up? I think you're being facetious with your $37 there, but let's see. How do you ignore trying to hang on to gains and just trade the setup? So you're talking about like maintaining, like taking an extra trade after you're up money. I mean, what do you think about that, Danny? Just you keep on pushing it if you're up money, or just when do you pull the plug?
It's all about having a plan. I mean, we've talked about that. It's about having a plan, limiting yourself. If you have to walk away from the screen after you take a trade, then walk away from the screen. Like, don't sit there and just keep looking at the screen. And you're also, your plan has to make sense. That's the thing with us. Your plan has to make sense. Like, you can't just go in a trade, close your computer, and then walk away, right? So one thing that might help traders do is go in a trade, write down why you're going into that trade. After you write down why you're going into that trade, then close your computer, walk away, put your stop level, put your take profit level, and don't look at it. Don't look at the profit. What makes us emotional as traders is not the candles, it's the money going up and down.
That's true.
Because that's what makes us emotional. So you have to do this, then do that. Okay? That's what you got to do. Now, how do I get that back? Okay. Then do that. Do what's going to make you not freak out. Okay? Like, if you have to hide your profit screen, then hide your profit screen. You know what I mean? But stop trying to, all I got to say is stop trying to do all these things that, are going to make you freak out when you're in a trade. Don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also good to know, like, what kind of trader you are, right? If you are like a momentum trader, then get in tune with momentum. But if you trade structure, then ignore momentum, because momentum's going to confuse the hell out of you. Which is, what happens to me. Like, when I was first trading NASDAQ, I was getting caught up in momentum, but I'm a structure guy. And so I was totally off base, right? So you have to, what kind of different types of traders, do you see? You got like momentum, structure, you got like people who just look at fibs, or like just levels, just straight math all the way across. You got people like myself that all I'm thinking about is who's going to get stop run. That's like 90% of my thought process is like, where's the market going to go to make people feel pain? And then that's where I want to get in.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a lot of our thought process as well. Yeah, so I'm seeing where this goes. I feel like we can head down a little bit to like the 67 mark and then bounce from there.
Yeah, and I missed my fill by I think a tick on my first 3-lot short. So we're still going to fan this order up here. Anne Marine says she wants you to open your garage door so you don't die of exhaust fumes. That seems like is your car off back there?
It's on. It's on because
your car is on?
Trade. I'm going to die.
Bro, we can't have you doing that on air, man. We gotta make sure this is a winner.
I already explained. This is gonna get caught up. This is gonna get caught off right here. Where there's gonna get a glass plane. These are gonna get taken down. A door to my house is gonna go directly into my house from my office. This is gonna be huge. And then I'm starting my own podcast as well. So that's gonna be fun,
are you?
Yes,
trading related?
That's why this is all getting customized. Right now, obviously looks like, it doesn't look good. I mean, I got a pink chair right now. What do you think, right? But
that's okay.
Hey, man, it's through the process. I had an office upstairs, but I want something huge. Yeah.
So what are you gonna do on your podcast? We doing finance? We doing cars, fashion?
I'm doing a little of everything. Yeah, a little of everything.
Nice. Looks like NQ is starting to roll over just a wee bit here. Still 54% long on the tilt. Average price is now 54. Bulls are still way up on the average, though. They're chilling. If anyone has questions, feel free to drop them in chat. I think Jack might be joining us in about a minute or two. I think he has some funny stuff for us. He successfully shorted the ES today. He was very proud of that after his third time. And everyone loves your pink chair, Danny. So
not mine.
Everyone loves it. Actually, that would look pretty sick in that car, to be honest. If you could get that as like a bucket seat in there, that'd look kind of fly.
This one right here, this chair.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, dude, pink and green. I don't see why not.
It's kind of rainbow. What do you think? It screams taste.
Oh, Mr. Moon, that's not nice. Mr. Moon said I'm not as cool as you. That's rough, man. Just try to be yourself, everybody. There's no competition. Everyone's be nice, chat. Be nice. We got half an hour left. Half an hour left. Oh, we got Jack. We got Jack in the room. He's not here yet. He's in the green room hanging out. But we might get him. We might get him soon. I got a sneak peek.
Hey, what's up, guys? They can probably hear me at least.
There he is. There he is. Jack, your hat is not quite as cool as Danny's, to be honest. We need to up our hat game.
I got a cowboy hat in the room, but I can't wear it with these damn headphones, so I got to get an earpiece or something like that. I want to look cool, like Danny.
Yeah.
Anything? Oh yeah. Can you turn on your car? Actually,
My car?
I think Chad is asking.
Not that one. I don't like that car. I'm gonna give that one away.
Oh, are you? Maybe we can raffle it.
Again, I still think the longs look good. It stopped me out of my position, but it stopped me like tick for tick for tick.
Oh, did you have it just underneath that 5 minute?
Yeah, dude.
That 5 minute range? Yeah, it's a bummer.
I told you 67. I should have had my stop at 67. I can't even see my orders anymore. Hold on.
Well, I'm for sure not chasing this one. For sure not chasing it. I still think we can get a stop run to the upside. Jack, how you feeling after crushing that ES short?
Oh, I'm good. If they had the P&L thing up for me, I'm up 513. I was down 450, but it was the third time that I tried to short the ES is when it worked out, obviously. So pretty good there. I'm flat at the moment. I trade the ES, and it's just kind of sitting right at the middle right now. I don't really have a urge to go long or short right now, but as we get closer to the end of the day, especially at 250 with the MOCs, I might see what there is available. So it looks like you're pending short, Dolby, and Danny, you're long the NQ right now?
Yeah, I got some micros.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some micro slider. I think Danny's trade's better than mine, though, to be honest. I'm a bigger fan of his.
Of what?
I think your long's a good idea. It's just a little bit too high up for me personally.
Yeah.
So it's shorting is un-American. And you know what? To an extent, I agree that I'm not proud of the fact that I short. I'm ashamed of it, actually, but I just got to do it. Shame you all to see it.
Yeah, we can easily hit 100. It's just about having that right stop. That's the hardest thing as a trader. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is getting the stop right? Yeah. I mean, what do you got any tips for the people out there on placing a stop?
That's tough, dude.
Sometimes
you hit stop and it just goes, it's just depending on what you feel is right.
I mean, ideally it should mean something. I think a lot of traders out there just use the same stop all the time, which has never really made that much sense to me because markets change.
Gotta use key levels, man. Just gotta use key levels, as your stops.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can try just putting your stop where your entry is or something, or put your entry where your stop is. I've heard that before because I know a lot of people are like, I always get stopped out by like a tick or two. It's all right. Well, just put your entry where your stop is going to be, and then just be a little bit more patient. You know what I mean? That's like all my entries right now are all where I think stops are. Every single one of them. I think if we do a stop run, it's going to be everything above 85. So that's where all my shorts are because I think that's where the stop run is.
I think at bare minimum, your stops should reflect the volatility of the product you're using, and that changes over time too. If you're trading the ES and the VIX is through the roof like it was during COVID, and after that, you got to be much wider because it's going to whip around. Right now, things are pretty calm, so you can get a little tighter, but I promise I'm not calling out MP on that because I think he uses like a 15 tick stop or something for everything.
Man, I'm just catching strays.
I feel like if you have a 15 tick stop, you're going to get stopped down on every trade. Don't you think?
15 points, I think. Yeah.
Oh. 15 points. How many ticks
That's
is
not
that?
a lot.
I go by ticks.
That'd be what?
15
120?
points? Yeah. I think so. I don't know. Math is hard. I'm not here to do math. You're gonna make money. I think it's like 60 ticks?
Yeah, 15 times 4.
I could do math. I'm just kidding.
I mean, 60 ticks is not bad. It just comes down to what's your size. You know, is he playing big size when he does that?
well, sometimes, Danny.
He did a
sometimes.
50 lot.
Yeah, you see his 50 lot?
A 15?
Dude, he did
50?
50.
No,
5-0.
He did a 50 lot.
Yeah, he did a buy limit 50 at 5,000 in the ES and wrote it for like $8,000 or something.
So someone said I have a green screen.
I don't know, do you? Green screen test.
Oh yeah, I do. I'm not sitting in an office. That's also why like my hand will disappear on certain parts if they go to the 1-up. Like,
oh yeah, look at
green
that.
screen's
You're
not big
just
enough.
a ghost. You're like a ghost.
Guys, you guys.
I'm clearly in the office.
Here we go. See,
I'm moving my stop up, actually, guys.
All right,
move like an Egyptian, Jack.
No, that's all you get. So where are you going, Danny?
I did not tell you.
I feel like if you're long, your stop should be at 67. More. 67 is
67. So it's at like right below the 5-minute range that we have. That I would describe as a 5-minute range bars right there.
67.
Yeah, I mean, there's my range again. Like I've been talking about 5-minute ranges all day because I've been on all day. But like that's what I love trading. And like here's one right now in NQ. Super tight 5-minute candles. Go long. You know, try to go long 68s and try to go short 84s and see if it works. But those are technically the cheapest way to get that trade. If that's what you're trying to do, in my opinion. But everyone reads the market, you know, a different way, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, dude. This is the thing about trading, right? Everyone has different ideas. Dude, doesn't mean one idea is better than the other, you know?
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine how boring the show would be if we just brought on the same traders who just traded the same system every single time? Like, it would not be the most educational show, but we get so many different people trading different styles. I mean, you can just get little nuggets here and there. It's awesome.
Yeah. There's got to be fun to it. If not, it gets boring, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You need full
I still want to see if we can find a moon cycle trader.
I've seen charts like that before.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. See someone who trades moon cycles. I don't know if chat would be able to handle it, to be honest.
Moon cycles?
I don't know. Yeah, there are like some people who trade off of like moon phases.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's all I got for you. That's all I know about it. But yes, people do it. Look it up. Moon cycles.
Yeah.
There's a moon cycle indicator on TradingView. Dude, get
there you go.
Hold on.
Get it up. We need it. Once you go down the technical analysis, degenerate rabbit hole, it just keeps getting deeper, man. Moon cycles is tame. I've seen some crazy stuff out there. You know, especially when people start bringing out the charts that like go back 400 years or something like that, or 1,000 years, like to show interest rates.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Galaxy brain.
Yeah.
Lunar cycle projected forward. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna use it.
Trying to. Oh wow, this is actually.
Yeah, we're gonna need
cool.
that.
Hold on. Oh, I got you.
Tell Michael we're gonna need that for Topstep X immediately.
Well, it should be built in if we get community indicators. To be honest.
Guys, my profit just flipped from 1,000 to 1,000. Negative.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I thought you were just saying 1,000.
Okay. If you switch to my charts, I have a Bitcoin chart up with the moon cycle indicator.
No, you don't.
Hold on. I tricked you. Hold on. I'm so sorry.
While he's doing that, early MOC is 260 million at the sell side. A tiny little guy.
What about now? You should have it now. Here's the thing. I have no idea how to trade this, but here it is. It's up.
It's just a
black
black
no, it kicked me out
screen?
again. No, it kicked me out again. Oh, that's weird. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me reload this real quick.
This is riveting television, Dolby. Riveting.
It's an eclipse.
People,
it's an eclipse.
People love this. It's an eclipse, yeah. Oh my god! Watch me as I fumble with my keyboard trying to put something up. Super good stuff here. Incorrect password. I give up. I might just officially give up on this. Someone else start talking.
You're doing good, man. Your shorts are working out.
I'm not filled. Unfortunately. I know.
Okay.
How close did you come?
About two ticks or so.
Oof.
Let's see if this sticks. Oh, there we go. Okay, it did stick. Okay, so here is this is Bitcoin. And here it is. So you have waxing gibbon, waning gibbon, waning crescent, waxing crescent. Yeah, so it just kind of goes up and down, up and down. I have no idea how to read this chart. I'll tell you right now. But that's it. It exists. What's this called? Lunar cycles. Yep, lunar cycles forward. That is the indicator. That's interesting stuff. Welcome to Power Hour, everybody.
If somebody can give me a convincing trade to put in the ES for based on the moon cycles, just let me know. I'm interested in doing that.
Yeah. Hey, let's be honest. As long as you manage your risk, it's probably going to be fine. No matter what it is. Yeah. Also, Bitcoin over 50K. What?
I mean, at
That's
the end of the day, all you
insane.
have to really do is just just like you said, man.
Manage risk. Who cares? Do moving average crossovers. As long as you manage risk, you're fine.
All right. I want to show you guys what's going on. I don't know why I can't share my screen onto my NQ here. Okay, NQ screen. So you guys can see my NQ screen. Oh, there it worked now. Damn,
there we go.
Go. So look, this is what I was talking about this morning. You know, delete this. Forget. I was long this morning, twice this morning. Right? I was long on the fake out here of this 4-hour zone. Right? I took long, and then I didn't like the choppy, so I got out. And then I took long again on this pump, thinking this was going to be the one. And then I didn't like the choppy, got out. And then guess what? I got totally.
Too tight on your stops?
Yeah. And then I ended up getting out, went in the short and had a big stop on that. And then.
What do you think caused you to double clutch that long there?
Like not think long no more?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I think your theory was right? Like, it all looks good to me.
Yeah, I was 100% right, but dude, I'm like that, dude. Sometimes I get too emotional. I'm not even afraid to admit it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Like,
I think that's half the battle of admitting you're too emotional. It's just admitting you're too emotional.
I get too excited sometimes, dude. And it happens. Like, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to everyone and tell them that, you know, the market messed me up. It didn't. The market was perfectly fine. I messed up. You know what I mean? I messed up.
Yeah, right.
I did things along, dude. Like, same thing right now. I mean, right now. Oh, so then look at this. You know, so then look. Then I say it. So later in the day, I'm not live at this point, but dude, we had another supply over here on this drop over here. I took one contract and then boom, like nothing, same thing, nothing, you know. And then we come down, we break through this 4-hour now because again, it's been retested too many times. We bounce on that 50-minute. I'm not watching the market. So then I take a long down here. I played it. You saw me play it out. Now I've tried to take 2 trades, but you see how 2 trades was the one that put me negative. And then right now I took another long off of this zone here. So I'm holding another long right now, just trying to simply, I'm trying to simply just, as long as we maintain above this zone, I'm going to keep holding this another long, But again, the thing that as a trader, I think the most thing we hate is just getting pulled out of our trades, But right now, yeah, I'm going to sit, in a long position again. Again, I mean, dude, right now we're just trying to get past this combine, But if we end up breaking this trend, I'll try to break my personal records, man. So,
well, I mean, if you want to get on the board, yeah, I mean, you gotta start putting up some serious numbers.
I'm going against myself, I'm trying to beat my own record.
Hey, that's even better. Hey, Jack, do we have the YOLO Bolo? Speaking of magical moon phases and other things, do we have YOLO Bolo that we can pull up? This is kind of if you're a bell-to-beller, you know what the YOLO Bolo is.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what a YOLO Bolo trade will be, but Robert was helping us out by doing something in Midjourney. So we got a couple of ideas for what it could be. It looks here like someone jumping to a moon while Zeus watches them. The other one you like, Dolby, with the signage.
Yeah,
now
the official YOLO Bolo store is that's actually my desktop. That's my desktop now. Is the YOLO Bolo store.
I'm gonna change mine right now because that looks so nice.
It kind of does. Thank you, Midjourney. Thank you so much.
I'll put in.
Thank you so much.
Oh, these longs are doing very well right now.
Are you back in them again, or you get stopped out by a tick?
How do I'm trying to change my screen again? I'm just taking breaks.
I'm still gonna work these. We have an MOC on 3 minutes. Eddie shared with me in Slack.
We sure do.
MOC imbalance 464 million to the sell side, so not a whole lot. 464 million, about $500 million to the sell side.
I was trying the YOLO Bolo this short, and then it got away from me.
No pain, no gain.
Yeah, I'm still going to work these shorts, although I'm not super excited about them. Did we get to 76.10s? Oh yeah, there's 77.10s in CL. Just took a minute to get up there, but we did eventually. Wonder if we can bull rush 77.29 in the overnight and get to the way up spots. But we're sitting here. So you get back in, Danny, or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
It's on my chart. Okay. I don't know. I think I'm sharing my screen.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. I see you now. Nice. Yeah, we see it.
I mean, I could have a stop at 55, which I do for 2. But let's see.
So Zach Miller has a question. What does an MOC imbalance to sell side practically mean? Jack, do you know that?
One more time was the question. What the MOC is?
Yeah, like what it means and what its impact is on the market.
The market orders on close, basically. So it's just like all the size that gets done there at the end of the day, like technically the end of the session. So it's a big volume injection.
Got it. Yeah, I hope that answered your. There's a couple people in chat who had that question. Yeah, honestly, this power hour is incredibly similar to Friday's power hour, in which it has been very slow.
Yeah, we got about 20 seconds on that. So I'm going to take my orders out to see.
You guys are taking orders out?
Something.
No,
just for a second.
I'm in micros and I'm already up 970, so it's not like I'm going to lose a ton of money here.
Yeah, I'm in my loss limit in this volume injection.
Okay, looks like it's out.
Yeah, so there was MOC. So if you're watching NASDAQ and you saw the ladder kind of flutter up and down a little bit, that is MOC. It's at 1:50 p.m. Central Time every single day. So kind of similar, like Dee and I were talking about how like crude oil has some kind of phases via like time. This is kind of similar to NASDAQ here. 150's MOC, and then CL has like European pit session close and then American pit session close.
I'm putting my stop close to break even.
Nice.
I'm just gonna.
I think you might be in a good spot.
Honestly, what?
I think you're in a good spot.
I got
it
short
could be the
one
comeback.
ES.
I'm staying long. I'm gonna keep my stop very tight. Like I said, I mean, I love the fact that it came off demand, but it's still, this is an area of high level sellers, so it's tough getting through this level. But we'll see right now.
Yeah, this is why I don't like looking at momentum in NASDAQ. It's so confusing. It took me like a week to figure out that like momentum in NASDAQ does not necessarily mean all that much because it can just move so fast back to the upside or downside. It's so fast. Jack, are we going to have top quiz winners or is that for Tuesday?
Yeah, we could show them real quick. I was just waiting for the MOC. I think I sent it to producer James if you want to check it out.
People love the names.
Yeah, it's everybody asking for top quiz. You're all atting Jack. Jack doesn't control the winners. I do.
There they are. Inside Trader doing their thing. What were some names on here that I appreciate? Oh, yeah. Dr. Benderover.
Dr. what?
Oh.
My
Denver is pretty good.
I like order filled. That's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Order fill's nice.
Dr. Benderover. Wow.
Yeah.
That's aggressive. Not even innuendo. That's just blatant.
He spent a lot of time getting his PhD, all right? Very impressive.
Oh, guys. We're back in it, guys. Oh, shoot.
Oh, yeah. Look at your long go, man. This is awesome.
I know, man. About to break even. This is funny.
I'm going to like zoom in on your screen. What are you up? 780? It's kind of fuzzy. Like 760? Nice, dude. That's a good trade.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm short 1 ES from 42 quarter, Robert.
Yeah, I'm standing this long.
It's in my favor, then it wasn't.
I think the long's going to play out. I'm just going to keep it.
Hey, DannysTrades,
Go ahead.
Where can people find you on social media?
DannysTrades.
DannysTrades.
Yeah, DannysTrades. Danny.
On Twitter.
I'm not on Twitter. I'm going to get on Twitter, though. There we go. We're back break even day right here. We're back break even, Dobie. Now let's ride it. So we'll see if we can ride it to the top where we wanted to initially ride it to. Right now we're up about 68. We're up about 50 ticks right now.
Nice. On how many? What do you got? 4?
I got 4. Stop loss is super tight on this because this is the point where like at this point it's like there's no reason to have a big stop loss because you could always get back in, In fact, I'm gonna move my stop closer to break even because I can always get back in, Yeah, I can't make.
Oh yeah, have you called Pelosi today?
I think she's helping me out right now a little bit. We talked. Actually, I'm gonna put it there, down there.
Where do we get the MOC information? I know that's public knowledge, right?
Financial
Where do we grab that
Juice
from?
has it up pretty quick. So we got 1 second here.
FinancialJuice.com.
650 million buy side.
Yeah, and that only applies for indices, right? So that's like RTY, Dow, all those two, NASDAQ.
That's a good question, Dolby. I think it's just in the stocks, right? If somebody knows more about that, feel free to put it in the chat.
Yeah, because I know it for sure does not exist in crude, and I don't think it exists in gold either. But maybe Anne Marie knows, or maybe D knows, if MOC is only in indices. Because that's actually a great question. You got break even on that one, right?
Negative like $100, but
whatever. So that's a rounding error.
I got a free trade.
So that's $100 is a rounding error.
Oh, it's here. Here's the bounce level again. I think this is a strong bounce level right here, man. I don't want to doubt it. I know you guys want to take short, so I don't want to I don't want to fade you guys. You guys,
this is too expensive for my blood. I wanted shorts at 80 evens and above, but I had my orders further up than that. But these, I don't like chasing. I don't like chasing.
We're about to break trend. We're about to break trend. Let's see if we don't.
Okay, I am out. And now I watch.
All right, this is it right here.
Bounce.
Bounce. Let's do it. Bounce, man, bounce.
I believe in you. I mean, we're making a higher low on the 1 minute. If this sticks to landing here,
bounce.
My shorts are really decent. If I've ever gotten filled. And the reband is done. Okay, so we did get confirmation that MOC is typically stocks and indices only. Oh, okay. So MOC is for stocks. If you aggregate the stocks on that index, you get the total for that index, but it's not an index MOC. Thank you, BD. Yeah, and I did not get filled at 80s. I think my short was maybe like 2 or 3 ticks away from getting filled on the first leg of the fanned out orders. So we missed it by just a hair. But same idea that I pulled off in crude oil. We just want to see stop runs and then just put orders in that zone, kind of similar to what I think DannysTrades kind of does is find where stop runs happen and get in there. Those are the cheapest trades, but I think they're kind of the scariest trades, which is why most people aren't interested in taking them.
I traded like such a hater today.
You put that in your journal?
Yeah, just hater.
Absolute. Oh, you trying to still trade this, Danny's, for the long side? If I could throw in like a 15 real quick. Just kidding. I'm still looking for 98 evens, actually. I think we can get down there. Crazy guy, we are on Danny's screen currently. You certainly are not on mine.
Hope you're doing well, crazy guy.
Crazy guy. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, the short looked good, technically. Just never got filled on it. Oh, well. I bet Danny's frozen. So, Jack, how are things? How you doing?
Oh,
Pretty
they're
good.
doing great. I'm sorry. Yeah, it does look like Danny is frozen right there. Or maybe just has such
I think he's
extreme,
pondering.
Yeah,
He's
discipline that
Yeah, maybe
he
he's
doesn't
trolling
move
us
at
right
all.
now, and he actually is staying still. That's the kind of focus you need when you're trading.
Well,
That's the kind
we
of
nearly
focus you
made it to
need.
the bell. We got 1 minute until the 3 o'clock bell. Then Eddie's going to come in, do a little bit of housekeeping for us in the digital sense. Oh, we got a little pop there.
Yeah, I mean,
There's not
Eddie,
many.
you could probably come in. You could probably come in right now if you wanted and start the countdown here.
Water's warm.
I'm
Eddie,
not going
come
to
on
place
in.
any more trades. Yeah, Eddie's water's warm.
Inside a minute here, folks, for the closing bell, 3 o'clock Central Time. And I'll get that bell. We're going to go over what we've got on the menu tomorrow.
Guys, yo.
Oh, you're
Yeah, I'm
back.
back.
What the heck? Can you guys put my screen up?
Yeah, you're up. You're up right now. What happened?
Okay, we're still good. We're chilling right now. Dude, look at I was
Are you still?
one tick away from hitting my stop loss.
Oh, so you're trying to pump this rally right now. End of the day, huh?
I'm still holding, man. I'm still holding. At least to break even, End of the day, good.
And
I was
there
wondering
we
what you
are.
guys think.
We're wondering where you went.
All right, folks.
No, he was not stopped. I'm going to say, Cat thinks he got stopped out. He didn't get stopped out. Maybe now because it's rolling back over again. But I think we're good. Eddie, sorry, man. Go
Thank
ahead.
you for being with us here today and looking very suave. with the hat. Love the hat. Matching hat, matching shirt. Good job. And of course, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Dolby Time. Tomorrow, remember this week, China is closed. So if you go there, hoping to get in, the door will say we'll be back Monday. We've got some numbers coming out tomorrow. We do have an early 10 o'clock here. I'm sorry, 8:20. Bowman's going to be speaking, FOMC member. We do have a 10 o'clock Fed 1-year consumer inflation expectation. 10:30, 3-month bill, 6-month bill. We also have an 11 o'clock Barker will be speaking. And at 12 o'clock, we do have FOMC member Neil, the eel, Kashkari. So we've got those coming out. Fed budget balance at 1 o'clock. And I think that's going to be it for tomorrow. As far as what's on the menu for our All-Star Taco Tuesday, Johnny Hoag is going to be back with us here tomorrow. And we're going to get Rips in early. We're going to sort of merge opening call and fast markets. We will have Hoag Jack. Jack's going to be in there. That's cool. Andre and Rips will be taking fast market. We also have Hoag and Mick for shoulder tap coming in for power players. I mentioned a little earlier today, we're still waiting on some signings, but Ben Lichtenstein's going to be with us. And you might remember him from the flash crash audio that sort of put him in the famous light of the markets. Hoag's going to join me there. We also got TopQuiz with Jack and Alyssa. We'll have group coaching. Hoag's back group coaching with JD. And we're going to have market stalking. Deeyana's going to be with us here for that afternoon segment with Robert and myself. And to end the day, Power Hour, Jack. Jack is back for Power Hour. We'll have Andre. Hope he's feeling better. Hope you're feeling better, buddy. And Deanna's going to stay on for Power Hour. And we'll see what she's going to be doing for Power Hour. So don't forget also, at the buzzer, our Discord channel has just started up at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We also do have a 6 o'clock volume profile supply and demand class with Coach Ray. 7 o'clock bar charts and TPO with Coach Vince. And 8 o'clock slow markets with Coach Dakota. And that is about it. Everybody have yourself a great evening. Get some rest. Get that energy back up. We'll be back here tomorrow. And until then, I'm Eddie Horn, and we'll have a great night. Take care.
you.